Hey, it's Conrad Thompson. Thanks for checking out the podcast here on YouTube. Be sure to hit the subscribe button and the notifications bell. You'll get a notice anytime we upload some new content. And when I'm not asking Bruce, hey, how big was Batista's? Well, you know. One of the things I like to do is help people save money. And if you're watching this video right now and you're in a 30-year loan, man, you're overpaying your single biggest bill and you may not even realize it. I want you to do a little experiment for me. Take your calculator out, multiply your monthly house payment by 360 payments. That's how many payments there are on a 30-year loan. That big scary number, that's your total of payments. You're looking at that number? You know you can do better. Keep more of your own money right now and go to savewithconrad.com. Or maybe you've got credit card debt. Man, it's not a matter of if I can save you money with that. Your average interest rate on a credit card is more than 20%. And by the way, all the interest you pay on those credit cards, it's not tax deductible. Whereas the mortgage interest, well, that is tax deductible. So if you owe this debt, it's up to you how to pay it back. Doesn't it make sense to get the cheapest rate possible and the greatest tax deduction possible? Find out how much money you can save right now for free at savewithconrad.com. You don't need perfect credit. Even scores in the 500s can be approved, and it's no cost out of pocket. But maybe best of all, we're licensed in more than 40 states. We can help more families than ever before. But how much can we save you? Find out right now for free with a quick quote from savewithconrad.com.
I thought it was a good match, man. I think it's probably Mero's best match in the WWE. Can you think of a better one?
No.
So this is his best one.
But also, yeah, I mean, the deal with Steve's lip came with a headbutt off of the ropes when Mero came off of the ropes backwards, bashed his head into Steve's face, and that's where the initial cut came from. But it was ugly. But no, the match was good. I guess I pick on Mark Mero.
Austin in his
book.
I
like Mark personally.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about his TV character. We're not burying guys individually.
I will if you want me to.
Just Jarrett, I think. Austin wrote in his book that it was a kick, that Mero kicked him in the mouth, and that's what did it.
I think it was a shot off the, watching it back, because I was looking for it. It looked like the shot off of the corner rope where Mero hit him with his head, and that's when Austin came up with the blood for the first time.
So if you're listening and you enjoy Stone Cold's podcast, please tweet Stone Cold and say that Bruce Prichard called you a liar. Don't tag me, but Bruce's handle is @BrucePrichard.
You know, I'm gonna get the SCSA fucking thing come up on my phone. Goddamn kid, what the fuck? You kicked me in the goddamn teeth.
Well, I mean, I told you what he wrote in his book, and you were like, "No, it was his head." He doesn't know. No. It was his mouth. The foot hit him.
I said I watched the goddamn thing, and when Mero came off of the fucking top rope and headbutted him, basically coming back, hit him in the head, and Steve came up with a bloody fucking mouth. Steve doesn't know. Okay.
Thank you. That's what I needed.
Steve don't know when he got fucking busted open, 16 stitches, changed his goddamn career.
So he comes back through the curtain, bloody mouth, mangled, in fact. Did you talk to Steve before he went back out? Or, I mean, did you see him when he was mangled backstage like this and they're trying to put Humpty Dumpty back together again?
Yeah, man, you can see a great shot of it when Steve's walking back from the ring. You just see his lip kind of hanging there. It was gross.
Tell me about calling the audible for his medical care and still keeping him in the tournament. Was there ever any consideration that we need to replace him and do something different? Or was the thought always, we can stitch it up and go? Was anybody trying to push one way or another?
No, and I think that it was Steve's call to, fuck this. He wasn't going to miss anything. But there was time to get it stitched up and get him, Humpty Dumpty put back together. So
let's go ahead and clear the air once and for all. Lots of people still debate this to this day. Did Steve get the stitches at a medical facility nearby or in the back?
At a medical facility nearby.
Steve says it happened in the back. So tweet Steve Austin and tell him that Bruce Prichard says you're a liar.
Did we say that it was a goddamn medical facility nearby?
No, I think he actually named the hospital.
Okay, well then let's go with that. No, he got stitched up backstage.
Who does the stitching and why is it Pat Patterson?
What?
Hypothetically, if Pat Patterson was going to stitch up Stone Cold Steve Austin, what might that sound like?
Give me nothing. Fucking a little bit of super glue. You be fine. Go back out there. Do the thing you do with the Steve thing, stun. At a pet case. At a chase.
I wonder if he would make stitches plural or if he would just have stitch singular.
No, he had to get 16 stitch.
It's worth mentioning that this is Mark Mero's first loss in the WWF, but he would go on to win the Intercontinental title that fall. Next up, though, what we're really here for, Steve Austin beats Jake Roberts. It takes about 4.5 minutes to do so, and he becomes the king of the ring. The story of the whole match is that Roberts is working with badly injured ribs. The irony here is Austin is the person who's actually hurt. He got 15 or 16 stitches, depending on who you believe, in the tongue and mouth. It was done backstage, not at the hospital like they said on TV. And Austin works on the ribs for the majority of the match, and Gorilla Monsoon comes in to try to stop the match, but Jake begs him to let it go, which he does. At this point, they started to get a lot of heat, and Roberts made a quick comeback before being cut off, and Austin gets the Stone Cold Stunner and the pin. Meltzer would write, he did a strong post-match interview knocking Roberts' religion and drinking problems, 0.5 star. On commentary, Jim Ross would say, this may only be the beginning for that young man. Talk about the understatement of a lifetime. Right, Bruce?
I would say so. I might have had a little insight into that.
Was this match cut short? And if so, was it because of Jake's conditioning, the rib storyline, or the stitches? I asked because he was reopened, the stitches reopened in the match, so he's bleeding again. And Lawler went long with his intro. Taker's match went long. The main event goes very long. The post-match after the main event goes long. And despite all of that, plus the Coliseum home video exclusives, we're still only at 2 hours and 49 minutes on this show's runtime. So do you remember, was anything in particular cut short? Was this match always supposed to be 4 minutes?
It was probably cut short. I don't really remember, don't have the run sheets in front of me, but I want to say they was probably scheduled for closer to 10, something like that, just knowing the flow of the show. But I do remember that we did cut it down due to Steve and the stitches, and we didn't want him to get busted open and be any worse than it already was. So the idea was, well, we can cut this match, go a little bit longer on your promo, and we can just have other people fill as we move forward.
As a postscript to the match, Steve Austin worked the first night of TV, but didn't work matches the second night. Then he was off the road until July 5th because his lip was just mangled. He even consulted with a plastic surgeon to repair the damage at one point, so it was pretty damn severe. When a guy gets injured like this, is this the talk of the boys backstage?
Yeah, it was pretty disgusting. I mean, it was almost like you just cut his lip and then just ripped it. It was not a pretty sight, man. And it was the lip itself, which is real tender, and he was mangled up pretty good.
Any heat on Mero?
Not really. I mean, it was an accident. Shit happens in the ring. So, just an unfortunate accident, but I don't remember any heat in particular.
So let's talk about what everybody wants to hear about, the famous promo. Austin wrote in his book that the kick was Mero's fault and that before the show, Doc Hendricks told him that Jake was going to cut a religious promo on him. He wrote, when I did my infamous 316 promo after winning King of the Ring, that was a strong-ass promo, and none of that stuff was scripted. At the time, that Doc Hendricks stuck the mic in my face. He had no idea what I was going to say, and neither did Vince, JR, or the guys in the TV truck. It all just came out. All right, so a couple things about the promo. That's what Steve says. Did you or anyone else have any idea he was going this way when it happened?
Yeah, I had an idea that he was going heavy on the religion and the drinking stuff, definitely.
But you didn't know the actual verbiage, but you knew that that was the gist of the promo.
I probably did know the verbiage. He probably ran it by me, but absolutely, that was all Steve. That was just 100% Steve cutting that promo. And he, like I said, he ran it by me, but it was more of, am I okay with this? Going this route? And I was like, yes, by all means, go for it, because it was a story we were telling with Jake. But I had no clue at the time Austin 316 was going to become what it was.
Nobody did.
I don't think Steve had any idea. It was a great line, and That 100% goes to Steve Austin.
Vince Russo over the years has taken a little bit of credit for this, and that has annoyed at different times Michael Hayes. Do you want to state clearly for the record what involvement you think Vince Russo or Michael Hayes had in Austin 316?
Russo, none.
Hayes.
And again, I'll give Hayes. Probably Steve giving it to him beforehand, but I don't know if Michael contributed to that or not.
Leading
like
up,
I said, I do remember Steve asking me about the religion and the alcohol. Can he go there? I said, hell yeah, go for it.
that was my next question, because leading up to this show, Jake was on TV and he was talking about his problems with alcohol and cocaine, but it was always insinuated that those problems happened when he was despondent over losing to The Undertaker and leaving the company in 92. Of course, that's not true. They're just blending kayfabe and reality here. Jake was partying when he was a part of the company, of course. Austin says something like, get a cheap bottle of Thunderbird in his promo. So seemingly that's all fair game because it's been talked about on TV beforehand. And as you heard Bruce say, he did actually get permission. He also says, sort of under his breath, piss off. Probably another first for the WWF, I think. Don't you? That piss off was on air, that made air.
Probably so, yeah.
So when he does the Austin 316 line, you hear Vince on commentary say, he is stone cold. How long had this stone cold plan been in place? Of course, nobody knew, what it would become, but the plan was clear. We're going to change the character a little bit and evolve it a little bit to make it stone cold. We already had the name in mind here, and Vince is trying to drill it home. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and it was something that Steve had kind of smartened JR up to, and JR had been working it into commentary, and Steve wanted to slowly morph his character from the $1 Million Champion and all this shit to Stone Cold Steve Austin. And it was just a slow morph, and here was kind of the anointing.
By the way, Austin credits Bruce Willis in Pulp Fiction for the buzz cut, but Woody Harrelson for the Natural Born Killer's smooth, shaved look. We'll talk more about Austin's 95, 96 on a future episode, I'm sure. A lot of people actually overlook that he closes the promo here, this Austin 316 promo with, and that's the bottom line because Stone Cold said so. In hindsight, Bruce, that was probably the more planned line. And Austin 316 was more of a one-off that just became a super hot shirt and stuck, right?
Well, yeah. The next night when we showed up and you saw these signs of Austin 316 and everybody's going like, oh, good God, we've got something here. I think that and plus he was a heel. So you don't do merchandising for a heel. Nobody's going to buy a heel shirt. Who would buy that? So when Austin 316 took off the way it was, if anybody was going to plan anything, it was because Stone Cold said so. That's the bottom line because Stone Cold said so. That became his close, but Austin 316 became the brand.
And man, it was the hottest shirt in wrestling. Austin says that the 316 shirt and design was his idea, and obviously it became the hottest shirt in the business for a while. He also says that Vince kind of didn't get it and was slow to market it. Do you remember Vince being at all hesitant or not seeing the value? Because it's a departure at the time. You see guys at this King of the Ring pay-per-view, like there's a guy in the front row wearing a Sonny t-shirt. It's a full color picture of Sonny's face and assets with a pool cue. Anyway, it's a departure for the way shirts were done. And so just a plain black shirt with white letters that says Austin 316. Do you remember Vince being at all hesitant?
He hated it. Absolutely hated it. He didn't get it. It was my argument, but it was an old argument. And it was something that I used to try to get across. I'm going back to the 80s. When they would do shirts, your number one shirt was Hulkamania. And it simply said Hulkamania. Randy Savage was a pair of sunglasses, with his image, but it wasn't a picture of Randy. And Vince felt that the babyface t-shirt should be like pictures of the baby faces because people want to support their favorite. My argument was you're going to get more people to buy the shirt if it doesn't have an image of someone on it.
A dude's face. It's weird.
Yeah. A dude doesn't want to wear another dude on his shirt. The pitch was, and I remember the meeting, sitting in Vince's office, me and Jim Ross, and just saying, with the merchandise guy, saying, this is a shirt. This is merchandise. I guarantee you people will buy it. And the two pitches in that meeting were Austin 316, just simple white block letters on a black shirt. And then the other one was Sid's eyes.
Yeah.
And there was even a pitch, two other, and again, they were heels, which he just didn't see, was the Mankind mask, simply the mask, not Mankind's face in it, but the mask, and also one of Vader's mask, just the mask, which were both kind of cool looking on their own. Heels don't sell. God. But the overwhelming just response for that Austin 316, he finally gave in. We'll try it. And sold out everywhere immediately.
He still kind of believes that heels don't sell. I mean, if you go over to the WWE shop now and you look at Becky Lynch merchandise, she's got 914 items. You look at Charlotte, she's got 4. And that's not anything to do with their push on TV whatsoever. It's just one was a heel.
Exactly. And I think that the Charlotte Flair stuff, if they had cool, clever designs, I think that would sell just as much as Becky Lynch, if not more.
Austin wrote in his book, quote, "That's why I think we need to get back to the way it used to be, with guys just spitting out their own ideas and learning how to develop a character, because Austin 316 would have never happened or even come up if I was waiting for writers to tell me what to say. It all came from my heart, and as soon as I learned what Jake Roberts did in his pre-match promo. What say you, Bruce? Should the guys have more free reign? I see this as a slippery slope. We saw Billy Gunn earlier with an unscripted promo. It was kind of stinky. And here we saw Steve Austin with essentially bullet points hitting a home run. Is there a happy medium? And if we have to go hard one way or the other, what would you pick?"
I agree with you. There is a happy medium, but I think that if you give guys bullet points, cream is going to rise to the top. And those that can talk, I don't know that Billy, especially at that point in his career, would have been any better with a completely scripted promo. I don't know that he could have delivered it convincingly. I think Austin, if he had been given a scripted promo that was well written and his character had fully been developed, might have knocked it out of the park. Might have shit the bed because he was doing a scripted promo. Steve was better at being Stone Cold Steve Austin. He created it. It came out of his head. He lived it, and it was natural for him. Some guys, if it's just not natural for them, they're not going to be able to pull the damn thing off. I like non-scripted promos. I like bullet points.
Hey, folks, it's time to take your podcast game to the next level. And you certainly want to get your almighty push. My God, we have to have a push, right? We'll get that over to adfreeshows.com. Now, I'm telling you, if you're a fan of Grilling JR, adfreeshows.com has the entire episode library, and it's got no ads. 0 ads, zilch, none. Ad-free and on video starting at just $9. Did you hear what I said? $9. You spend more than that at Starbucks, for God's sakes. 2 mornings. But that's not all, folks. We got tons of bonus content, including my after-hours roundtable, where drinking was involved with Eric and Tony. You simply will not find a better value in all of wrestling. Hey, look, don't make me go red ass, because by God, you know I will. Hurry over to adfreeshows.com right now and sign up. And I thank you.
Welcome to Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard. Well, you know, that's not a rib.
She pooted.
What a rib?
No, yeah, there's no box of gimmicks.
Rumor and innuendo.
I don't deal in rumor and innuendo. And was he there? I was there. I don't give a shit. I ain't scared of shit.
I ain't scared of shit.
Fuck him.
You, Bruce.
I love cheese, double mayo, double onion, mother.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
I am absolutely wonderful. Not a whole lot new going on. Just same old, same old.
Well, it was not business as usual last week. We had a blockbuster episode here on Something to Wrestle, all about Jerry the King Lawler. What was your feedback, dude?
Mostly positive, and it's crazy. As many downloads as we got, and as many people that tuned in special for this one, most of it was pretty damn positive. Just talking about their memories of the King, and a lot of folks from the Memphis area. Man, Jerry Lawler was the messiah in so many ways of their childhood. Just every single way. He was on TV every Saturday in that Memphis market. So, King is the King.
Well, and we are excited to be covering a brand new topic today, one that we have teased and talked about, talked around, and it's finally here. The biggest star of them all, Stone Cold Steve Austin, in the hottest years maybe in the history of the business. We're going to cover him starting in 1997, see how far we can get. Well, let's get busy talking about Stone Cold Steve Austin. Oh, hell yeah. Coming into 1997, Steve Austin is red hot. He's in the middle of the biggest push of his career. He's on the heels of Survivor Series 1996, where he was involved in a match with Bret Hart, which is probably the co-main event. Even though he's technically a heel, he's becoming one of the more popular guys in the company. And that's really what we're going to be talking about today, how organically he became a babyface.
You know, it was a mistake. I don't want to say it was a mistake, but it was something that was happening right beneath us. And it was an idea that Chris Chambers and David Sahadi had to take Austin, who had been injured, and do a series of kind of stylized vignettes where Steve was constantly calling out Bret Hart and just constantly calling him out, to where the vignettes were heelish in the traditional sense of what the hell a heel did, but they were done in a way that after a while, shit, I like Steve. Had the barking dogs and everything coming at you behind a cyclone fence. Austin made them his own, and I think that was that turn. That's the turn that he went from, ringmaster to Stone Cold, and people really got it at that point.
Without question, people got it. But it's sort of fun to talk about how it all happened. And Austin has said that Brian Pillman would often tease him and say that he's a babyface, and Steve would get half hot about it, because he considered himself a heel, and he'd always been a heel and always wanted to be a heel. Do you remember the talk of, hey, you're going to be a babyface? Because it clearly doesn't seem like it was the original plan, but wow, was he ever a babyface?
It wasn't the original plan. However, I think it was a two-pronged effect. Steve was getting over with his promos. The people liked him, and they were getting sick of Bret as the babyface. Bret had reached the point of Hulk Hogan, right before Wrestlemania 9, where people were sick of Hulkamania. They were sick of Bret at this point. So you had Bret and Steve colliding, and the promos Steve cut were honest. People could identify. He wasn't bullshitting them. He was saying real things about Bret Hart. He was saying the things that the audience was saying, but we still positioned Bret as that babyface, and the audience, they weren't buying it anymore.
Well, what they were buying is a lot of Austin 316 shirts. Austin 316, of course, was born at King of the Ring 96, which we've done an episode on in the archives at somethingtowrestle.com. The Austin 316 shirts were made very quickly, and before you know it, it's one of the hottest selling shirts in the business. And there's like an old school way of thinking that, hey, heels don't sell merchandise. Well, that was an exception when it came to the Austin 316 shirt, was it not?
It sure was. But it was a testament to the
popularity of Stone Cold Steve Austin. It was also a testament to the fact that most men don't want to wear a picture of another guy and his face on their shirt. Austin 316 was a message. It was a sign, and it was a slogan that people liked. It was cool. People on the outside that didn't know, they liked it. It was cool. People would ask, what the hell's Austin 316? So this was a departure from the normal Coco Beware shirt, a shot of Coco with Frankie the Bird and what have you, and Bret Hart with a picture of Bret Hart on the shirt. It was a statement, Austin 316. So they were different. People bought them.
Well, let's get to Royal Rumble 1997. We've done an episode on this, available in the archives, but let's touch on it very briefly here. January 19th, the Alamo Dome. Austin comes in at number 5. It's really probably his breakout performance. One of my favorite Rumbles of all time. He eliminates Phineas, Bart, Jake, Owen, Mero, Savio, Road Dogg, Vader, Undertaker, and Bret Hart. And ultimately he becomes the winner. Bret actually eliminated him, but the refs were on the other side of the ring. No one sees it. So Steve sneaks back in, eliminates Undertaker and Vader at the same time. And because Bret never saw him sneak back in, Bret winds up getting eliminated as well. And that's what the referees see. And Austin has announced the winner. And Bret's not happy, goes over to the commentators table, tries to shake up Vince McMahon. And it's a tease of what is to come. But at the time, you guys probably had a different plan in mind. What was Austin going to do at WrestleMania 13 from the best of your recollection?
God, I don't really remember. That's the crazy thing about it. I don't remember. And that's funny how when things change, that domino effect, you start moving in a new direction, you throw the old direction out of your brain a lot of times. But the Royal Rumble, for those of you in the, what is it, the meme world? What is it? A GIF? A GIF?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
You see that? Yeah, you see that Steve Austin sitting on the top rope, looking at his wrist like he's looking at his watch, waiting for the next guy to come out. That's from this Royal Rumble. And it just was, again, it was another chapter in the book of Steve Austin and that transition to the next chapter in his life of being a babyface. Everybody thought, I remember Jake Roberts, man, he's a heel. and trying to push him in that direction. But the more that we pushed Steve in the direction of being a heel, the more popular he became.
Well, the next night on Raw, it opens up with Bret Hart quitting the company over what happened at Royal Rumble. And Austin comes out and says that ever since you've come back, you've done nothing but cry. You say Vince screwed you, I screwed you, how everybody screwed you. And the bottom line is, when the going gets tough, the Harts get going back home. So go back to Canada, because the only person you can beat is your wrinkled up old man in his little old basement. Great promo, and it really does a lot to continue to build this Steve Austin feud. When did you realize, man, Bret and Steve is just fucking magic?
Wow. Right. Really and truly back at Survivor Series, because they had that special spark. They made beautiful music together, and it felt good. It felt real. And here was the opportunity. Well, let's get back there again. The other part about it was there's a way for a babyface to complain. There's a way for a babyface to come out and say, I got screwed. Unfortunately, I think that when Bret was doing it at this time, even as a babyface, he came across whiny. He came across like he was bitching and complaining all the time, which he was, because he was getting screwed all the time. When Steve pointed that out, I think, again, this was that turning point in the audience. And this is where you saw a little bit more of a mature audience say, you know what? Fuck Bret Hart. All he does is whine and cry because he loses. Austin comes out, kicks his ass, says he's going to kick his ass, and then kicks his ass. So it was those two, for whatever reason, they were like peanut butter and jelly.
Let's get to the final four. Goes down in Chattanooga on the heels of Shawn losing his smile. Now, instead of it being the final four participants from the Royal Rumble and the winner becomes the number one contender, now the winner becomes the world champion. Bret Hart winds up winning the match over Steve Austin, Big Van Vader, and The Undertaker. They go 24 minutes and change. One of my favorite matches ever, which is a little weird because it's a four-way, but even Meltzer loved it. It got 4.25 stars. Vader is bleeding like a stuck pig. What a memorable match this was. What do you remember about the final four in Chattanooga?
Well, I'll tell you why it was so memorable.
Easy for you to say.
I know. Is because you couldn't call it.
Right.
You had four guys that everybody believed, well, of course they're going to put it on Bret. He's the only logical answer. But you got Undertaker in there too. How do you beat the Undertaker? And then Vader had his little run stolen from him for a while. It could be Vader. He deserves it. But that fucking Austin is red hot. Maybe they're going to surprise us and do something just completely out of the blue and have Austin come over. To me, that was the beauty of that match. Going into it, there wasn't a clear cut. I see what they're going to do now. It was intriguing and it had people guessing, and you had different factions along the way. Big, strong Undertaker fans, they wanted him. You had your Bret Hart fans, but then you had that pocket swelling with Austin, and you had a section of it that felt Vader couldn't be beat. So that's what I remember of it, just the beauty of those four talents aligned at the same time and no one being able to call what the hell we were going to do. We weren't sure what we were going to do until the last minute.
Well, the next night on Raw, it all changed again. Sid beat Bret for the title when Austin hit Bret with a chair. And around that time, I guess maybe early March, it comes out in the Observer that Austin has a partial tear of his PCL and he's supposed to be out of action until WrestleMania. Man, what could have been? Were you guys concerned that he wouldn't be able to make the big show?
Not really. It was a partial tear, and it was something that was bothering Steve, but it was also something that could be fixed relatively quickly without not a lot of rehab time. So the feeling was that, you know what, he'll make it. We'll get him there. And Steve didn't think it was a big deal at the time. Eventually, Steve would have issues with both knees and get everything fixed. But at this time, he was on a roll and wanted to get some rest and just heal up as much as he possibly could before Mania.
Well, what they announced on TV while he's at home is that Bret is going to wrestle Steve Austin at WrestleMania 13 in a submission match. And I find this story fascinating because it's my favorite match of all time. And it's a lot of people's favorite match. If you haven't watched it, you should. It's WrestleMania 13, a submission match with Stone Cold Steve Austin and Bret Hart. But that little detail about it being a submission match is something even Austin didn't know until he saw it on TV. And he's been critical of the decision. Of course, it wound up working out and being just fine. But he says, man, a submission match is hard to do, especially when you don't have a submission finisher.
Yeah. I will never forget that conversation. God damn, what the hell am I supposed to do, kid? I ain't got no submission. What are we working to? I said, well, obviously this is Bret's match. It favors Bret. It puts you in a hole. But goddamn, what do I do? And I think that Steve was missing the fact that we wanted him in jeopardy. We wanted the odds to be against Steve Austin. And he was just really concerned. He didn't think it would be a good match because he was a brawler. Steve liked to get in and kick and punch and brawl. Didn't think they were going to buy him in a submission match. Couldn't have been more wrong.
On March 10th, JR is interviewing Ken Shamrock, and JR announces that Shamrock will be the very special guest referee in the Austin Bret match at WrestleMania, which JR teases might be a title match.
And of course, Shamrock is saying he's going to be a fair referee, whether or not Austin or Brett like it. He won't be intimidated, blah, blah, blah. And then Austin, speaking through the video wall, interrupts Shamrock's comments. Why did you guys think that you needed to add Ken Shamrock to the mix here?
Because we had signed a deal with Shamrock and we had finally come to terms with Shamrock to come in and work. It was a way of introducing that character, different light, by putting him in as a special guest referee. It also was an opportunity to have the aftermath with Bret Hart, where you could see Ken Shamrock wasn't going to take shit from anybody. And Ken was a pretty big name, probably the biggest name other than Hoist Gracie out of the UFC. So Ken Shamrock moving over to professional wrestling, sports entertainment, that was a big deal in the world of sport. Because now people forgot that Ken Shamrock, before he went into the UFC, was a professional wrestler. Those people are now like, oh my God, why would he leave a legitimate sport like UFC to go to that damn WWF? This is blasphemy. So it was a way to introduce Ken in a place where he was comfortable, submission wrestling. He would be the referee. People knew he wasn't going to take any shit off of Stone Cold Steve Austin. As we found out, sure wasn't going to take any shit off of Bret Hart. And it was a nice way to introduce Ken and get him in the mix. And it also alleviates that feeling of, well, Austin doesn't have a submission. Now he had a third man in the ring. That's, what the hell is he going to do with that?
The go home episode of Monday Night Raw, right before WrestleMania 13, is one of my favorite episodes of Raw ever. If you're looking for something to watch this week, I can't recommend that enough, but let's talk about WrestleMania 13. It's a match that we've covered before in our archives at somethingtowrestle.com. It goes down on March 23rd, 1997, right there in Chicago. Bret Hart gets the win in a submission match. The best match of all time. It's 5 stars in the Observer. It's 5 stars in anybody's book who matters. Just an unbelievable performance. We can't possibly put it over enough here on this show. When did you know, okay, here's what we're doing? Because it does feel like you guys are sort of forced to reshuffle the deck. I think everybody knows the original plan was supposed to be Bret and Shawn at WrestleMania 13. Shawn pulls up lame with the "I lost my smile" speech, and you guys are left to scramble. So the main event, instead of being Bret and Shawn, becomes Sid and Undertaker, which isn't quite the main event maybe you were hoping for, but holy cow, does this Bret Hart Austin match make up for it completely? Where does that rank? Where does that match rank in your all time? As long as you were with the company, where is it in the pecking order?
Probably in the top 3 ever. And the reason I say that is because it was such a great display of the proper psychology in working a match. It was the perfect double switch. It turned Austin babyface and turned Bret heel very clearly throughout that entire match. And when we left that night, you had Bret as a Stone Cold heel, no pun intended, and you had Steve Austin as a Stone Cold babyface. In the middle of that, you introduced a brand new character in Ken Shamrock to our world and went, holy shit, he's a top guy, because he's already throwing top guys around. Both Bret and Steve respected Shamrock throughout the match. Shamrock played it perfectly. So to me, it was the perfect match in every element. Steve went out, was the heel in the beginning, Bret babyface. Shamrock was the perfect third man enforcer. And throughout the course of that match, they took that audience and completely turned them. And had Steve on the outset being the biggest babyface in the world, and Bret being the biggest asshole, and Ken Shamrock being a tough son of a bitch. So psychologically, that was amazing. The work in the match, just the way that it was put together, the way that Bret and Austin worked together and told that story. But to Bret, the ring was a canvas. Brett being an artist, that was his metaphor. He liked to look at the mat and at the ring as that was his canvas to paint his picture. And on that night, he painted the Mona Lisa.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it's a double turn. It tells a great story, as you said. But one of the things that you didn't mention is that Austin didn't quit. He winds up passing out from blood loss. What a twist, because now you've got this anti-hero who just refuses to quit. Let's fast forward. The March 31st Raw, McMahon is interviewing Steve Austin, and Austin says he never quit. And Brett didn't do a damn thing. He just knocked his head against a guardrail. And Austin says he only passed out because his blood was pumping out of his head faster than his heart could keep up with. And he's telling Brett, put on a clean pair of panties and come down and I'll whip your ass. Brett comes on the big screen, responds to Steve Austin, and Brett says he's finished with Austin. And Austin says something like, you'll have to kill me to be finished with me. And he talks about how he's going to kill Bret Hart, and his tombstone is going to say, Austin whipped my pink and black ass, or something like that. Usually a WrestleMania show like this is the blow off of a big angle, but you guys decide that, hey man, that was awesome. Let's keep it going. Why did you make the decision to keep going with Bret and Austin after WrestleMania?
It's a totally brand new match now. You have, with them switching roles, it's like having a brand new opponent. So it is starting all over again with them in the opposite roles, Bret being the heel and Austin being the baby face. And the beauty, and to me, I think this is just so pivotal. With Steve Austin, when Steve turned babyface, and I remember using Kevin Nash as an example, we didn't change him. We kept him the same Steve Austin that he was as the ringmaster coming in and turning into Stone Cold Steve Austin. We didn't all of a sudden, okay, Steve's now a babyface, let's bring him into the office and have him at the 4th of July picnic cooking hot dogs and handing out slices of watermelon with a big old smile on his face. This was still that same nasty guy. We tweaked his opponents. We didn't tweak him. So we just switched sides of what side of the roster he was working with. He kept his same promos. He kept his same demeanor. He kept everything the same. So that audience that began to love him, now they really love him because he's saying, fuck the establishment. I'm not changing for anybody. I'm going to continue to be this same Stone Cold Steve Austin. And in my opinion, I think it was a battle, but that was what made the difference in keeping and making Steve as strong of a baby face right off the bat, is that we didn't change him. We let the audience just have him. It's like, here you go. And they love that.
Well, I think we all loved the WrestleMania match. I hate to go back to it, but it's my favorite match ever. Let's address the rumor and innuendo, because at the time, I think you guys had like an anti-blood policy, and here's Steve Austin just pouring a gusher on the pay-per-view. I know we've touched on this in our WrestleMania 13 episode, available in the archives, but chat me up. The storyline here, or the word we've heard rather, is that Bret and Austin did this on their own.
They did. And we did have an anti-blood policy, and it was something that I believe Bret felt the match really needed and took it upon themselves to do it. But no one knew about it, and it was meant to look like it was a hard way with the bell in the corner, which has happened. But no, that was something the talent did on their own.
So fascinating to me, because that match is totally different without it. Let's get to their next match. It's April 20th, Rochester, New York.
But Conrad, hang on. Even as you say that, and we had an anti-blood policy, think of that shot of Steve.
Iconic.
Forever. I don't know that it wouldn't have been the same.
No, I agree. Any fines passed out? Any heat?
A lot of heat. Vince handled it himself personally, but there was a lot of heat. He was not happy.
Well, we were. So thank you, Brett, for bucking the company policy. Because wow, what a match. You guys did a rematch though. The next In Your House, April 20th, Rochester, New York. This time Steve gets a win over Brett by DQ. Obviously it's a good match, but it's nowhere near, what they did at WrestleMania. There is a referee bump. Brett gets a chair, used it on Austin's knee, does the figure 4 around the ring post, which is pretty creative spot. I mean, Brett created that whole thing, figure 4 around the ring post, right?
Yeah. Bret Hart is one of those guys that you could go out and Brett would either be sitting in the crowd or just walking around the ringside area and just staring at the ring constantly and was constantly creating. And I remember, I forget who the hell it was. It may have been Owen that he took in the ring and said, let me try something, and put the figure 4 on him. And it was like, holy shit. It looked like it hurt like hell. It probably hurt Brett more than anybody, but it was so visually vicious that you went, holy crap. And that was the kind of thing that, in my opinion, made Bret Hart so unique, in that he would always constantly try to be different and create something new. And Austin, of course, same thing. Austin always wanted to be different. He wanted to stand out. So you take those two heads and you put them together, and this is what you got. And I think that I can't think of a bad match that Brett and Steve had. You look at some of them, that one was a stinker. They were off that day. No chemistry that day. But I can't think of one.
Well, this is sort of the forgotten match in their trilogy of pay-per-view matches. I think everybody talks about the Survivor Series 96 match and of course WrestleMania 13, but this In Your House one, I feel like people sort of gloss over. But it was a fun match. Ultimately, Bulldog comes in and hits Austin with a chair. That allows for the DQ, but it's still a fun match. 3 3/4 stars. And Brett's actually working this match with a bad knee and a bad wrist. And he winds up getting knee surgery on the 23rd of April and then wrist surgery the next day. And it's written in a storyline the next night on Raw, where he has a confrontation with Stone Cold Steve Austin. Raw opens with Vince interviewing Austin, and JR announces that Austin is scheduled to face Brett in a street fight. And they put a countdown on the screen, and the fans count down the final 10 seconds, and Brett doesn't come out after Austin's challenge. And Raw says that he saw Brett in the locker room in the back, so he's here. And Austin says something like, I knew damn well you didn't have the damn guts to show up, so I'm going back there to get you. And then Brett appears on the screen. Brett, of course, is with Owen and Bulldog standing by his side, and he accepts the challenge. And this is a pretty famous pay-per-view here, or show here rather. And they show Austin walking around looking for Brett. Eventually Austin comes back to the ring, and this is later in the show, and Brett comes out in street clothes, and a 3-on-1 attack happens here. And Shawn Michaels comes out of the crowd and saves Austin, swinging at Brett, who ducks, but he nails Owen and Bulldog. This street fight where all of a sudden Shawn Michaels makes the save. Who would have predicted that this is the way the creative would go just a few months prior? This is just seeing what's hot and going with it, is it not?
Exactly. And you had to. It was also where we were utilizing live television and not doing, you go back and you look at the way that we traditionally did things. We would do 3 weeks of television at a time, sometimes 4 weeks even. By doing live TV and doing TV every other week, it afforded you the opportunity to change and basically adapt on a dime. So we were able to do that going along. And yeah, it's guys were getting injured. It's a way to pivot and move on to the next thing fairly quickly. So if you had something there and you have a Shawn Michaels available, now Bret's hurt and Bret has all these issues. We've got to get Bret out of the picture for a little while still keeping him in the picture. That enabled us to do it. So it was a chance to really utilize the live television aspect and the different way that we did television at that time to our advantage.
This is the episode where you guys have Bret Hart put on a stretcher and then put in an ambulance. Pretty memorable moment on Monday Night Raw. What do you remember about the involvement of an ambulance? Because as a kid, I remember this. I mean, still, I remember this like it happened 2 weeks ago, not 20 something years ago.
I'll tell you, and I'll give you the analogy that was always given. Damn it, I want to see that ambulance like when Strongbow and they took him out on the stretcher and loaded him in the ambulance. It's a visual that you as a child, you can still remember that visual of that ambulance. That was real to people. That made it real. There was the deal, he kept going back to Strongbow, where they took the ring steps that were wooden ring steps. They broke the ring steps apart and made a splint for Strongbow's leg when Greg Valentine broke his leg. Because Greg Valentine liked to break Native Americans' legs, apparently. But they wrapped Strongbow up and carried him out and then put him in the ambulance. So that was the visual. That was letting you know Bret's fucked now. He's really hurt, folks. He's going out on an ambulance, and it wasn't overused at this point. It wasn't something that you saw every other week. It was special, so they knew, okay, this may have gone too far. The rest of that shit over there, that's just entertainment. But that one was real. When they fight for them gold belts and stuff, they's real.
The next week, April 28th, Undertaker beats Bulldog by DQ. Austin makes the save. Undertaker's cleaning house. But then Austin turns on Undertaker and hits the stunner. Undertaker sits up, grabs Austin by the throat, choke slams him. And eventually when Austin recovers, he goes after Bret, who at this point is in the wheelchair. But then he's attacked by Jim Neidhart, who's returning. And Bret hits Austin with the crutch, breaking the crutch, knocking Austin off the stage. Austin's doing a stretcher job as the show goes off the air. So they're back and forth with everybody's living in a stretcher, but it's a fun way to bring back Jim Neidhart as well. Hypothetically, what'd that sound like when you found out that Jim's coming back?
There, you got the rhino there, and a big a strong bastard. He and Bret, they've been in the ring. It'd be good. Get the boys, get that back together. That big bastard, this strong bastard.
In Your House, Cold Day in Hell is a match that sort of goes untalked about. I mean, it's almost a forgotten world title match. It's the Undertaker pinning Steve Austin in a world title match on pay-per-view in 1997. And it's his first world title match on pay-per-view. I mean, this is a big moment. I mean, Steve Austin, who's always been slotted, not necessarily, I hate the term underneath, but he's always been underneath, and now he's on top working Undertaker, who is even at this point an icon in the company. It's a 3-star match, but Undertaker gets the win here. What'd you think of the match, and how big of a deal was this for Steve to main event a pay-per-view for the world title against the fucking Undertaker? It had to be something he took a lot of pride in.
Sure, it was. It was a hell of a deal. And it was also, one of those you got to tread lightly on, because Undertaker's a popular character as well, no matter what role he's in, whether he's playing a baby face or a heel, that's a tough position to be in. But Steve Austin, again, to our audience, maybe he didn't main event and go for the title in a lot of pay-per-views. He was always in a top spot. When Steve first came into the company, he went around as the ringmaster with no program, no nothing, and worked with Shawn Michaels every night for the championship. Tore the house down, and that was one of those that guy has got it. That guy is going to be a huge star one day. Even though Vince still only saw him as the ringmaster, whatever you do, don't let him talk. He can't talk with that damn Southern accent. And now, Steve is moving on to the pay-per-view, but for so long, Steve in the heel role was the perfect opponent for any babyface to help get him over. And so Steve had been in the top position in house shows almost since the day that he walked in the door.
This match in particular is interesting because Brian Pillman hops the rail and the bell rings, causing some momentary confusion. The match is eventually restarted. Undertaker, of course, gets the tombstone and the pin, but afterwards, the Hart Foundation attacks the Undertaker, and Austin sees Bret by himself in the wheelchair, knocks him off the wheelchair, grabs one of the crutches, hits the ring, and cleans house with it. It's a 3-star match and segment, and Steve Austin is on fire. Let's go to the May 19th Raw. Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels wind up challenging Owen Hart and Davey Boy Smith. How in the world do Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels become the strangest of bedfellows here?
Because they were the hottest damn baby faces that we had at the time. And for that exact reaction, how the fuck do these guys coexist? When you tell the backstory, they're both Texans. They're both from the same part of Texas, pretty much. And that kind of makes sense. But personality wise, on air, they were as opposite could get. Steve was the rough, tough, and Shawn was the heartbreak kid and sexy boy, if you will. In real life, they're very similar. They both love to hunt. They're both from Texas, and enjoy the same things. But this was, for us, it was something that made a lot of sense. And it also now you have Shawn dust that you can sprinkle on people, and it allowed Shawn to sprinkle a little bit of that charisma and the most electrifying on Steve somewhat. I thought they were, that to me, it was a hell of a tag team at the time.
Well, the Raw on May 26th opens with them doing an interview, and then they start arguing. LOD comes out, and what do you know, later in the same episode, Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels win the tag titles when Shawn super kicks Davey Boy. And of course, after the match, the Hart Foundation interfere and we're back at it. But this is really Shawn's first match back after losing his smile and forfeiting the world title. And he's back as a tag champ. Whose idea was this? This seems like it comes out of left field, man.
It did. But it was also, Shawn was, okay, I'm better. I'm back. I'm ready to go. So get Shawn in the mix. Steve was, man, that tide was rising. So use both of them to keep going. It was a good combination, and it was good pairing to put them together because they were the two biggest baby faces in the company at the time.
It would be reported in the Observer that Austin actually hurt his neck again in this match. And of course we know that Steve Austin is going to have a series of neck issues, the biggest of which we're going to talk about in a little bit. But first, when did you know, when was it on the company's radar? Hey man, Steve might have a neck thing going on.
Probably right about this time, because Steve was having problems with it. The issue a lot of times, especially back then when we didn't know a whole lot about, you didn't know a whole lot about concussions. You didn't know a lot about a lot of things. And we didn't have a physician on the road with the boys full time. We did have physicians at television tapings and pay-per-views, obviously, but they weren't out on the road with them full time. And the guys were going out working and having nagging injuries, but they didn't want to let anybody know. It's like, oh, I'll work through it. I'm just stiff. I'm fine. And Steve had this injury and gone to a doctor who doesn't understand that wrestling is work. You control your bumps. You do all of these things. And he just looked at what he saw and says, man, you can't do this. that guy's dropping you on your head. This guy's doing that to you. And Steve, I don't know that Steve wanted to smarten the doctor up and let him know, no, it's a work. So I think he took the advice of some of the early doctors as, okay, I need some rest. Yeah, certainly I'm not going to stop my career because I'm sore. And that was the attitude a lot of times with guys. We didn't have the knowledge, I think, that we have now. And you look back, God, 25 years ago, you just didn't know.
The next week on Raw, Brett announces he's not going to be able to wrestle Shawn Michaels at King of the Ring, and he actually suggests that Austin take his place, which is what happens, and we'll talk about that in a minute. LOD on this episode of Monday Night Raw get a win over Michaels and Austin by countout, when Austin and Shawn are actually brawling with each other, which is sort of interesting. The storyline here is these guys are tag champs, but can't get along, and they're going to have a singles match at King of the Ring. But the original plan was supposed to be Shawn and Brett at King of the Ring. Is that right?
I am trying to remember. I believe it was, but this time Brett was injured.
Right.
So that was a little bit of the motivation behind the tag team, the unlikely tag team of Shawn and Brett. I mean, of Shawn and Stone Cold. The other thing is you're looking at this because Steve was red fucking hot as a heel. We thought, all right, well, they'll be behind Steve. You know, this thing's going to move on because Shawn lost his smile. Shawn's back. He's the pretty boy. And there's this big groundswell. And then, holy fuck, we get there and they were happy as shit to see Shawn. And we're kind of going, uh-oh, I don't know if this was the greatest booking in the world.
Let's talk about the King of the Ring match. Shawn and Steve go to a double DQ in 22 minutes. It gets 4 stars in the Observer. It's a fun match, but it does feel a little weird. There's a ref bump, and it's supposed to be a finish, but it's not. I guess I should mention too, and this is kind of fun. He gives the referee a stunner. It's Tim White, but he gives the referee a stunner, and then Michael super kicks him, and he has him pinned, but there's no referee to count the pin, which is a fun story. Shawn gets frustrated not being able to get the pin, and he had Austin down forever, so he should have. But then Earl Hebner, a third referee, runs in and disqualifies both men for attacking the first 2 referees. The fans are not happy with the finish, but it does tell a good story, and it gets a great rating in the Observer, especially for sort of a non-finish. What'd you think? I mean, did you guys have any idea that this was going to be as good as it was, especially on, and I know you hate this term. This is kind of a throwaway pay-per-view, is it not?
No, not really. But this was kind of a mystery. We didn't know what we were going to have, and we really thought Steve would be the bigger baby face. We didn't expect Shawn to get the kind of reaction that he got, which was bigger than Steve's at this time. So the audience live was taking Shawn as, man, full-fledged, old-fashioned baby face. Oh my God. And there were people that were behind Steve, and Steve definitely had his portion of the audience. The match itself, excellent. And you really can't beat either one of these guys at this point. So I loved the creativity of the finish because you kept going, and both guys looked good in the end of it. And sometimes you have that type of a finish where everybody's going, what the fuck? You don't have a winner or loser, but it was damn exciting and told a good story. That here you have this unlikely tag team that are now wrestling each other because they don't like each other. And in the end, it furthered that Stone Cold character because out of nowhere he stuns the referee and everybody comes in, and it was it wasn't too convoluted. It was pretty damn easy to follow.
The next Raw sees Austin wrestling Brian Pillman. It ends in a DQ win for Austin. It's notable because Austin actually breaks Pillman's nose in the match after he kicks a chair into his face. And these two guys are best of friends going back to their run in WCW when they were the Hollywood Blondes. What was their relationship like here in 97, Austin and Pillman?
They had a good relationship, and this was, Brian had been through so much with the Humvee accident and everything, and we were looking for Brian to come in and have that program with Steve. For those who remembered, the Hollywood Blondes thought they would really appreciate it, but also more importantly was, if you wanted to get Brian Pillman over, you got to put him with the hottest guy on the roster at the time, which was Stone Cold Steve Austin. And Steve really wanted to work with Brian. So them coming in and then all the series of injuries that took place with Brian, it was snake bit from the beginning.
Let's talk a little bit about Calgary Stampede. We've covered this episode in great detail in the archives. We did a whole show on it, but the main event is one of the most legendary matches of the year. Brett, Owen, Davey, Neidhart, Pillman on one side, the Hart Foundation, taking on Steve Austin, LOD, Ken Shamrock, and Goldust. It goes 24 minutes. It's so over with the crowd. The camera is shaking. It got 4.25 stars in the Observer. Afterwards, a huge celebration by the entire Hart clan in the ring. Such a special moment. What can you tell us about Canadian Stampede?
Well, obviously it was a very special night because the Canadian heroes, if you were, it was their homecoming. It was a chance for the Hart Foundation in their home to be victorious and conquer those big bad Americans. You move 100 miles south into the States and you would have the exact opposite reaction, where the Hart Foundation would have been the heels all the way and the baby faces would have been them damn red, white, and blue baby faces. But this was the beginning of that siege, that feeling where you were going, holy cow, the audience was into everything. They were believing everything. Austin was red hot just as a character in general. Bret Hart was red hot as a character in general. And you had these two factions. It was what's the best, let's say Hulk Hogan versus the Iron Sheik. Clearly USA versus Iran. Traditional all-American flag waving babyface. This wasn't that. This was natural. This was country pride and Canada loving their homegrown sons, man. These were their heroes. They were one of them. And America saying, fuck you, Canada, and your homegrown sons. We want our homegrown sons. Stone Cold Steve Austin from Texas. Doesn't get any better than coming from Texas, by God. But that whole, it was us versus them without ever having to really go there. We did go there, but in the beginning, it wasn't an America versus Canada. It was Austin versus Brett and the Hart Foundation. But the two countries took it that way. And again, that was another example of the audience dictating and being able to dictate the roles no matter what country they were in.
The next night on Raw from Edmonton, the Hart Foundation's in the ring watching the Tron as the Canadian national anthem is playing. Austin comes out from behind, takes them all out with chairs. And then later in the show, Austin pins Hunter Hearst Helmsley. And after the match, he's doing a interview and calls Mankind to the ring, and they wind up hugging, but he turns on Mankind and hits him with the stunner. Michaels is out of action after his backstage fight with Bret Hart, and it's announced that there's going to be a tournament with the winner facing Austin and a partner of his choosing for the tag titles. And Mankind is asking Austin to pick him as his partner. Of course, Owen and Bulldog win the tournament.
On the July 14th Raw, it's announced that Austin is going to challenge Owen Hart for the Intercontinental title at SummerSlam in a kiss my ass match, which is kind of fun. Later in the show, Austin faces Owen and Bulldog for the tag titles by himself, and they have a good match. And they announce a partner is going to show up after the commercial break. It turns out to be Mankind. This time is Dude Love, and Austin uses the stunner on Bulldog, and Love pins him at 10 minutes. This is the debut of Dude Love. And it's interesting that happened when he was tagging with Steve Austin. I think that sort of gets buried. Talk to me about Dude Love. I don't know when we'll talk about him again.
Well, Steve was partnerless, and Steve was, going out and doing all these tag matches and tag scenarios by himself. Steve needed a partner, but Steve Austin is not the stereotypical going to go out and ask anybody for help. So Mankind had been trying to pick me, Steve, I'll help you. And Steve, I don't need your goddamn help. And it was a story that had gone on and on with Mankind. So what eventually happened is you have the alter ego of Mankind and Mick Foley, Dude Love, who decides that Steve Austin needs a partner, and he also might need a little bit of love. And that would be where the Dude came in. So the debut of Dude Love coming out and helping a guy that doesn't want help in Stone Cold Steve Austin, and the two of them being successful. And Steve, that typical, this is where we realize that it didn't matter who you were, babyface, heel, man, woman, child. Steve Austin had to stun you at the end of the night. Hulk Hogan must pose, Steve Austin must stun.
Wow, I felt a t-shirt coming on. The July 21st Raw is from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Brett, Owen, and Davey Boy get a win over Undertaker, Austin, and Dude Love in a flag on the pole match. The finish comes when Brian Pillman is under the ring and knocks down the Undertaker as he tries to climb the pole to get the American flag. So of course, on the opposite side, Brett grabs the Canadian flag for the win, and that gets us to SummerSlam. We've touched on this before. Tell us the story. Steve Austin and Owen Hart here. This changes everything.
Well, I thought, you go into it, it was a great match up until that one point where Owen Hart delivered the, reverse pile driver with Steve, and man, it changed the course of wrestling, changed the course of Stone Cold Steve Austin's career forever. I mean, that one moment in the match. And after hitting the pile driver where Steve's head was dropped down too low, and Owen hit it differently than I think Steve was expecting him to hit it. And where when you do the tombstone pile driver that Steve thought he was going to get, you come down on your knees, and Owen delivered it where he comes down on his ass. Both of which have been done a variety of times, and a lot of times safely. And I think if you were to have Owen Hart do the move 100 times in a row, he'd probably hit it. And this was unfortunately one of the nights that mistakes happen, and it was Steve Austin's head that got drilled into the mat, leaving Steve essentially paralyzed in the middle of the ring, and couldn't feel anything, didn't have control of his body. And that's a scary fucking place to be. And Steve somehow mustered enough and got back enough feeling in the ring to be able to kind of roll Owen Hart up and get the victory. It's funny because, it would have been easy for Owen just to cover Steve at that point, 1, 2, 3. But Steve called it because the stipulation was if you lose the match, if Austin lost the match, he'd have to kiss Owen's ass. And he didn't want to do that stipulation. And plus, that was the finish of the match. Steve would win and win the Intercontinental Championship. But imagine the faculties of Steve down there not being able to fully control his body. I was like, well, I ain't going to kiss some bitch's ass. And having the wherewithal to roll him up in the worst roll up in wrestling history. But just because, when you look at it, the worst roll up in wrestling history, however, kind of one of the most miraculous too, that he was even able to do that much when you look at how bad his neck was.
He wrote about this in his book. He says they talked about the spot beforehand, in the back. And, he even says that he clarified not once, but twice that Owen was going to fall on his knees, not his ass. And he thought Owen was ribbing when he said, no, he falls on his ass. And he was still upset about it. He talked about, you know, if you watch the videotape, this is directly from his book. If you watch the videotape, my head's about 6 to 8 inches below his ass. I weigh 250. He weighed 225 or thereabouts at the time. But with the jump up and impact down, man, I got spiked head first into the mat hard as hell. That's one of the things that's going to turn you into a quadriplegic quicker than anything, like what happened to Christopher Reeves. It's called an axial load. It's not a whiplash thing, but a major impact blow to the spinal cord. Boom. I remember when it happened, I was going to kick out on 2.5 or 2 3/4. I was going to sell the pile driver, but I was going to kick out of it at the last second. And when my head hit the mat, it was as if a big gong went off in my body. When stuff like that happens, people usually go unconscious or get all groggy, but I stayed razor sharp the whole time. It was almost like I had super hearing. My legs straightened up, my arms bent up, my hands were frozen. I remember kind of picking my head up from the mat and telling the referee, Earl Hebner, tell him not to fucking touch me. I can't move. And Earl got up and told Owen, don't touch him. He can't move. And then I said, tell him to buy me some time. Earl told him that. So Owen started trying to get the crowd to chant and chanting to the crowd. And he was buying me time that I needed. Eventually you can actually see Earl tell Owen, and Owen looks down at Steve and he's very concerned several times, but they got to find a way out of this. So he walks around the ring yelling at the crowd, and a minute and a half go by. And Austin would say, I finally started to get a little bit of my feeling back in my limbs. My shoulder and interior delts were on fire. It felt like it took everything I had to bend my legs and try to get into a crawl position, but I couldn't crawl on my hands because I couldn't use my hands yet at all. But we had to get to the finish and I had to win. So I was crawling around on my elbows and I told the ref, roll up for the win. He told Owen what I had called. And the next thing was the worst looking roll up in wrestling history because he couldn't use his limbs. And he manages to hold Owen on his back and get a 3 count. Whew. This is not a good moment in his career. And he held a bit of a grudge for this, did he not?
Yeah, he did. And I think that Steve, again, it's the risk you take every time that you step into the ring. You're giving someone else your body, so you trust them with your body. I don't believe for a second that Owen Hart maliciously hurt Steve Austin, and I think it was a freak accident that happened. However, when it's you being dropped on your head and being paralyzed and going through what Steve did, I think I would probably be bitter and a little pissed off as well. So as great of a technician as Owen Hart was, this was a mistake, and this was something that unfortunately happened. You go back and you think of, as I said before, the fact that Steve was able to regain some feeling and have the wherewithal to crawl on his elbows and get to the worst looking roll up in the history of the business. That in and of itself is kind of miraculous as well when you find out after the fact, and unfortunately long after the fact, how bad that injury really was. So to those of us watching in the back, you're looking at it and you're thinking, oh shit, he's got a stinger. Because that's what you thought in those days. Guy gets his bell rung and he's hurt for a minute and can't move and he kind of loses all feeling. We called that a stinger. Just thought Steve had a stinger. He was up afterwards and we're like, let's get him some help, because you could tell that once the referees got him up, the way he was holding his hands, his legs were just wobbly and everything. He did not have full control of his body, and something was wrong. And that's those little nuances that you can tell a guy is hurt, and how they hold their legs, how their legs go, and how they hold their hands. And that was a telltale sign with Steve. He was hurt, and this wasn't just a stinger. But in the flow of everything, and everything's going on live, and we didn't have communication back from the referee. All you could do is kind of look at the situation and try and assess it as best you could and say, is he hurt? And the referee's telling me, yeah, he is hurt. It's like, all right, well, let's get out of this thing. But you have to trust the competitors in the ring at that point for them to make the right decision. And I think Steve made the only decision, that he felt was right, and did what he had to do. It sucked.
They take him to the hospital. They do an x-ray. He doesn't remember them doing an MRI that night. He says, pretty sure they didn't, but the reports that come back are negative. And later he has more tests done in Philadelphia, and it shows that he had a bruised spinal cord, and he would be dealing with this for years to come. Meltzer would report that Steve went in for an MRI on August the 8th and was told by one of the leading neck specialists in the country that he should retire and that he'd be risking paralysis to continue. The MRI showed what's known in football as a stinger, trauma to the C4 and C5 vertebrae. Since he's not going to retire, he is going to get a second opinion from a Philadelphia doctor who is reputed to be the leading neck specialist in the U.S. Those who have talked with Austin say he really doesn't feel that bad now. He has some pain, but he's ready to get back to work. That's the report from the Observer. Fast forward a few weeks, and Meltzer would write, among other injuries, Austin, 32, suffered a bruise of the spine along with his fairly significant neck problems that were a combination of both the recent jar and the cumulative effect of the wear and tear of his wrestling career. The injury resulted in continual tingling in his shoulders, similar to if one sleeps wrong on their shoulders and wakes up with their limb asleep. The feeling was that Austin would eventually be able to wrestle, although the doctor that he first saw in Texas recommended that he retire and warned him that the suffering of another serious injury of the type would put him at risk of paralysis. Due to that, he'll likely have to modify his in-ring style and not take certain bumps that could potentially aggravate the injury. The basic prognosis was that after laying off and doing rehab for the next 2 months, he'd be re-examined, and at that time he'd have a better idea of when he could return to the ring. Man, the domino effect of this, especially when he is as hot as he is, the biggest moment in his, or he's right in the middle of the biggest push of his entire career. And he's getting all of these reports that, hey man, something similar to this happens again. Not only is your career over, but you might not be able to walk. Devastating news.
And being in the wrestling business, you take that advice from professionals who see this every day as a grain of salt, because they don't see wrestlers every day. So you take that as, okay, that's for the normal guy walking down the street. I'm an athlete, I'm in good shape, and what I can withstand is different than what you're used to seeing. So a lot of times we have the tendency to self-diagnose. Steve didn't want to hear that. Steve didn't want to hear that his career was going to be over, and hell, neither did we. We didn't want Steve's career to be over. So you seek other experts that can possibly remedy whatever the hell's going on. You try and find someone that will say, okay, yeah, you've got this injury. This is what you'll need to do to rehab that injury so that you can get back to doing what you do. However, because of the injury that Steve had, you're not going to be able to do all aspects of what you do. You're going to have to modify that. And that was the answer Steve was looking for so that he could continue his career. He was willing to do whatever it took to get to that next step so that he could get back into the ring and do the rehab, do the work, and hope that after he'd done the rehab, he was going to get a clean bill of health and that the doctor would clear him to come back. And I don't think that Steve was ever interested in taking any kind of pile driver or anything that dropped him on his head ever again after experiencing that. And Steve was pissed. He was not happy because it was during a time that he was as hot as he had ever been. So this was a hiccup in that run that ended up, it's funny, as you look at Steve Austin's entire career, some of the times, this time being one of those examples, but with his knees and some other injuries throughout the years, those times that he was off and we used him in different ways would make him even hotter on the other side. And that was one of those kind of amazing enigmas that you would go, well, shit, if he only got hurt again, then no, that's a terrible thing to say. But for whatever reason, his personality, everything that he did, the way that he fought back, and we would keep him on TV and keep him alive, he would be hotter on the other side.
Talk to me about Owen. Allegedly there's, their relationship was never the same. And Austin contends that Owen never called him. And he felt like that wasn't the right thing to do. And he says they were still cordial to each other, but he didn't find Owen nearly as funny as he used to. Did you ever have a conversation about sort of the after effects of SummerSlam 97 with Steve Austin in regards to his relationship with Owen?
Yeah. And Steve, I'll say the word pissed, but I bet you that hurt would be a better adjective to describe what he was feeling, because that could have been not just the end of Steve's career. That could have put Steve in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. And I don't know if Owen, didn't try to call him, or I have no idea what happened on that side. However, from Steve's side of it, Steve has always said that he didn't reach out to him. And that was something that affected Steve. That it's like, hey man, I gave you my body. I trusted you in the ring to take care of me in the ring. And in Austin's mind, and I think in any other professional's mind, he betrayed that trust. It was an accident. However, I do think that if the shoe were on the other foot, I think Steve would have been there to make sure that the guy was all right, whoever it was. And I know if it was me, I think I would have been there to do whatever I could to make sure that they were okay. It's little things. Brock Lesnar kicked a wall in my face, literally broke my face, shattered my orbital, broke my nose in 3 places, collapsed my sinuses. And that we were in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and I flew home. When I arrived home the next day or the day after, when I got back from the doctor, there was the biggest box of lobsters and crab and shrimp and all this stuff from a place that Brock and I had found in Seattle, with a note. Here's looking at you and see you later, with an eye drawn on it and all this stuff. And Brock, constantly called to make sure I was okay. So that's common courtesy to me. And Owen, coming from a wrestling family, I don't know what the motivation would have been for him not to. I'm sure that he had a good one. I don't know. I really don't know. But if he didn't, then shame on him. And at the time, Steve may not have wanted to hear it, but I'm sure that Steve would remember if somebody reached out to him and was there. I do. I mean, just my little thing with Brock Lesnar. It was, I will never forget that gesture and how concerned Brock was for me after the fact.
Let's remind everybody that as a result of this injury, Austin has to forfeit both the Intercontinental and the tag titles. Let's talk about In Your House Ground Zero. There's supposed to be a ceremony here where Dude Love and Austin are going to give up the tag titles to Sergeant Slaughter. Of course, Dude gives his up, but Austin comes out to a huge pop and starts running down JR, Vince McMahon, and Sergeant Slaughter, throws his belt down, and he's calling Jim Ross a fat ass. And when Ross praises him, Austin gives him the stunner, which is the first time we see something like that, a big deal. And the crowd chants Slaughter sucks, and they're helping Ross out. And, I mean, this is stealing the show, and he's not even really wrestling a match. Later in the night, there's a tournament for the finals of the tag team titles, and the Headbangers beat Owen and Bulldog when Owen is putting Mosh in the sharpshooter, and Austin runs in and gives a stunner, and then Mosh scores the pin and wins the titles. You know, this is clearly done to keep him in the limelight and keep him on TV and keep him hot while he can't wrestle. But if he's got a neck injury and he's passing out stunners, I mean, that requires you to fall on your ass and put more pressure on your spine, does it not?
It's going to put pressure on your tailbone, but it's going to put pressure on your spine in a different way. And that impact Steve was fine with. And for whatever reason, I believe the doctors were fine with. It's not coming down on top of his head. It's not impacting the spine and the skull and all that. So it's a different bump. It's going to fuck up your tailbone after a while. You know, it's going to mess up your hips and things of that nature and lower back. But I don't know that it had a whole lot of effect on his neck and where all that was. So this was another example of Steve not being able to work in the ring and being that defiant anti-authority figure that people loved. And he just kept getting hotter and hotter.
Speaking of hotter and hotter, let's talk about September 22nd, 1997. It's the first Raw ever from Madison Square Garden. And during the Owen Hart, Brian Pillman Intercontinental title tournament match, Austin would attack Owens, and the cops come to the ring to arrest Austin. And McMahon jumps out of his chair and gives a speech about how everyone cares about Steve and they just don't want to see him wind up in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. And Austin acts like he understands that they're really just looking out for his best interest. And then he gives McMahon a huge stunner to a giant pop, and the police handcuff Steve Austin and drag him out. And this is a huge, huge moment because it's the first time we've seen anybody, you know, do something like this with Vince. Pretty historic night, but probably the worst stunner in history. What do you remember?
Oh gosh. It was the worst stunner in history. I don't know that Vince wanted to take it differently so that it looked like he didn't know what the hell, you know what I mean? It's like the wrestlers take it a certain way, and Vince didn't want it to look like he was some seasoned professional bump taker, which he was not. So he wanted to take it as realistically as he could, but I think that resulted in being one of the most unrealistic stunners of all time. However, man, it was the Garden. It was Austin on fire. No one had ever really touched Vince before. Now, at the time, people perceived Vince as an on-air talent, not as the owner of the company. But in New York, they had seen Vince their entire lives. You know, he'd been the on-air commentator there for Capital Wrestling, Championship Wrestling for so long that, you know, he was one of them. They knew that he was New York. That was a huge fucking deal. And it was the first time, you know, Austin's escorted out with cops and all that shit. And so many of those shots from that night are iconic as well, that you go back and you look at what made Stone Cold Steve Austin the special attraction that he was.
The next week on Raw, Austin is confronted by McMahon, who says, you've got 3 choices by next week. Either get a doctor's release, sign a waiver absolving the WWF of any liability in case you are injured further, or be fired. So they're going to keep it going. I want to mention here, we've touched on this before in our Brian Pillman episode. Brian passes away in early October. What we haven't talked a lot about is how that affected Steve. He's in the middle of the biggest push of his career, and now his best friend is found dead in a hotel room, right in the middle of it. What impact did this have on Steve? Did you have a conversation with him about him losing his best friend here?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard. It was, I don't want to say it was expected. It wasn't expected, but there were signs that Brian was having an issue. We drug tested him. We tested him right before he passed, and he passed with flying colors. But I think Brian was in a depression, and I think, I don't know, you always, as a human being, you always want to think that if you had been there and you could have done something more to prevent it. And I think that's kind of how Steve might have felt. He was sad because it's one of his contemporaries. That's wasn't just a contemporary. That was his friend. He was friends with Brian. He was friends with Brian's family. And that was a hard pill to swallow. It was tough for him to come to grips with that. Brian was well liked pretty much by everybody, but he did have a special bond with Steve that it hurt him, and that one probably stuck with Steve for a while.
Meltzer reported at the beginning of November that Austin returned to the ring doing short matches against Hunter Hearst Helmsley in Massachusetts and Pennsylvania. And he would write, he's scheduled to wrestle from this point forward, including the Survivor Series match, and was also supposed to undergo another neck evaluation in the coming week. The bruised spinal cord he suffered from the accident in the Owen Hart match has healed, but he still has pretty serious neck problems, which date back to his days playing college football. And the company wants him to modify his in-ring style. In particular, he'll be forced to stay away from any kind of bumps on the neck, and there's a good chance that he'll never be quite the same performer that he was. Do you remember having conversations with Steve? Was it just about, let's just get back in there, let's just keep it going? Or was he one of those guys who was like, man, if I can't do it like I used to? Did that cross his mind? Did you have conversations about that?
I think the ego of Steve Austin is one that he wanted to be the Stone Cold Steve Austin that got over. He wanted to have the best match on the card. He wanted people to remember him for being, the best in all aspects of the game. I do remember giving Steve Austin the same, the same advice and the same story that I have said to Shawn Michaels, that I have said to The Undertaker, and a few others, that I would use the Crusher in Milwaukee as an example. Crusher was up in age, and Crusher would be 60 years old, but he would go out there and he would punch and kick and do a few things and let guys bump and fly all around him, and was popular forever doing very little. And so, Steve, all you got to do is just reorganize what it is you do in the ring, reinvent yourself. You don't have to do all that shit anymore. You're over. Go out and do what you can do and do it better than anybody else, and you'll be fine. Shawn Michaels has in his head, if he's not going to be the Shawn Michaels people remember in 1990, then he doesn't want to do it. Half of Shawn Michaels, a quarter of Shawn Michaels is better than, the best of a lot of what is out there. And I'd say the same thing to Steve, because what he did, that personality shone through, and he was able to make up for what you didn't even miss it. You didn't miss that Steve wasn't doing a lot of the same shit that he did before. And I think in his head, he just needed time to figure that out, get in the ring and feel it. And again, man, that audience loved him even more because they were seeing him kick people's asses.
Let's get to Survivor Series 97. Of course, it's famous for the Montreal Screwjob, but it's also Austin's first match back on TV. He's challenging Owen Hart for the Intercontinental title. He's going to get the win in a very short match, 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Not quite the match that a lot of people would hope for, but you probably just want to get the title back on him and get through the match. What do you remember about their match at Survivor Series?
Short and sweet. And that was exactly the order. It was get the hell out there and don't do anything. It was the time for Steve to go and kick Owen's ass for what he did to him. And it was Steve's triumphant return and get that win back and move on. Weren't looking for a great match. And just wanted to get Austin's heat back, if you will.
Meltzer would write in December, Steve Austin got reports back from 2 neck specialists last week. Dr. Joseph Torg viewed a tape of his match from Madison Square Garden and how he protected himself working his new style, and said as long as he didn't take any bumps on his neck, he'd probably be okay to wrestle with no significant risk of paralysis. But a second doctor, second opinion, examined his neck and said with the wrong bump, permanent paralysis is still a possibility. And Meltzer would write that the second doctor's opinion kind of freaked Austin out, even though he wrestled all week, usually being in short matches, a couple minutes. But for the most part, the injury suffered in the Owen Hart mishap was healed, but all this residual neck damage has just accumulated to a dangerous spot for him. What were some of the things you remember about Steve trying to change his in-ring style a little bit to protect himself?
Well, Steve was very protective of bumps in particular. He was very protective of anybody picking him up and throwing him down, just making sure that he was going to land flat. Steve wanted to be in control of that, and rightfully so, because he had just come off of this situation. And when a doctor says the wrong bump, that's with anybody at any time. If you've got the strongest, healthiest neck and back in the world, the wrong bump's going to paralyze you for the rest of your life.
Sure.
Now, for someone who has already felt, holy shit, Steve was fucking paralyzed in the ring for maybe a minute or so in the original match with Owen. So this wasn't a scare thing to Steve. This was let's go back in time and revisit what you went through, Steve. Let's go back and revisit that minute that you spent on the apron looking up at the lights wondering, fuck, am I ever going to walk again? Man, that's real shit that will fuck with your head. I don't care who you are. So Steve now is trying to figure out, okay, he's heard this and he knows it because he's felt it. Revamp his style, redo what he does in the ring, and be in control of his body and be in control of who has his body and who he's going to trust in the ring. So that was kind of shit that was going through Steve's head, where rightfully so, he was concerned because he didn't want to be a quadriplegic and he didn't want to end up in a wheelchair.
We haven't really talked about this a lot, but I've always wanted to talk about the Owen 316 shirt. Of course, the most famous shirt in wrestling at this point is Austin 316. And of course, Austin 316 says, I just whipped your ass. Well, Owen would strut around on TV wearing an Owen 316 shirt. And on the back, it says, I just broke your neck. So you've already got sort of a strained relationship with Owen and Steve. And now it's storyline, but still he's making money on a shirt, sort of mocking his gimmick and bragging about the fact that he broke his neck. Any real heat over that shirt to the best of your recollection?
To the best of my recollection, no. But it was capitalizing on a real life situation. Now, had Steve been out of the business, never would have done that in a million years. However, the fact that Steve was cleared to come back and that Steve, was not paralyzed. It was, okay, this is a business and this is one way to capitalize on it and get to that return match and make it mean even more. So as far as I know, I don't know there's any heat from Steve for that shirt one way or another. But had things gone the other way, never would have done that.
It's a modern I broke Wahoo's leg, is it not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's talk about In Your House DX, the D-Generation X pay-per-view. It's December 7th, 1997 in Springfield, Mass. And Austin is going to pin Rocky Maivia in about 5 minutes to retain the IC title. He's got the biggest reaction on the show. He comes out driving a truck, which is kind of fun. Lots of interference here. Farouk, the Nation of Domination involved, but it's really the first time we see Austin and Rocky working in a pay-per-view. When did you guys know, hey man, these guys have something?
Well, probably right about this time, because you don't really know until you see them in the ring and you can listen to the audience reaction as to, are they buying this? And they were. Rock was hot. So it was right about this time that we started going, Jesus, man, we got something here in The Rock and the whole nation, so on and so forth. I believe that the original was to do something with Steve and Farouk. But Rock, man, was kind of that groundswell coming up with Steve that is like, I mean, with Rock that is like, let's slide Rock in here and see how he does. So this was it. This was kind of the first time that they really worked together in a major program on a major stage that made you think, okay, we're going with Rock and we'll go a different direction with Ron Simmons, Farouk.
Is it true that the original idea here was Austin was supposed to drop the Intercontinental title, but Austin didn't want to do it?
No.
Okay.
And I don't even think, I don't even think that Rock was the original opponent. It was originally supposed to be Farouk and then Rock because of the way he was getting over, but no. Not to my knowledge. I don't know if somebody might have said that at one point, but no.
The next night on Raw, JR introduces McMahon as the owner of the WWF, which is one of the first times it's been acknowledged on TV like this. And McMahon starts talking about Austin and the fact that he had gotten away with a lot, including attacking announcers and officials and yours truly. Fans pop for this. And McMahon said the night before, Austin went too far by endangering the lives of the fans when he drove his truck into the arena and down to the ring. And, he said whether or not Austin knocking out the referee the night before was an accident, he was demanding that Austin defend the Intercontinental title against Rocky Maivia live tonight here on Raw. And then Austin comes out and McMahon tells Austin he's the boss, and Austin says he doesn't care. And McMahon says he's going to respect the consequences of not doing what he tells him, and tells him to watch his language. And of course, Austin says he's going backstage, going to pop a top on a beer. I need a hot dog. But really, it's the first confrontation like this between Austin and McMahon. And Vince is sort of playing the Mr. McMahon character. That's a handful of months later, going to really turn the tide for the company. Did you guys at this point know, hey man, this is the real story, McMahon Austin? When did you know? Did you know here, or was it before this?
Really, it was after this. And again, the Mr. McMahon character, that was something that really evolved that Vince fought against. It was like, God damn it. I don't want to be, I don't want to be a character. Not going to do that. He wasn't fond of it. As it grew, and that Mr. McMahon character was the hottest heel that we had. Then it was like, okay, well, Mr. McMahon would do this, but here here's another piece of the story. This is another chapter in the story to get Steve Austin over. And if it's presented as the boss, but it's also the first time that you sit there and go, not in the Garden when he was the announcer wearing the black and red Raw stuff, But here, that's why we announced Vince as the owner of the company. First time. I don't know that he was crazy about that, but this was the first time, and this was the first time that you got that feel of, fuck, is that character? You could get some mileage out of it. But Vince, no, he still didn't want to do it, and he sure as hell didn't want to do it full time as a on-air character.
This episode of Raw, the reason I asked that about the pay-per-view, was Rock supposed to win, is on this same episode, Austin would forfeit the Intercontinental title to The Rock and stun him. And he does so because he says he's going after the world title. Does it devalue the Intercontinental title for it to change hands here where he just forfeits it? And why not have him just drop it the night before to Rock at the pay-per-view?
Because Vince felt that would have, having him lose the title, that would have hurt the Stone Cold character. The Stone Cold character would say, fuck you. And Vince didn't feel it devalued the Intercontinental Championship. I think it kind of did. If a championship's not important to everybody, then the championship's not important. The feeling behind it was that Stone Cold would tell you, go fuck yourself. And he wants the biggest and the best. For Stone Cold to do it, it would be okay. And he felt that by having someone beat Steve for the title would devalue Steve, because now Steve's got to go back and Steve has to go after whoever beat him for the title, for the Intercontinental title. And Steve wanted bigger and better things. Just, again, it was a philosophical point, and that's what we ended up with, where Steve just said, you know what, fuck this. I'm going, I got bigger fish to fry, and moved on.
Well, he moves on to the Royal Rumble, and that's in 1998. And of course, Mike Tyson's there, and the next night, everything changes. But that's going to bring us to a close here on today's episode of Something to Wrestle, all about Steve Austin in 1997, where he really, really leveled up his career. I mean, he starts the year winning the Royal Rumble and finishes the year in the middle of what's going to be the biggest feud maybe in the history of wrestling, certainly the one that turns the tide for the company, Steve Austin and Mr. McMahon, and forfeiting the Intercontinental title because he's going after the world title. And the next month, of course, Mike Tyson would change everything. What a year, Steve Austin, 1997. One of the most important years in company history, fair to say?
Absolutely. And it was a turning point in, I think, when you look at wrestling as a whole, that was the year of the turning point where the tides began to change.
Well, and we appreciate you guys not changing and sticking with us here on Something to Wrestle. We've got some big shows coming your way, including Wrestlemania 20, Michael P.S. Hayes, and much, much more. Stay tuned to Something to Wrestle here Fridays at noon. And don't forget to pick up your tickets to come see us tomorrow in Crown Point, Indiana. Can't believe that's a thing, but it is. And you get a great wrestling show, plus Something to Wrestle live. And then right before the pay-per-view in Cleveland, you can come see us there as well. BrucePrichard.com has your tickets, and on sale right now is the Saturday before WrestleMania with Bruce and I, and the Monday after WrestleMania, right after the biggest Raw of the year, a late night evening show with good old JR and Bruce Prichard and myself. Tickets are on sale now at BrucePrichard.com. And don't forget, Bruce is coming to see you, Australia. I can't believe you're really doing that. He's gonna be
it's going to take me a day to get there. I get a day to recoup. And then March 22nd, Sydney, the 23rd, Melbourne, and the 24th in Brisbane, Australia. I'm coming, and I can't wait.
Pick up your tickets right now, BrucePrichard.com. If you haven't already, check us out on Twitter at Prichard Show. He is at Bruce Prichard. I am Matt Haynes, Conrad, and we are at
shit, Conrad.
Yeah.
New York is sold out. As we are on the air, New York is sold out.
Hang on now. We got two shows in New York.
Okay.
You mean the Saturday, right?
Sold out.
Okay. All right. So you missed your chance to come see us the Saturday before WrestleMania, but tickets are on sale now or right after Monday Night Raw. Good old JR and Bruce Prichard. Get your tickets now at BrucePrichard.com. Can I wrap up the show now, or do you just want to say Shaka Khan, or how are we wrapping it up here?
Wrap it up.
I kind of did, and then you did a run in.
Well, I just got the little notice that came across my screen.
Why don't you just yell Shaka Khan and we'll get out of here?
Well, Shaka Khan.
The Royal Rumble 1998 goes down January 18th right there in San Jose, California. Austin, of course, is in this Rumble match. He comes in at number 24. He eliminates 8-Ball, Mark Miro, Thrasher, Savio Vega, Chains, and finally The Rock to win the Royal Rumble. And the next night on Raw, we see a huge angle that really cements Steve as the top guy, perhaps not just in the WWF, but maybe in the business. Of course, we're talking about the Mike Tyson incident. Mike Tyson was in attendance at the Royal Rumble. He took it in a box with Shane McMahon, and then they promoted that he would have an announcement about his role at WrestleMania 14 at Raw. So later in the show on Monday Night Raw, Vince brings out Tyson to the ring, and when he's about to announce whatever Mike Tyson's role is going to be at WrestleMania, and this is near the end of the show, Austin comes out, his music hits, and it is a huge reaction by the crowd here. And Austin says he's sick of Tyson shaking everybody's hands, and he refused to shake Tyson's hand. Austin said, when you step in this ring, you're messing with Stone Cold Steve Austin, and that's something you don't do. I want a piece of Mike Tyson's ass. He says that he could beat Tyson every night of the week and twice on Sunday, which was always a favorite Austinism of mine. And then he has the famous photo op where he says if Tyson didn't understand him, he's got a little sign language for him, and then gives him the double bird. Of course, Tyson's pissed about this, shoves Austin, and a brawl breaks out. Tyson's quickly held back. Austin's dragged out of the ring, and McMahon really goes into overdrive here, just frothing with anger, about how you ruined everything, taking swipes at Austin. Really, really good stuff. And after a commercial break, they go backstage where Tyson was pointing his finger in McMahon's chest, yelling at him to bring that bad word ass Austin out. And McMahon stammered, and Sergeant Slaughter and Dave Hebner are just here to sort of take it all in. Now, in hindsight, we as wrestling fans probably remember, oh, this was a big moment. But then we just sort of go on to the next week because we're just conditioned to watch wrestling. But the mainstream paid attention to this and really, really focused on this in a way they haven't done for the WWF in a long, long time. Take us back to that night, the famous shove, the double bird, the whole segment. This is WWF magic right here, is it not?
Definitely. And this was all to set up, Mike Tyson refereeing the championship match at WrestleMania in Boston. And frankly, we knew that Mike Tyson being in a WWE ring was going to be huge, and that was going to be one of those moments that everybody is going to gravitate to. Is Mike Tyson going to wrestle? What's he going to do? Oh my God, they're going to do something. We had a very limited number of dates on Mike Tyson when we first went into this, and the idea was let's play it out, let's see what kind of reaction that we get, and we'll take it from there. When Tyson went out, I think that we maybe had 2 more dates on him before WrestleMania, maybe 3, but those were promotional opportunities. He was going to appear on the show a couple times, and then one of those was a press conference and all this other stuff. So Shane McMahon had been with Mike the entire time, and he had kind of been the liaison to Mike Tyson, if you will. When we got there, we had lightning in a bottle. Steve Austin was the hottest thing in the business. We just didn't realize that he was getting ready to become the hottest thing just in general. Everybody was going to be talking about Stone Cold Steve Austin. So when this happened, I'll never forget a couple things, man. If you watch closely, you'll see money flying all over the ring when they get into the shoving match and everybody's holding Steve back and everybody's holding Tyson back, because Tyson had roughly $20,000 cash in his breast pockets of his suit. And it all went flying when everybody's pulling him back and everything. And all the guys, you see some of the guys
down on the mat. They're scrambling, picking up $100 bills and everything all over the place. So when Mike gets back, it was a very surreal moment because Jim Ross and I walked into the locker room where Mike was. Mike was, how do I say this? Cutting a damn promo on his people. Just chewing their asses out like you wouldn't believe. For what, I'm not really sure, but he was like, make sure all my money's here, man, and blah, blah, blah. And when we walked in, Mike completely, the switch turned. And he started apologizing. I'm sorry you guys had to see that. I'm normally not like that, but these guys know better. And we're like, hey, take care of business. It's all good. Everybody was on such a high after that took place. I remember Vince coming back. We were on the West Coast there and looking at it going, guys, I think we need more dates. And Vince and I went into a room off of his office and just started mapping out Tyson dates and where we could do, because originally, man, this was going to be it for a while. That was his one date. And then we'll get to the announcement. Then we'll do something else, have him on TV. But all of that other stuff, and Vince Russo was involved in as far as the creative with a lot of that stuff, the DX stuff with Mike Tyson. But none of that was planned way far in advance. That was just something of the feel of having lightning in a bottle that night. And in that moment of Mike Tyson delivering, feeling the energy off that crowd, that this is a lot bigger than we ever thought it would be. We knew we had Tyson. We knew that we were going to do something, but off of that energy and that just the meshing of Tyson and Stone Cold, we knew we had something special.
Well, you knew you had something special when you turned on any, radio station the next morning, any television news station, even your cable news, Fox Sports, Sports Center, all your newspapers, the AP, USA Today, even all the magazines and the press in Japan that Mike Tyson would bring. I mean, it's phenomenal. And people are even suggesting that perhaps Mike Tyson is not going to be a referee, and he is going to actually participate in a match with Steve Austin, which is pretty crazy. And you've sort of shot that down on the network show. Okay, so let's skip forward to the WrestleMania 14 press conference. It goes down on February 5th at the All-Star Cafe in New York City. And these WrestleMania press conferences were always kind of fun. Austin and Michaels wind up having a face-to-face confrontation. Tyson gets in the middle of them. And the hype here is crazy. There is more attention on this than ever before. And I guess we should mention the No Way Out pay-per-view, which we've done, and it's available in the archives. You can check it out whenever you'd like. It's over at somethingtowrestle.com. That goes down on February 15th, and it happens in Houston, Texas. Steve Austin is in this match on one side, and on the other, Shawn Michaels was supposed to be there, but he can't be. He's injured. So what we get is Austin, Chainsaw Charlie, Cactus Jack, Owen Hart, and then they're going to beat Hunter, Billy Gunn, Jesse James, and Savio Vega. And they go 17 minutes and 41 seconds. The crowd was not happy with the Savio Vega announcement. I think that people were thinking it would be someone else, but of course it wound up being Savio. 3.5 stars. I know we've covered this in long form, but very briefly, what stands out to you the most about that match at No Way Out 98?
I'll tell you the one thing that stands out most about that match was the fact that Savio brought barbed wire down to the ring and Vince went crazy because no one had run it by him. And that was, it was one of those crazy matches anyway. But he's like, what the hell is that? And well, it's barbed wire. Somebody had asked him in a vacuum at some point, is this okay? Can Savio bring a weapon? That's what they brought. And there was no getting it back once it was out there, as I've had with my words. Sometimes it's me where, oh shit, it's already there and you can't take it back. That is one thing that stood out more than anything. They shit all over Savio in that replacement. They
They wanted something bigger and better than Shawn Michaels. And unfortunately, in this instance, we weren't able to deliver that.
So talk to me a little bit about the feedback you may have gotten for Stone Cold Steve Austin stunning China. What's the situation there? Of course, these days, intergender wrestling, kind of a hot topic. You haven't done a ton of it yet here, but obviously China had a lot of heat. Austin's white hot. Did anybody say, I don't know if that's a good idea?
Not at the time. And I think that China was kind of viewed through a different lens. They looked at China, and China liked to compete with the men. And I think it was almost accepted. Plus, you go back, there was a day in time. You look at Sherry Martel, and good God, she used to take backdrops and atomic drops and everything under the sun from the guys. Very active. So this was another kind of situation where it was one off. It was Steve stunning China, and they felt that was an exclamation point to the match. Something you wouldn't do today, but it was a different time and a different character in China.
So let's get to the March 9th Raw. Vince is going to interview Austin in the ring, and Austin's going to say, that Vince is following Tyson around like a puppy dog. McMahon says something like, calling Tyson the baddest man on the planet is just a figure of speech. Austin says, so is this, gives him the middle finger. And then he does the whole, hey, if you want me to be WWF champion, give me a hell yeah. And the crowd explodes. Eventually, we see a little bit of physicality here where he rips McMahon's suit jacket, and McMahon leaves the ring swearing that Austin will pay. And the March 9th Raw also sees McMahon walk out to a chorus of boos, and he's interviewed by Kevin Kelly. And he's talking about what Austin's conduct was last week on the show, calling it unprofessional. And he considers it somewhat justified by Mike Tyson joining DX. And Vince seems to get sort of tired here of Kevin Kelly going back to last week's footage, saying he didn't hit Steve last week because he wanted to save the WrestleMania main event, and he would have broken Austin's jaw. So we start to really see more of this Mr. McMahon character come out here. And of course, he's saying, it's not a no as to whether or not he wants Austin to be the champ, but hell no. So this is before WrestleMania, but we're still in March, the month where, the win is going to happen. How far in advance did you guys realize, hey, McMahon Austin is the money? And at that point, did you think that there would ever be an in-ring payoff, or would it always just be sort of the heel general manager type situation?
No, we didn't even really think that at this point. This was more of putting Vince in a promoter role and letting Vince in many ways be himself. So he was put out there as a former commentator. He had the heat already from the whole Bret Hart Montreal situation. And now he was being used to promote, he's promoting WrestleMania. And he did it with that heel slant that he naturally does. It wasn't, again, still, man, we didn't get to the whole McMahon Austin thing for a while to realize, damn, getting to a match at this point wasn't even in anyone's thinking in any way, shape, or form. Getting Vince to be a promoter, hypester and pitchman, okay. Yeah, he can be a heel and do it with a heel slant. Be yourself, Vince. Go on out and have fun. But to think, okay, we're planting the seeds for Austin McMahon, absolutely not even close at this point.
Talk to me a little bit about this interview with Vince McMahon. I mean, Vince really hits a home run here. How quickly does everybody else realize, hey, Vince is our best heel?
Oh, boy.
Not just our best heel from a WWF perspective. I mean, he's going to become the biggest and best heel in the business here for a little while, is he not? I mean, he's certainly got, the most eyeballs. I mean, very, very soon, this angle is going to be what takes the company from second place to winning the race. And it's the McMahon character that helps make that happen. Obviously, it takes two to tango.
But much like it took, a Roddy Piper to Hulk Hogan, well, Steve Austin needed a Mr. McMahon here.
Yes, he did. We just didn't really realize it at that time. And there were a lot of us, me included, that felt Vince was a natural heel and would be very well suited to be an on-air character as a heel. He's a natural at it. And as time went on, we just couldn't get away from it. You couldn't deny it. Vince had the heat from Montreal. Everyone blamed him. He came out from behind the curtain. Now the almighty Oz is in front of the curtain and pulling the strings. So it was just a unique time. As we got closer, you also have to understand too, you had Shawn, and Shawn had a tremendous amount of heat. So Vince didn't want to step on Shawn's heat. And Vince was just trying to do be that carnival barker, be that promoter that is going to do whatever it takes to get that attraction in the ring, come hell or high water. And also feeling that, Stone Cold Steve Austin, he's a loose cannon. This son of a bitch cannot be controlled. And I can't have him being at the forefront of our business. So you have all of these things going on, never really thinking, okay, by God, we're going to go into the summer with Stone Cold Steve Austin, Mr. McMahon. I always say to talent, if you perform in a way and you get over that they can't deny you, then nobody can stop you. And I don't say unfortunately, I say fortunately, that's what happened with Vince. You couldn't deny that he was one of the best performers out there, and he was the hottest heel that we had.
So let's keep it going here. March 17th on Raw. It's the go-home show for WrestleMania. Austin is going to pin The Rock here, clean with the stunner. It's pretty ironic that this happens 1 week before WrestleMania 14. Fast forward a year to WrestleMania 15, and that's the main event. Let's talk about the main event of WrestleMania 14. We've covered this very briefly before on our WWE Network show. Steve Austin is going to get the win here over Shawn Michaels. It's just over 20 minutes. He wins the world title here, and this is Shawn Michaels' swan song for a little bit, and there's a whole backstory about getting this match in the ring from Shawn Michaels' side that we'll talk about another time. I know that they had been, trying to work this match as much as they could on the house shows, but it just wasn't possible because Shawn was so injured. So essentially what the match they wind up working is the same match that Austin had with Hunter Hearst Helmsley on the house show loops. It wasn't a bad match, but it wasn't what it probably could have been had Shawn been at 100%. It still managed to get 3.25 stars, and they got the big reveal of Mike Tyson not being the supervillain that maybe people thought he was going to be, and he joins Cold Stone here at the end and knocks out Shawn Michaels. When you think about, this match and certainly the post-match with Mike Tyson and then the visual of Austin climbing the turnbuckles with that Winged Eagle Championship that, everybody from Bret Hart to Hulk Hogan and everyone in between had held. And we know we're going to debut a new belt the next night, but what a night that was in the Fleet Center and what a visual it was. And it did feel different. It did feel like a passing of the guard and the beginning of a new era. And JR had a great call there where it says, this is the Austin era. And I don't think anybody really knew what that meant at the time. It probably just sounded like, the appropriate thing to say. But it was true. I mean, you're about to be hotter than you've ever been. And a lot of people would circle back to that match at WrestleMania 14 as the kicking off point, would they not?
Yes. And that really was. And you go back to, again, I go back to that night with the show with Steve Austin and thinking, holy shit. When we changed everything with Mike, all these eyeballs were on us. And Eric Bischoff even talks about how he knew when it was over was when we got Mike Tyson. And that made all the difference in the world. And that got so many brand new eyeballs on us and people going, what's happening over here? And then you've got Austin, who is Stone Cold Steve Austin. He was on fire. I had never, at least in my time in the wrestling business, I'd never seen anyone that over is Stone Cold Steve Austin. And you go back and you think of the time in the 80s with Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan was electric, man. That was all goosebump moments for me, getting to perform with him and seeing that was great. And I don't think anybody will replicate that. Same thing. I don't think anyone will ever replicate the rise and the feel of Stone Cold Steve Austin and Austin 316, and how he just revolutionized so many things in the business and changed the way that people looked at the wrestling business in WWE in particular.
Man, it was something else. And, Steve Austin had obviously had quite the journey to get there. He had a little stint in world class, and he had a run in WCW, and a lot of people thought he was probably one of the best wrestlers in the world when he was there, but plagued with injuries, gets fired by FedEx, manages to pop up in ECW for a little bit, even though he can't work a lot of matches. And then before you know it, he debuts in the WWE with maybe a less than awesome gimmick, finds his voice in the summer of '96, and fast forward less than 2 years here, and this Stone Cold character has brought him the greatest prize in all of wrestling, the main event at WrestleMania, and a world title win in that main event. Quite a journey to get here, and a damn near broken neck, just a handful of months prior to it that maybe risked it all. And I know that Austin has a hard shell, but the people who know him say that when you get to know him, that's a different Steve. Chat me up. Did you ever have a conversation with him about what it meant for him to be in the main event of WrestleMania and to win the world title? It's got to feel like validation for something he had felt a long time, that he was misused and misunderstood and underutilized and maybe underappreciated. And now that's not the case. He's the top dog.
You could sum up, in my opinion, the way Steve felt by saying proud. There was a lot of pride there. Steve worked so hard to get where he was, and he had a few false starts in there, unfortunately, with the neck stuff, but he never gave up, and he kept going. And it seemed like every setback, he would come back stronger than he was before. I go back, and I know we told the story, but I go back to the time when I was coming in, was going to go to work for WCW. And I said to Dusty, give me Steve Austin. I think Steve Austin could be the NWA World Heavyweight Champion. And Dusty come back, baby, that's exactly where I want to go. I think I can see him in the champion. He's got to work his way up. But even then, 1992 or 93, whatever it was, 92, people were talking about Steve Austin being a world champion. All the ups and downs that he had in WCW, the Hollywood Blondes, I don't think anybody took them seriously. Steve made it work. All the times Steve would come up and talk to us, and it just didn't work out for whatever reason. Steve didn't like our style. Vince didn't like him. All those things that happened. It all culminates with WrestleMania when he becomes the man. This is the guy that's going to lead us into the future. And that was a sense, I think, of Steve, of pride, everything that he had been through all of the doubters, all of the naysayers, that now he's standing there with the championship. And to him, that wasn't the ending. To him, that was the beginning. Watch what we do now. And it was a lot of pride with Steve. And I think that he felt vindicated and felt that, all right, motherfuckers, now watch this.
So let's talk about it. The next night on Raw, he comes out with the belt. McMahon's already in the ring with a new belt, and McMahon tries to backpedal some of his statements. He wanted to clarify what he said about not wanting him to be the world champion. And, they're going back and forth. And then they eventually get into, easy way or hard way. And Austin asks the crowd if they wanted to do it the hard way. And of course, oh, hell yeah. And we're off to the races with the Austin McMahon feud. I'm curious because, when you've got it's often been talked about like the Monday after WrestleMania. WrestleMania is sort of the culmination of your storylines. Back in the day, it was a culmination of a year-long storyline. Maybe not quite a year now, but still several months, several weeks, a few days in some cases. But WrestleMania here, you're closing the door on the feud with DX for Stone Cold Steve Austin and the chase for the world title. He's achieved it. And it feels like instead of launching right into a new opponent and a new, more traditional feud with another wrestler, you guys decide on the McMahon character. How far in advance had you figured out that, hey, once we crown him champion, then it's got to be, a back and forth about is he the right type of champion for Vince?
Well, no, it was one of those that we had to feed that champion. And the first person that we were getting ready to feed him was going to be Mick Foley. And using the McMahon character, Mr. McMahon character, wasn't even really defined at that point as, use this character to get somebody over that's actually going to work with Steve in the live events, and let's do some programs, someone that Steve is comfortable with, that we have confidence is going to get Steve over. And that was Mick Foley. Everything was changing after WrestleMania. It's funny, you look at, there are different WrestleManias where it's a culmination and everything's kind of ended at WrestleMania. And then there's WrestleManias where it's all fresh and it's a new beginning at WrestleMania. This particular Mania was a culmination of a lot of things. And the next night was a new beginning going forward. So there wasn't a ready-made opponent for Steve. You had to make one. And you had to get him ready. There was already the natural Vince McMahon, the promoter, didn't want this wild card representing his company, didn't want this wild card having his championship belt. So he was looking to anybody and anything he could manipulate to do it. And every single time that McMahon walked out there, it was just one step further away from getting him out of the ring.
Was Hunter ever considered for that spot?
To be
to
be the next opponent for Steve.
That's right. Question. Yeah, it feels like it could have been a natural progression to go from the leader of DX, who's now on the shelf, to now the de facto leader of DX. Did you guys not go with him because at the time Vince didn't see as big of an upside for him? He didn't think he was going to be the star that he became. Well, why did Hunter not get the nod there with Mick Foley getting it instead?
Because we didn't want the comparison to Shawn.
Okay.
And I think that putting Hunter right in there would have been an immediate comparison to Shawn. And people saying, okay, would have been less than. So the idea at the time was to move DX in the direction that we moved DX into a babyface role and create a new DX. There was a groundswell for DX. If you go back and you look at some of the things that we did, if you didn't have Austin in the ring with them, the audience, they were digging their shit. They were smart asses. They were everything Austin was, but they were going against Austin. So the audience booed them. You take Austin out of that equation and you let them go do their shit. They're going to be baby faces, give them a heel to work with, and they're even stronger baby faces. But yes, Hunter was discussed because it's, as you say, that would have been a natural progression. DX, Shawn lost the championship. Shawn's now gone away. Hunter's going to come and he's going to vindicate his friend. But Vince had confidence that Hunter could go on the babyface route, and he didn't want to diminish him right there. It was like he felt it would hurt him in that role and thought he would be a stronger babyface.
So let's keep it going. April 6th, Austin shows up in a suit because Vince is introducing the world to the new Stone Cold Steve Austin. And of course, that doesn't last very long, and some shenanigans happen. And then we get to April 13th, which we've covered last year in the archives as a watch along. And I encourage you, if you're really interested in more on this McMahon Austin feud, go back and watch it. This is going to be the match where Vince wrestles Steve Austin, and Steve has one arm tied behind his back. Raw actually winds up beating Nitro in the ratings for the first time in 83 weeks. When you see that rating come in,
Is it fucking high fives all around?
Yes. It was elation, to say the very least. And I don't know that anybody, no one said, okay, this is going to do it. By God, this is going to put us over the top. It was that was a risky deal. And when it happened and people got to talking, and that was a situation where you could see that needle move from the moment that they announced Vince is going to wrestle tonight. Oh my God. Vince McMahon is going to get in the ring with Steve Austin. Well, shit. That was the night that, and the next day, the validation that they wanted to see that, and they wanted more, because obviously they didn't get it. And for us, the whole idea behind it was, let's introduce this new character. Here's Dude Love. Here's Mick Foley. And, it worked, but they wanted more Mr. McMahon.
Does Vince Russo get the credit he deserves for that?
Vince Russo?
Yeah.
I think so.
I just know that sometimes we have fun with some of his silly ideas, but allegedly this is, something that Russo had a lot of influence over too. We should probably give him some props on this one, right?
I would give him props. Look, I think that Vince Russo from the Wrestlemania on, after Wrestlemania, I think that Russo deserves a shitload of props for getting that whole Stone Cold and Mr. McMahon character over.
Let's keep it going here. I guess we should mention at the end of that, segment on Raw, Dude Love comes down and attacks Austin. So it becomes apparent that this was all really a ploy to get Austin to tie one arm behind his back. And that would allow a crony, a stooge, if you would, of Mr. McMahon, the errand boy, if you will, to go do the bidding and put the boots to Stone Cold. And that's Dude Love, which does feel a little bit out of left field. But let me tell you, boy, they tore it down at Unforgiven. I don't think we've talked about this show enough, but go back when you get time and watch it. It's April 26th from Greensboro, North Carolina, 1998. And Dude Love is going to beat Steve Austin by DQ. So Austin retains the title in just about 19 minutes. Meltzer really enjoyed it too. He said it was an incredible performance of bump taking by Dude Love that carried this, and Austin's timing was great as well. It is an all-out brawl. I mean, they're using ring steps and guardrails and everything in between. You should really go out of your way to see it. It's a 4-star match, according to the Observer, and that's for a schmoz finish, if you will. McMahon does take a hard shot, and they show an unconscious McMahon to end the show. And, of course, the announcement was made that Austin was disqualified for hitting a WWF official. But I know, this is got to be a big moment for Mick Foley too. He hasn't main evented a ton of pay-per-views for the company. He got his first crack at it back in '96 in Philadelphia at an In Your House show against Shawn Michaels, and that was
delivered.
It was a barn burner, and now he's doing it again here and just tearing it up. And along the way, he had some matches with the Undertaker that were what they were. But working, to a big man versus a bigger man is a little different than the type of match you would have with a brawl with a guy who's smaller than you, whether it's Shawn Michaels or Steve Austin. But a fucking phenomenal match. I can't recommend it enough. People sleep on it, I think, because maybe the Dude Love character wasn't their favorite incarnation. What did you think of this match? And what was the reaction, from everybody backstage? And was Foley particularly proud to be in this spot?
Well, the answer to the Foley question, yes, but everyone was more than pleased because all of a sudden now you have a new character without having to add another body to the roster, so to speak. So you had this guy that could play a multitude of characters in Mankind, Dude Love. Later on, we would get Cactus Jack, and then you just go to plain old Mick Foley, who in and of himself was a great character. And that, the delivery of that was fantastic. And Mick Foley let everybody know that he was there to play and that he shouldn't be denied, put himself in that. He was being used to get Steve over. He got Steve over, and he made new characters out of it. So hats off to Mick Foley. I thought this was some of the incredible shit, that this is where things really became fluid. And we knock Vince Russo. We have fun with Vince Russo, where we say he didn't know what he was doing from one week to the next. He didn't. But it was creating as you went along, and it was changing every week and going with the flow that changed the way that we did business. And every single week it was something new, and it was something different. So it had an unpredictable feel because it was unpredictable.
The next night on Raw, Austin defends the title against Goldust. Briscoe is the referee. Vince tries to hit Austin with the belt, but he misses and hits Briscoe. The shenanigans continue the next week, where Vince,
which I'd like to point out, busted Briscoe wide open with very few times in Jerry's career that he ever got busted open.
I know it's because McMahon just overzealous.
Clobbered him with that belt, man. Knocked the living shit out of him.
Well,
Jerry never bled in it. If he did, it was a few hard ways here and there, but that was one of the very few times on one hand you can count them. The number of times Gerald Briscoe ever bled, and that was one of them.
May 11th, Raw would have Vince McMahon name himself as Stone Cold Steve Austin's partner against The Rock and D'Lo, but Austin never tagged out, of course. Eventually, Vince clotheslined him. The following week, Austin's going to wrestle Patterson and Briscoe with Slaughter as the referee, and a fan wearing an Austin mask jumps the rail and attacks Austin. They pull the mask off and reveal it's Vince McMahon. This is some interesting booking here. What can you tell us about these handful of segments here?
Well, again, the ideas pretty much became that the conduit to everything Austin and the foil for Stone Cold was going to be Mr. McMahon. That was something the audience could really get into. They were believing it, and they loved it, because now this was their time to say, you know what? He's the guy that runs the WWF. If we don't like what we're seeing, he's the one to blame, and Stone Cold's going to kick his ass because he's my guy. Steve Austin represents me. No matter where I am in America or anywhere in the world, that's my guy. And fuck Vince McMahon. Steve's going to kick his ass for me. And that feeling just enveloped everything, that you could put anybody with Vince. Just the sheer fact that Briscoe and Patterson became huge names again, being stooges, quote, stooges for Vince, because we needed officials to flank Vince and use Jerry and Pat. You probably could have put anybody else out there for that one night for Steve to anoint them stooges, and they would have gotten over. Nah, maybe not. Briscoe and Patterson were so good and had such great chemistry. But everything that Steve was touching and rubbing up against, and Vince, was that point, man. It was turning to gold.
Let's get to the Over the Edge pay-per-view. It goes down on May 31st in Milwaukee. We see a rematch here with Austin and Dude Love. Austin is going to retain the title. They go 22 and a half minutes. The special situation here is Vince is the referee, Briscoe is the timekeeper, Patterson is the ring announcer, and they do ridiculous over-the-top ring announcing here, which is kind of fun. And then tons of crazy spots in here. The crowd is super hot for all of it. They're even taking backdrops on the hood of a car. I mean, they're pulling out all the stops. Meltzer absolutely loved it. He gave it 4.5 stars. The Undertaker eventually is out here, and he goes to chokeslam Patterson. And Meltzer would even know at 58 years old, Patterson was kicking his feet way up to get even more of an effect from the move through the American announcers table. And then Briscoe jumped in. Same thing happened to him through the Spanish announcers table. So really, really crazy. Austin gets out of the claw, delivers another stunner, and while covering Love, grabs McMahon's hand and counts to 3, and the bell rang, signifying he won. 4.5 stars. Go out of your way to watch these. I think they're the two most slept-on matches from '98. I think for whatever reason, people were excited about Steve Austin being champion, but
Didn't really pay much attention to the matches, but dude, Mick Foley was working his ass off here and proved you guys right for going with him first as the first opponent fresh off a title win.
Absolutely. And he also gave us more. He gave more than was originally thought that he would deliver. You kind of think, okay, we'll get one off with him and then maybe two. But Mick solidified his place in history by going out and becoming first of all, the despisable character, and then a character that you had to love. I think that people loved him the more that McMahon abused him. But at the same time, you hated him because he let McMahon abuse him. So it was a coming of age party for Mick Foley, and one that, good God, just business was changing. This is where you sit there and you look at the business and go, things are changing.
On the June 2nd Raw, Vince is going to receive the Humanitarian of the Year award. Hypothetically, what do you think one of the boys back in the day would have had to say about Vince winning the Humanitarian of the Year award?
Which boy? Jim Cornette, motherfucker. He was a humanitarian. By God, just ask him.
Well, just looking for some impressions here, trying to spice the show up. Let's keep it moving. This segment here shows a representative from the Minority Athletes Network show up and say that McMahon gave less money than he promised and his check bounced twice, and his favorite wrestler is Steve Austin. And Austin's here with a black tie, jeans, and no shirt or jacket. So that's pretty funny. He winds up picking McMahon's pockets for $1,200 and gives it to the charities. Undertaker's music plays, and Druids bring a casket to the ring, but it winds up that it's actually Kane coming out of the casket and Mankind coming from the other side of the ring. They put Austin in the casket, and Austin is trapped in there as Kane stands on top of the casket. And then, of course, builds towards the First Blood match, which is a title defense against Kane at King of the Ring. This is a pretty notable show for the Mankind situation, but it wasn't the main event. As crazy as that sounds, the Hell in a Cell, where Mick Foley nearly fucking died, was not the main event. It was, in fact, Steve Austin and Kane for the world title. And that almost didn't happen because Austin was battling a serious staph infection to the point that he was even hospitalized after a house show on Friday. And allegedly his fever got up to like 104. So he's just in crazy, crazy shape here and nearly missed the show. What can you tell us about Steve Austin's staph infection and how touch and go that was as we build the King of the Ring?
Well, you look back at during the time too, business was so hot for Steve. Steve is one of those guys, tape it up and go. I compare Steve a lot to Randy Savage. Let's go back and tape it up and go. And Savage did the same thing at WrestleMania 5 with Hogan, where he had was very similar. Steve wasn't willing, didn't want to take the time off, but it got to the point where, Steve, if you don't take the time off, this is not something to mess around with. And he would hide it so long that eventually you look at it and go, now it's a lot worse than it would have been if you had just gotten attention as soon as symptoms started. Steve had to go in, had to get fluids, and had to get, antibiotic drip just so we could get him through that. And got released, came in and did his business that night. That was a shocker because for a lot of us, you left the title on the guy. You had the champion. He carried the championship for a long time. If Steve was going to be the man, then leave the title on him. And here to do the one night switch over to Kane was, I don't know that it was the most popular choice in the world amongst people. It worked, but there were a lot of people that didn't like it.
I guess we should tell you the story in the match here is, even though Undertaker damn near killed Mankind, they're back out here and they're going to do dueling chairs. But eventually, Mankind ducks a chair shot that causes the Undertaker to hit Steve Austin. Austin does a hell of a blade job. He's busted open, bleeding a river. And when Earl Hebner wakes up from one of his many bumps that night, he sees it, calls for the bell. and Kane is your new WWF champion. The match only got 3.25 stars. I guess it told an okay story, but compared to the two Mick Foley matches, even with all the gimmicks, so the cage coming down and it being a blood match, it just wasn't as good. And even as a kid, I was like, well, how the fuck are we gonna know if Kane's bleeding? He's got a mask on, and it's a red.
That was the idea.
No, I get it, but I just even then it was like, well, okay, Steve Austin's definitely winning, and it didn't happen. Instead, you guys go the other way. Kane winds up winning, and he's the world champion as we get to the next night. I guess we should mention Austin stuns everybody in sight. He winds up winning the world title. He's driving vehicles and taking apart celebrations, and the thing that everybody always asks about that night though is for one night you went back to the old belt. Do you have any idea why that was? Like, Austin had been rocking the new, what they call Big Eagle belt with the blue strap, but on this night where you're celebrating Kane's win, it's just the regular old winged eagle that he won at WrestleMania 14. Any idea why that would have happened that way?
No clue. I mean, it could have been in repair, and those were also during the days that championship they would have to go in and get repaired and different things, and you would use what you had. So I have no idea what that particular instance on that evening was, but that may have been it.
So talk to me a little bit about Foot Brawl. This was something that you guys were promoting from Foxborough Stadium on July 1st. You've actually got an arm wrestling match with Vince McMahon and Steve Austin. A big crowd there. Lots of pictures of this have popped up. Somebody winds up taking a tumble into the water, and there's photographs of you there. The match, I mean, the thing I don't think actually wound up happening, did it? Like the actual show you guys were promoting?
It did not. That was the day that Vince had gone in and met with Robert Kraft. They had talked about doing this huge event in Foxwoods, wherever it is, where them damn Patriots play. But this was going to be a big, huge event in an outdoor stadium. We went down and we did the announcement of it. The promotion around it was Vince McMahon, arm wrestling, Stone Cold Steve Austin. We did it out on this island in the middle of Boston, and the water around it stunk to high heaven. It was disgusting. And you had to take a little boat out, and we had the island all decorated with all this different shit on it, had the arm wrestling tables set up right in the middle. So that day I was with Austin. So I'm with Austin all day long from the morning until night. And Steve had a particularly rough night, didn't sleep much the night before. We had gotten together early in the day, and Steve, one of those, I need a couple beers just to take the tinge off here a little bit. So when we got out there, it was hot, it's gross. I'm in a suit, sweating my ass off. Steve's in shorts. We get out there, and Vince decides when he's out there, go tell Steve to dump me in the water. I'm looking at him going, how deep is it? I don't know. Goddamn, just throw me in the goddamn water. No one knows. I'm asking everybody, so how deep is this? What's in it? Because it stinks like shit. And Vince doesn't give a shit. So I go over and I tell Steve, I said, okay, after the deal, when Vince turns his back, dump him in the water, which we did. So as we're doing this, and you're kind of on this platform and everything, and Vince is flailing around like he's drowning, and he's screaming at me, Bruce, help me, Bruce, help me. And I turn around, and there's good old Doc Henry, Dave. And I look at Michael. Michael's there. I think he had like a gray sport coat on and jeans and something else. And I'm like, good God, Michael, help him. He's drowning. Well, look, balls, I'll get you. Don't grab balls. Here I come. Michael reaches his hand out to help Vince in, and I knew what was coming next. Michael went a-swimming. And Vince pulled Michael in, and they had their fun. When I saw that, I said, Steve, let's get out of here. Steve and I jumped in the boat, did a victory lap around the island and let Vince up there. And Vince had this horrible rash. Vince and Michael both, horrible rash all over their bodies from that disgusting water in that pond there outside of Boston. It was gross.
Let's keep it rolling here. Let's talk about the Fully Loaded pay-per-view, July 26th, Fresno, California. We've covered this one in the archives. Undertaker and Steve Austin are going to beat Mankind and Kane to win the tag titles. Lots of injuries. Probably not the best match. They go 17.5 minutes. Meltzer didn't love it. 2 3/4 stars. And this makes Austin a double champion, which he's done before. Once upon a time, he was an Intercontinental and a tag champion. But now he's the world champion and the tag team champion. What do you remember about Fully Loaded here?
Well, it was done for a night. It was done for a spot. If you're ever going to be able to get heat on a champion, and especially somebody like Steve, this man is hard to beat. This is a time to do it. Because when you put the tag team titles on them, well, how do you get them off? And now they've got to lose. And for me, I just didn't like it. I thought it was, well, what else are you going to do? Have them win. Okay, you have them win. The next question was never asked. Who's next? How do we get it off of them? And that was the frustration on a lot of our end, especially with me, because I just didn't understand. And I don't think that they had the answer at that time either. And that's where, some of the Russo creative would have holes in it, because you'd start something, but you didn't have the finish already. Well, let's just do it. We'll figure it out later.
So let's talk a little bit about the next night on Raw. It looks like there's going to be a title switch with the Outlaws, but it doesn't actually happen. But it does happen on August 10th. It's a Four Corners tag team match. And Undertaker and Austin wind up losing the titles to Mankind and Kane. And that gets a build to SummerSlam 98. So the whole No Way Out show forward was building towards SummerSlam 98, where we're going to have the explosion of the former tag team champions now facing off for the world title, Steve Austin and Undertaker. We've covered this in the archives. Neither guy really wanted to be the heel. As a result, the match wasn't nearly what it could have been. It wasn't a terrible match, but it only got 3.5 stars. But you would think with two big box office guys like this, the heat maybe would have been a little more significant. I know we covered this, in the archives last year, but briefly touch on why you think this Undertaker-Austin feud wasn't as hot maybe as it could have been.
Because it was a babyface. It was a whole babyface issue. There was no one solidly to get behind. I think the audience liked both. You had your two biggest heroes, your two biggest baby faces, with a couple of month build to a one-on-one match that Taker didn't have a strong case to go win the championship, and Steve didn't have a strong case to kick Taker's ass. It was just the meeting of these two badasses for the championship. In the old days, maybe it would have worked. It didn't work here because no one had a solid baby face and a solid heel, somebody to root for and someone to root against. I think the audience kind of wanted both guys to win. And in that situation, you don't have a winner.
Austin got knocked out in this when their heads collided. Is that right? Do I have that right?
Yep. Double knocker. Yes. I mean, he was out for a few minutes. Well, not a few minutes. Yeah, he was out.
Did you know it when you saw it, or did you find out after the fact?
Found out after the fact. When it happened, you could tell that he was a little out of it. But when you're asking questions, guys ringside, is Steve okay? And you're asking the referee and everybody, and they're giving you a thumbs up that he's okay. And I'm sure they were asking Steve, are you all right? Just was like, yeah, I'm good. But when you're knocked out like that and you kind of knock silly, that's what you're going to say most of the time.
The September 14th Raw, McMahon comes out and announces that The Undertaker and Kane have come to a business arrangement where they're going to work together to get the title off of Steve Austin. And that's the breakdown pay-per-view that we're going to be setting up. And it can only end if one of them pin Austin or if Austin pins one of them. Later in that same show, Austin would defend the title against Ken Shamrock, which I think is their actual first match together. Shamrock here, was he considered, obviously we're just going to, keep it moving, and we're on to the breakdown show with Kane and Undertaker working against Steve. It does feel like Shamrock could have been a big deal for you guys as a big opponent for Steve Austin and have a longer feud, a longer run together. Why do you think that didn't happen?
Because Ken didn't have the verbal skills for it to happen. And Ken, yes, tremendous athlete, ungodly athlete. And couldn't see through anything that he did. He was great in the ring, but Ken's verbal skills to try and get you to that point, he would have had to have had a mouthpiece. And in comparison to some of the other heels that Steve had waiting in the wings for him, Ken was better underneath that and working in a support role underneath that, because Steve needed that strong heel that could cut those promos and go back and forth with him verbally.
The main event of Breakdown really sucked. We covered this in the archives. It goes down September 27th, Hamilton, Ontario. They go 22 minutes, Austin, Undertaker, and Kane. They do like a double pin deal. Vince tries to leave with the belt, jumping into a limo. Austin's supposed to run after him, but he's just walking. It's really not the visual people probably imagined. I know you sometimes have been pretty vocal about not really loving a three-way match. This one was just sort of doomed from the start, was it not?
Well, same thing. Again, in my opinion, you only had one heel in there, in Kane. If you've got two heels and a babyface, now the babyface is in some jeopardy, and I'm really rooting for him to overcome. At this point, I'm kind of happy if Undertaker wins. I'm happy if Steve wins. I really don't care that much if Kane wins. I don't want him to. But he was the only heel, and it was the reverse psychology of how you would normally put a three-way together. And that's why it didn't work. It didn't work because the audience is confused as to the same thing in SummerSlam. Who the hell do you root for?
Right.
I love Stone Cold Steve Austin. I love The Undertaker. Super strong characters. But now I've got Kane in there, and I don't care as long as somebody beats him.
So the next night on Raw is a pretty big deal. Austin shows up on a Zamboni and drives it from the outside of the building as the cops scatter. And he jumps off the Zamboni into the ring, clotheslines the McMahon family. The police handcuff him, take him away. And this is really, I guess, the start of a fad where Austin is going to be driving different vehicles into the arena. Who first had this idea of the Zamboni, as best you recall?
First I heard it was from Vince McMahon. God damn it, what if Steve throws something in? And then when we were in the arena, he looked at it, God damn, he could drive that big Zamboni. And it just happened. What people don't know about that is when you watch and you see Steve go through the curtains, Steve's blinded by the curtain. They weren't up in rehearsal. So the idea was the curtains were up, Steve knocks shit down and continues on and goes to the ring. Well, when he hit the curtains, he just took them with him and they blinded him. He didn't know where the hell he was going. To get out of the way, everybody had pretty much gotten out of his way on all the other sides, but I was against the wall there at the gorilla position, and when Steve came, that damn Zamboni hit my table and pinned me against the wall. Had it come over just a little bit more, we wouldn't be doing this podcast, by God. And it wasn't his fault. He couldn't see, but it was some scary shit. And that's if you're going to rehearse, you learn every time you do something. You're going to rehearse it, do it in the wartime atmosphere, put everything up as it's going to be that night when you actually do it. And then it became a thing. Hey, what's Steve going to drive to the ring? And that became his deal.
Let's keep it moving here. The next week, this is a big story. Vince is in the hospital because he's been attacked by Kane and the Undertaker as they in storyline broke his ankle. And Austin is here, dressed up as a doctor. And, well, it's a pretty famous clip. And I guess he is going to try to shove something up Vince's ass. Chat me up. What do you remember about filming this? What about the hospital? I mean, when he hits him in the head with a bedpan, it's a classic clip that still gets shown and talked about to this day.
You know, it's funny that you talk about that bed. That was a real bedpan, very stiff bedpan, left a knot on Vince's head, the size of a huge egg. But so much stuff. And this is, again, one of those places where Vince Russo doesn't get enough credit, because this was a Russo production. And this was something that he had talked about with Vince McMahon, and something that he had worked out with Mick Foley and Steve to get that classic shit. And Vince McMahon was becoming a lot more open to, let's try some different things. Let's do shit we haven't done before. And Mick Foley was so good off the cuff that Vince trusted Mick and allowed him to go out and have fun. And I think it was Al Snow that came up with the Mr. Sucko, hello there, boys and girls. And Yerple the Clown, and that was her debut, and that was a one-off that became a reoccurring character that everybody's like, what the fuck? What are we going to do with Yerple? Can we teach her to take a bump? All of that. And that was during a time that we could do things. It was not heavily scripted. It was an idea. It was a scene that Vince and Austin, because they had such great chemistry. You throw Mick Foley into that as well. They had such great chemistry and were so good off the cuff. They made that shit memorable without, all right, I say this and then I move here. It was, here's the scene. Here's what we want. Have a fight, kick his ass, go from there. And that was the beauty of what was happening during that time.
The October 12th Raw, Austin will drive a cement mixer in the building and fill Vince's Corvette with it until the windows blow out. They still actually have this Corvette, we learned last year or year before last, at the WWF warehouse, which is pretty amazing that they still hung on to this thing. Whose idea was this? Where'd you find the car? What can you tell us about this pretty famous skit here?
We did that. I believe that was in Nassau Coliseum. I could be wrong on that. But Vince was thinking, it was like, what if Steve destroyed like my prized possession and I had a sports car or something? We bought this Corvette. It looked like shit. But Vince, okay, we cleaned it up as best as we possibly could. And as we're doing it, we're sitting there looking at it. We tried a rehearsal with some stuff with another car. And when you filled up the car, it just, the cement oozed over. It was less than spectacular. It wasn't good. And it's like, well, what if we rolled the windows up? Again, it's totally illogical. Why on a beautiful day you're driving a Corvette, but you have the windows up on it? But that's what we did, because the windows, when all that cement came up, you could actually see it then. And it filled up, and then the pop on the windows was a happy accident that we were ready for, but we weren't ready for it the way that it happened. And iconic. That was one of those deals, just you're sitting there looking at it. Let's try it this way. We've got one shot at it. Do it. And voila. Scene played over and over. How many times have you seen that pop with the cement and the Corvette?
Oh, forever. I mean, it's an iconic skit. How much do you think you guys paid for that, if you had to guess?
Whew. Probably, I don't know, $25,000.
It's pretty crazy. Later in the show, Austin and Rock would beat Kane and The Undertaker by DQ when Big Boss Man comes out wearing a mask and attacks Austin
and then unmasks. And this is Big Boss Man's return to the WWF after having a stint in WCW. Why debut Boss Man this way? I mean, obviously you're putting him with the hottest star in the business, but it does feel, I don't know, like an interesting spot to have him because he hadn't been previously sort of positioned near the top of the cards.
I think that the idea behind it was to have, this was going to be Vince's heater, and Boss Man was in great shape. He looked absolutely fantastic, and it was reimagining, reinventing the Big Boss Man in this new gear and this whole brand new look. The idea originally, from what I know, was to bring the Big Boss Man in and have him work with Steve and have him work for the championship. But unfortunately, that damn bell rang, and Boss Man wasn't the same Big Boss Man that we had before. He had lost a lot of weight, and unfortunately, I think he had lost a step or two as well in the ring, and didn't have that same intensity that Vince was looking for. But debuting him that way, the idea was that's going to be, Big Boss Man and Stone Cold Steve Austin. People would believe this big nasty son of a bitch would put a beating on Austin. Then Survivor Series happened.
Yeah, we'll get there. The Judgment Day pay-per-view comes first. Austin is the ref during an Undertaker-Kane match to crown a new champion. And Vince said if Austin didn't raise the hand of the winner, he'd fire him live on the show. Paul Bearer comes out and asks Kane to step aside so he could hit the Undertaker with a chair. And in a totally predictable move, he then hit Kane with a chair, who no-sold the blow. Eventually we go back and forth. Undertaker's arguing with Austin. Austin gives him a stunner and a chair shot and counts with both men laying on the mat and rules them both the loser and himself the winner. And Vince fired him. I mean, obviously nobody really thought Austin was fired. What do you think of the finish of that show? I mean, probably not the best pay-per-view you guys could have put on, huh?
I'll give you the description Pat Patterson would give of that finish.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, shit. Yeah. You're promising people something that they're going to see something, and you give them a stipulation, and when it doesn't happen, it's disappointing.
Right.
For the audience, they're expecting, okay, Austin's going to have to count somebody. I'm walking out of this, Kane or the Undertaker is the champion. That doesn't happen. And I think that this is where a lot of times the stipulations and all the conditions we would put on matches, they just didn't happen. And they didn't mean anything.
Right.
So the more you do that, every single fucking special match you have, people go, oh, it's not going to matter anyway.
So the next night on Raw, Austin is going to take Vince hostage. And this is a pretty famous segment here. Austin makes Vince say oink, oink real loud, ties him up, puts duct tape over his mouth. And then later in the show, brings Vince to the ring, holds a gun to his head. And Vince looks like he's going to piss himself, and he does. And then Austin pulls the trigger, and a sign comes out of the gun that says Bang 316. And then, of course, Austin stunned Vince McMahon. A very famous segment. I mean, I got to ask, this is sort of silly, but this is what we do here on the show. Was that working piss or shoot piss?
What kind of question would that be?
Oh, so it's shoot piss.
That's us.
Oh, okay. I understand. Piss is our us. I got it.
Actually, pisses us, but they're a conglomerate off of urine or us.
I don't know why that's funny to me, but it sure is. Let's
Just be us and shit.
Yeah, why not, right? This shows, if anything else, that Vince is a good sport and pretty much willing to do anything. Is it not?
Yeah, it's a demonstration of Vince when he would ask someone to do something ridiculous to be able to look him in the eye, and he's never asked anybody to do something that he himself wouldn't do.
Right.
So this was a place, where for Steve to make him look ridiculous, and he was willing to do that.
Let's keep it rolling here. Let's talk about Austin being interviewed by People magazine. He's one of the breakthrough stars of 1998.
and he was also going to be featured in the Sexiest Bald Men issue. He's also going to be on the Billboard Music Awards on MTV. It's pretty amazing that wrestling got as high as it did, as fast as it did. Austin is everywhere. He's mainstream everywhere. It probably feels like of years prior, when you guys are trying to do like WrestleMania 11, you're trying to court as many celebrities as you can. Sort of the same thing at WrestleMania 10. Fast forward a few years, and now everybody, the mainstream attention, I mean, they're chasing you, right?
Yeah, it became our guys were the celebrity. And that was the beauty of it, that all of a sudden we went from growing from the outside in, that we were now exploding outside.
Right.
Steve was everywhere. It was, Jesus, it was a phenomenon. We had security that would meet, and Rock was getting big too. And that undercurrent underneath all of this. But we had security. We had relationships with the airlines that security would meet their planes and they would take them off the plane down. They didn't walk down the runway or down the gate area. They would take them down the steps right outside the plane. They would have SUVs waiting for them and whisk them away so that they would never be in the airport proper, because the airports were having security issues. Go back in 1998, you didn't have the strict security that you have now. You could go and meet your plane at the gate. 10 of you could go down there to meet your loved one coming off the plane. So there were security issues with people going to the airport wanting to see Steve, wanting to get autographs, wanting to get pictures, what have you. So we would have security that would meet them, take them down in SUVs, whisk them away, and get them off to the hotel or get them off to the building. And that was with all of our top guys, because it had gotten so big so fast that we were experiencing things that we had never experienced before. And it came quick, and we just you had to adapt and go.
The November 2nd Raw opens with Shane McMahon saying his father wasn't around and he was in charge. So Steve Austin is going to get a title shot on the November 16th Raw. And then Vince shows up in a limo and gives a really, really strong heel interview. And we're sort of off to the races with what's going to happen at Survivor Series. We've touched on this before. We certainly did a whole episode on Survivor Series 98. Steve is in a 16-man tournament to crown a world champion. And then there is the Steve Austin Big Boss Man match that, boy, you really love. Meltzer would call it a real weak finish. I think you would say that's even probably a little polite.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, it was absolutely terrible. The finish, they had everybody out at the ring from the corporation. And the finish was supposed to take place with Steve, where Shane gives him the double birds, and Steve gets up, go corner Shane. Boss Man, who would have been out at the ring, supposed to be there the entire show, slides in the ring behind Austin, nails Austin with the nightstick, and Austin's now screwed. We're out there, the match is taking place. Get to the spot. I'm like, where the fuck is Boss Man? And everybody's looking around and go, where is Boss Man? The ringside. Now, backstage before the match, right before the match, everybody is standing in front of the gorilla position. I send everybody to the ring. Just like normal. Boss Man was there, but he had asked right before they went, he says, hey, I've got to go over my match with Undertaker. Can I do that? And he didn't go out for the match. Now, why no one caught that, I don't know. Because he was there. I remember talking to him the whole 9 yards. And I'm screaming in the back, where the fuck is Boss Man? And we're in St. Louis. And it was just absolutely an insane moment when there's no Boss Man. Nobody knows what the hell to do. Finally, somebody says, get in it. Somebody hit Steve with a chair. to which Jerry Briscoe jumped in, and they had to do something. Steve couldn't beat up Shane. They had to do something to get Steve out of it, and called it the Tink heard round the world because Steve's got a bad neck. Briscoe's swinging a chair. Briscoe sure as hell did not want to be responsible for hurting Steve. Steve didn't know what the hell was coming at him anyway. And we had to do something to get the hell out of this match. And you had enough guys out there to hopefully do it. It looked like shit. And then here comes Boss Man running around the corner, running to the ring. Everybody's, where the fuck were you? A catastrophe. It was the shits. It's one of those, we know what was supposed to happen. The audience doesn't necessarily know, but in this situation, they knew that it sucked. It wasn't good.
Well, it wasn't good. Austin's going to move on to the semifinals against Mankind. Mankind pins Austin in 10 minutes and 27 seconds. Austin selling the left arm. Pretty big here. 3 stars is the finish. Shane is involved here, where Austin is laying down for 3 with Shane counting. And they're doing getaway car tease with Patterson, Briscoe, and Slaughter getting in a limo and fleeing. Theoretically, I guess, with Vince and Shane with them. Austin steals a van and leaves after him. What did you think of the payoff here with Shane double crossing, doing the middle finger, and then the getaway car and stealing a van?
Oh boy. I loved the finish, the way it was laid out originally and how it was supposed to take place. If it had taken place that way, it would have been great. It would have been off the charts, great. And people would talk about, that time that screwed over Stone Cold Steve Austin. And then everything else, I think, almost would have been forgotten, and it would have made everything would have made sense. But that didn't happen. And I think it made everything else just look, yeah, a lot of that. It just was anticlimactic because it wasn't as intense. It wasn't as big of an FU as it was meant to be and as it was laid out to be. And unfortunately, you're left with that, and you've got to go through with plans, and sometimes it's just not as good as you think it's going to be.
The next night on Raw opens with Vince and Shane, along with The Rock, telling the story of their swerve. Austin's going to come out and say his contract guaranteed him a title match on November 16th. McMahon said he already had the title shot in the tournament the night before. And then Austin named a local judge who claimed he had ruled the contract was binding, and they air a videotape of Judge Mills Lane of boxing referee fame. We've never really talked about this, but how the fuck did Mills Lane get involved in this?
Mills Lane was doing a show like Judge Judy.
Right.
And it was promotion for Mills Lane. He was a good friend of the show, and offered he was going to do some stuff with us, offered to help him out with his show, just an old friend, and helping somebody out with their new show, getting some exposure. And that's all it was ever meant to do.
Later in the show, Austin beats Rock by DQ in about 8 minutes. It's a title match. The heat is off the charts for this one. Mankind's going to come out and attack Boss Man. Shamrock and Boss Man are doubling on Mankind. Austin hits the stunner. Shamrock pulls Earl Hebner out of the ring. Undertaker hits Austin with a shovel, and there's your DQ. Undertaker is about to destroy Austin with a shovel, but for some reason, Paul Bearer stopped him. This is sort of a throwaway Raw here, but man, you go back and you watch this, and the crowd was just on fire for it. The November 30th Raw is kind of interesting. Undertaker locks Steve Austin in a meat locker, and Austin later gets out of the show, and he clocks Undertaker with a shovel, and he and Kane put him in a body bag while Bearer was gone. And the show ends with Austin and Kane cornering Bearer, taking him to the ring, and Austin's about to stab him in the chest, but changes his mind, and they drag him out of the arena, throw him in a manhole, and the show ends supposedly with Bearer in the sewer. What the fuck is going on here? We got dudes in meat lockers, dudes getting hit with shovels, almost seeing a stabbing. Now we're throwing the dude like he's a fucking Ninja Turtle into the sewer. This is
A lot.
Oh yes. Oh man, I don't even know where to begin on that. Yeah, where the fuck you begin? What do you say? Shit was happening, and we were just in that building and saw the sewer hole. Paul Bear was several things. First of all, he was concerned about fitting, which he barely did, and second of all, ruining his suit. But Vince's saying was he'd be down in there with the rats in the gutter in the sewer. Perfect. Oh God. I think that there was an attempt. Every show, Steve had to do something. Steve had to overcome adversity. And this even goes back to the Hulk Hogan days where a lot of times Hulkster, he had the phrase, you got to stack the deck. And that's what he did with Steve. You know, Hogan would stack the deck for the paper, stack the deck for his matches. With Steve, we had to stack the deck every week. And we had to give him something new to overcome, something new for him to do that gets him over the top every night.
Like a knife. Hit him with a knife.
Ain't a knife, damn it. It's a sacrificial instrumental to get to the other side.
To the other side. Boy, you guys are tiptoeing through
It's
the tulips. An instrument. Okay, it's a symbol too. I know. I got it.
Send it with the knife. I mean, the ceremonial instrument.
Thank you. Thank you. The next week on Raw, we've got Austin and Mankind taking on Taker and Rod. 4 Druids show up with the cross. Yeah.
It's a symbol.
Oh, sorry. Austin and Taker were brawling, and Taker knocks out Austin with a chair shot. Then they tie him to the symbol. And then they crucify him. And when they raise the symbol.
They didn't crucify him. He was tied and he ascended up into the Burnham Savits.
When did you know this was the fucking worst idea ever? Like in my head, I don't want to get on a real religious kick here, but in my head, when you guys are doing a walkthrough, because if you're going to do a stunt where dudes are like going up on apparatuses in the air, you're not just going to do that for the first time in front of a live crowd. You're going to actually try it beforehand. When you guys are sort of walking through that, is anybody looking around saying, hey, should we be doing this? Is this a good idea? I mean, there has to be somebody who raises their hand, whether it's a performer, someone in the back, or is everybody just like, no, let's just see how far we can push this.
I'm sure someone raised a concern. I didn't. I just kind of went, okay, that's what you want to do. It's entertainment. So at that point, you're entertaining. It's not real. And if you take it as real, then that's on you. It's entertainment, and it's gaga, and we're telling stories and entertaining you. Is it in good taste? Probably not. But that's all subjective as well when you talk about taste. What I think is good taste, other people may not.
Listen, I want to ask you about that. I know that I understand, and I really do believe you, and I'll cause when you say, excuse me, it's just entertainment, and that's what I look at. It's just entertainment. It's not real. Whatever, I get it. However, like wrestling's different, and I know you say it shouldn't be, but it is not. But it is a little bit, because like nobody approaches Al Pacino and says, "Hey, Michael Corleone." Like, that's not. They know it's Al Pacino, but at the same time, Steve Austin in this era, everywhere he went, he's Stone Cold. He's Steve Austin. That's not even his real name, but people still call him Steve Austin, and it's like this weird. Like when nobody calls Clark Kent. I mean, nobody calls Christopher Reeves Clark Kent. I mean, they know it's Christopher Reeves, and in real life, you don't refer to him. That was a character he played. But in wrestling, you sort of become the character, and I know that is different from the other forms of entertainment.
So I think that's why some people would take something like this and say, I don't know if that's really a good idea, because you are so intentionally trying to blur the lines, almost like a magician. I mean, you and I have talked about magic a lot, some on the show, but a lot off the show. And there's so much of that is sort of behind the curtain, and there's a lot of similarities with wrestling, but they really become that character when they're in the general public. It's not like they're only that person when they're on stage. They're that person when they're, get pumping gas in their car, right?
In the old days, yes. And that is definitely how it is. However, when you look at, to your point of what you just said, soap operas, there are people that believed everything that they still do. Soap opera characters, that's who they are in real life, and the people only know them as their soap opera names. James Gandolfini talked about people seeing him in real life and thinking he's Tony Soprano.
Sure.
When you have a strong character, in Stone Cold Steve Austin, these are strong characters that have been on for many years, and you feel that you know them. They're in your home every week. You invite them in. So it's the same, but we're just, a lot of times you say, because it's real people sometimes, and that's where that line gets blurred. Some guys use their real name, some guys don't. Some guys are a character and it's totally fiction. But even the people that use their real names, they're still playing a character on TV. And they're still doing maybe not necessarily what the human being would do, but what the character would do. So, yeah, it's a double-edged sword. And so you have to look at it when you're creating it, when you're writing it, when you're looking at it from a strictly entertainment standpoint. The gloves are off, and I think anything is fair game. And it really comes down to a matter of taste.
You guys obviously got a lot of backlash on that. We've talked about this before, but I just wanted to bring it up. The build up for them putting Steve on the symbol, is a buried alive match at rock bottom. They're going to go 21 minutes and 30 seconds. I've tried to get this out of you for 3 or 4 years now on the show. What's it going to take for you to tell everybody how these buried alive matches are done?
It's magic. They get buried alive. They actually are buried.
Yeah.
And it's magic. You don't give away David Copperfield's tricks.
No, well, this isn't a David Copperfield podcast.
Well, I understand that, but that's the magic that not everybody needs to know. And those who know, okay, great, but it's magic and it's an illusion. It's.
Why do you arbitrarily pick this one? You told us the magic behind everything else. Why is this one so personal for you?
Because I like this one. I don't look. Hey, here's the thing. Not everybody needs to know everything. So there are certain things that are kept within, and that's why it's. I don't discuss what guys' contracts are. I won't discuss money or anything like that, because I don't feel that's anybody else's business. And this is one of those that's just very personal and private to me, and business.
This is not the best buried alive match. It only gets 3/4 of a star. The whole finish is sort of shit. I mean, this is the worst one, and it's really not close. Talk to me.
Yeah, both guys were injured, and both guys were hurting pretty bad.
And the bulldozer
into the match, I wouldn't have booked the match. In general.
And Meltzer even says the bulldozer got stage fright and couldn't perform, which is, the whole thing is just a mess. The way they try to get to the finish here, and I guess we should mention, Steve Austin is going to be in trouble on the way back from, or on the way to England on a flight where he has to cancel all of his promotional appearances. He can't eat for 4 days. And this was right before that pay-per-view. He was apparently, injured in that show. and he's supposed to be checked out just so they could try to make it possible for him to wrestle on some of the big shows. You know, when you hear of a guy, your top star like this, you're gonna have to pull out of appearances and miss some dates and miss some house shows, and he's your hottest star and it ain't close. I mean, is everybody panicking a little bit because things aren't just business as usual? I mean, obviously it's different because, you know, so much of the shows, so many of the shows are already sold out, but you do want to sort of deliver what you advertise too, right?
You do, and it's difficult when somebody like a Stone Cold Steve Austin is unable to perform, because at that time, a lot of people were only coming to see Stone Cold Steve Austin. That's a tough one to replace. Who the hell do you go into and say, okay, because whenever you do a replacement, you always want to, if you can, be better than what was originally advertised. How the hell do you get better than a Stone Cold Steve Austin? So but that's also business, and that's part of it. Sometimes shit happens and you have to adapt and make the very best of it as you can. It's not always going to be perfect. So it sucks when you're not one of your top guys, your top guy, your top attraction is not able to go. But he's also, you know, this is where the human being part comes in. He is only human.
So let's talk about what's next. Royal Rumble 1999. That's how we're going to kick off 99. Austin's in the Rumble match, and he's number 1. And the commissioner, Shawn Michaels, has deemed that number 2 will be Vince McMahon. And Austin's going to beat up on Vince for a few minutes until Goldberg comes in and Austin eliminates him. And then Vince goes through the crowd and led Austin into the women's bathroom where he was attacked by the corporation and left laying unconscious. He's loaded into an ambulance, taken to the hospital. And Vince then goes to ringside and starts to do commentary while he's still legally in the match. And Austin would drive the limo back to the building and then re-enter the match. And then he goes on to eliminate Shamrock, Billy Gunn, Test, Bossman, Triple H, Owen Hart, and Chyna. And The Rock comes down, distracts Austin. Vince throws him out from behind. And unbelievably, Vince McMahon wins the Royal Rumble. The next night on Raw, Vince forfeits his match against The Rock at WrestleMania, and Michaels puts Austin in the match, and Austin agrees to put his title up against Vince to get a match with him. Vince agrees, and that sets up St. Valentine's Day Massacre. We just covered that one, which is a pretty unbelievable show, especially the main event. If you haven't seen it, I recommend you do. McMahon pulls out all the stops. It's pretty unbelievable what he's willing to do here. They go less than 8 minutes after the bell rings. The match only got 2 3/4 stars on the Observer, but it's 5 stars on the effort for Vince McMahon for me. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. It was scary. And that, you know, in so many ways, it was a good thing because we got a new cage out of it. We got new rings out of it, but it was an ungodly performance for somebody that was not a trained long-term professional wrestler to go out and do and perform the way that he did at the level that he did with Steve, because Steve will lay it in. Steve's a tough son of a bitch, and he's going to make you know that he's there every single step of the way.
Well, you know, it's something that, you know, he deserves to be applauded for. Let's talk about his appearances on the CBS television show Nash Bridges. You know, we had seen Austin pop up in the silk stockings and things like that here or there, but now he's playing Jake Cage on a CBS television show, February 26th. How do you think Austin did as an actor? You know, he's made some movies over the years. I can't necessarily say that he's won any awards for that. You know, maybe his wrestling was a little better than his acting, but he's had some stuff. What did you think of his appearances on Nash Bridges?
Well, they made a character that was very close to who Stone Cold Steve Austin was, so he didn't have to really act that much other than be himself and be put in different situations. And for that character, the Nash Bridges, I thought Steve did really well. And again, it wasn't a stretch from who he was as a human being and who he was as a character that he portrayed every single week on television. It was good enough that folks at CBS pitched do a series based on Steve's character. And that didn't actually come to fruition, but it was pitched. And I think the people felt Steve's acting skills in that regard were better than most.
On the March 22nd Raw, Austin comes down driving a Coors Light beer truck and sprays beer all over The Rock, Vince, and Shane. Pretty iconic moment here. Whose idea was this? How excited is everybody to do it? Was this a paid endorsement spot? I know that seems silly, but it does feel like, when there's a giant Coors truck here and it's not only, shown prominently to a huge audience live, but also on television and for years to come. Somebody should have wrote a check for that. Did they?
Well, they should have, but they didn't. And it was during a time that we were trying to get beer companies as sponsors, and we were actually trying to get Steve his own beer. And Steve liked Coors Light. We all like Coors Light, and they were interested at the time. This was a way to let them know, hey, here's some exposure for you. This is the type of thing that we can do. It's like we did with light beer. This is what we can deliver for you. This is the audience that is there for you and that can be there for you each and every week. I thought it was a damn cool idea, something that hadn't been done before. I don't know, Vince McMahon sometimes sits there and comes up with some crazy shit. I'm sure Russo definitely had a hand in it as well. Just what the question became every week. How do we top ourselves? How do we go further than we went last week? What's that next holy shit moment for Stone Cold?
So after the beer truck, I think people sort of lose sight of this. Austin beat the Big Show, at this time Paul White, in 9 minutes and 29 seconds with a stunner after several chair shots. I only mention this because this is White's first match in the WWF, and it's on Raw. It's not on a pay-per-view. In hindsight, should you have saved this?
God, I think you should have built to it over a long-term deal. In a lot of ways, it could have been WrestleMania, but if not that WrestleMania, it could have been the WrestleMania the very next year, and build to that and build this monster giant. Yeah, it was rushed. I definitely think they could have waited.
WrestleMania 15 is right around the corner, of course. It's March 28th, 1999 in Philadelphia. We covered this one in the archives. You know what the main event is. Steve Austin is going to regain the world title, beating The Rock in just about 17 minutes. Shawn Michaels is the ref. Eventually, we see Mike Chioda come down to ref as well. I'm sorry, Shawn is the commissioner, rather. And he's banning the corporation from interfering. The match is, I don't know, it's okay, I guess. 3.5 stars. It's probably not the level of heat they had on their Raw match a few weeks prior. It's probably not as good as the matches they would have in the future. There's been lots of discussion that this maybe wasn't even the original idea. Maybe originally it was supposed to be a 3-way with Mankind. Talk to me a little bit about the main event, what you thought of it. And obviously Mankind is involved in the match either way, but would it have been better had Foley been the third wheel in this one?
No, I don't think it would have been, because same thing that we talked about earlier with the 3-way matches. Steve needed a heel to work with. It just was a lot cleaner, and it was, in my opinion, a lot better. It's just cleaner when you have a clear path to your opponent. There was a clear, easy story, and adding other people, I think, would have muddied it up, and it wouldn't have been as good. The match would not have been as good. And I thought the match was very good. Was it their best? No, probably wasn't. But they had so many great ones that's hard to rate in that regards. But I did think it was a good match, and it did deliver in the big spot.
Let's keep it rolling here. The next night on Raw, the show opens with Austin asking Vince to come out. He wants, or he gives Vince the title he won at WrestleMania, and he wants the old custom-made Stone Cold belt.
back, I guess we should mention that Stone Cold actually had his own custom world championship that's commonly referred to as the Smoking Skull, which I believe Joe Marshall made. And it's kind of an interesting idea. We haven't really talked about it too much. What do you think of the Smoking Skull World Championship?
Okay, you're a belt guy. I'm not. I didn't even realize that Steve had his own custom championship, probably for maybe a month. And that's how little I paid attention to some of those things. But when I saw it, I thought, hey, that's pretty cool. And originally, I thought that was just a one-off thing. The first time I saw it, oh, hey, that's cool. You're going to take that out there. Then when we made a big deal out of it, and it progressed from there, it was a pretty neat deal. But the fact that we didn't make a big deal out of it when he first got it, I thought, well, then why have it? You know what I mean?
Right.
There was never a big deal made out of it until later. He had it for quite some time before we made any big deal out of it.
Well, they're making a big deal out of it here because, you know, he's beating everybody up. He wants this belt back, and it progresses to the point where on April 12th, Rock is on a bridge and threatens to throw Austin's belt off a bridge in the river, just like Austin did to Rock's Intercontinental title once before. And Austin ended up showing up, and they fight, and Rock winds up knocking Austin off the bridge into the river. So it's kind of fun that, you know, we've turned up the volume from, hey, I'm gonna throw your belt in, and then years later, well, I'm gonna throw your belt in. Nope, I'm just gonna throw you in. That feels like you guys had the volume turned all the way up when you're talking about throwing dudes off bridges. Where'd you shoot this? When was it shot? Who produced it? What can you tell us about this stunt?
Vince and I produced it. Vince McMahon and I produced it, and it was near the building where we were. And I can't even remember the city, but I remember being out there shooting it at night and thinking, you know, what the hell are we doing? Because they had to close off traffic, and they had to divert traffic all around us. Now, we didn't do the shoot until like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, which then they were allowed, you know, they said, okay, we can shut the streets down for X number of hours, whatever it was. And I think we only shut it down for like an hour completely total. But you have to get permits and all that other. You got to get permits, Conrad.
Right.
If you're going to throw a man off a bridge, you must be permitted to do that. Just saying. So there's a little behind the scenes. You got to get a permit if you want to throw a man off a bridge. And it just was one of those long nights of getting everything shot, and then the dummy going off the bridge, and I thought it looked like shit.
It did. It was terrible.
But it was, God damn, it's great. I love it. No one can tell it's too dark. No, if we turned off some of these fucking lights, it might be. But yeah, not one of my favorites going back through the years. And it was, okay, how do you get here? You know what I mean? And it would have been maybe even better if we'd actually had a real stunt man versus a dummy that could actually take the bump and be flailing along, going out. Obviously, Steve's not going to take that bump.
Well, I mean, Austin needed a stuntman 24/7 because on April 16th, he was at the San Antonio airport, getting ready to fly to Vancouver for the show that night, and he's hit by a car, and the driver drives off, but Austin managed to get the license plate number. What do you remember about somebody saying that he was bald with a goatee and then decided, hit that motherfucker with a car?
That's what you do, Conrad. We can't say that because then we'll be in a headline. Popular Podcast says if you see a bald man with a goatee, hit him with your car.
No, that wouldn't do it. Let's say hit that motherfucker with a car. And I'm for it. I'm for it. Yeah, try it at home. See what happens.
Don't do that. Don't do it. If you're going to sue anybody, sue Conrad Thompson it's at Hey, I'm Conrad.
Hey, I'm Conrad. Oh my God. So tell me about, Austin getting run over for real. Not the silliness we're going to get to in a minute at Survivor Series, but this is in April.
Yeah, no, it was just an accident. I think Steve was crossing the street. Some asshole didn't see him and hit him and just kept going. He wasn't hurt or anything. But it was like, what the fuck? That was just a crazy accident mishap that took place as he was going to the damn airport, and shit happens. I've hit someone at the airport before. It happens.
Oh my
What bulge goatee, but
should have been.
Should have been is right.
Let's talk about the Backlash pay-per-view. It's a WrestleMania rematch between Austin and Rock. Austin's going to retain the title, pinning Rock in 17 minutes and 7 seconds. And earlier in the show, Shane McMahon had vowed on the name of his beloved grandfather that if Austin pinned Rock, he would count fairly. And Vince was mad, but Stephanie assured everyone that if Shane used Vince Sr.'s name, he'd be fair. Of course, that means he probably won't. Anyway, Spanish announce table, rock bottom, you know the drill. Pretty good match, 4.25 stars. I think this is probably the best pay-per-view match that Austin and Rock have had up to this point. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree at that point because it was, again, I think the stakes were getting higher. So the higher the stakes, the more intense that the match became. To me, I think they always had some great matches. They had natural chemistry and they worked so damn well together that they couldn't have a bad match. And this stakes were raising and it got more and more intense as you went along.
Well, I can't wait for us to talk about this Backlash 99 show. I'm sure we'll cover it sometime later this month. But the finish of this show is what people really remember. The Ministry of Darkness is going to go to Vince McMahon's limo, and Stephanie's there. And the cops tell the driver to drive away, and Stephanie doesn't want to leave until her dad comes back. And as the show is ending, it's revealed that it was the Undertaker driving. Pretty fun little finish here to the show. Whose idea was that?
That was Vince Russo. Yeah, that was something, he came up to tell that whole story with Vince McMahon. Some of it got pretty fucking hokey with the bear and the teddy bear and all that other good shit. But it was a fun little deal. You would see that scene repeated over and over in the same scenario often.
Let's keep it moving here. Let's do the No Mercy pay-per-view. It's May 16th. It's in London, England. These were always fun. Austin retains the title in a three-way over The Undertaker and Hunter Hearst Helmsley. They go 15 minutes and only gets 3 stars. Anything of note here you want to mention about this pay-per-view?
No, again, it got to be that the pay-per-views just became another Raw, in my opinion, during some of this time. There was so much going on and so much just shit taking place that a lot of times we weren't announcing, where previously we would announce damn near the whole card and everything would have a build up to it. And this was the first time we were getting to the last week and sometimes going into the pay-per-view itself where you had no idea what was going to be taking place on the event itself, but you knew Steve was going to be involved and just so much shit thrown against the wall that after a while shit was drawing and people were interested no matter what we did. So to that, I can't really complain. It's like, okay, well shit, you're making money and things were good. But for my taste, creatively, I thought just sometimes things didn't matter.
Let's keep it rolling here. The next big major show, and it's another pay-per-view. It's Over the Edge, May of 99. It's notable for the incident with Owen, but we're going to talk about Undertaker beating Austin for the title when Shane fast counts Austin. Pretty crazy night. Obviously, nobody even really remembers or talks about Austin and Undertaker that night, and why would they? The next night, of course, there was a tribute show to Owen. At the end of the show, Austin came out, toasted a beer to Owen. It's all pretty surreal, is it not?
Yeah, and I couldn't even tell you. I don't remember much of anything other than Owen that night and the night afterwards. So I remember the toast. That was something Steve wanted to do, and it was You know, I thought it was a good thing.
The June 7th Raw, Linda is going to announce that she stepped down as CEO, and she's going to announce that Austin has been named the new CEO of the WWF. And the week after that, Austin crosses Vince's name off the parking spot and says he has his own spot now. And Austin is talking to workers outside who have wheelbarrows. So he enters Titan Towers and asks the girl where his office is, the receptionist up front, I mean. She answers the phone and is real polite. That irks him, and he teaches her how to do it. He does his Austin routine, and it's pretty fun. She answers the next call after this little demonstration. What the hell do you want? How great!
Damn right, that's how we do it down Texas.
Dude, that's such a good segment. It's underrated. You know, this is one of the first times we really see a lot of Austin comedy. Later in the show, Austin goes to a meeting. He starts off saying, gentlemen, and I use that term loosely, and there's cases of Busch Light there, and he gives them a manual they need to read. He fires some dude who's the head of marketing research. He promotes the mail clerk. No one has an issue with the promotion. I mean, just super, super fun. He asks the guy if he wants to have a drinking contest. If they pass out or puking or they're stumbling around, they're fired. And he makes them crack beers and gets going. He comes into the human resources room, introduces himself, makes an assistant go get a beer, and pushes her on her way. I mean, really some hilarious stuff here. What do you think of these skits of him in the office?
Absolutely. I loved it because it was, this was one where we could have fun and actually take it out on the people in the office that needed to really have it taken out on them. And some of that was ribbing on the square, if you will, especially with the merchandise guy that was, I think he was the first one fired in the conference room there. But that was a little ribbon on the square. That was a lot of fun to do. And then taking all the manure and shit, putting it in Vince's office, which was actually Vince's office. So that's nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get to King of the Ring 99. We've got Austin wrestling Vince and Shane in a ladder match for control of the WWF. Of course, Vince and Shane win this handicap ladder match with 100% stock in the company on the line. They pinned Steve or beat Steve in 17 minutes and 11 seconds. This is a crazy, crazy idea to make a match. It feels like in hindsight, what the fuck? Who would pay for that? But dude, this Steve Austin McMahon feud just got bigger and bigger and felt like it could do no wrong. This match, though, well, the match itself was just sort of what it was. 2.5 stars. Yeah.
Yeah, with the briefcase going up and down and all that shit, it was terrible.
You know, we get asked this all the time. Who was moving the briefcase up?
Well, originally it was supposed to be Shane McMahon. But you never revealed it, and it was one of those open-ended stories that never got revealed. It's kind of like who ran over Stone Cold.
But Shane's in the match.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
So when he was in the match, you just never pivoted to somebody else doing it.
No, we just won't know. We don't need to know who raised it. What do you have to know? The original idea was you go back and you see Shane moving it every time Steve goes up. Steve comes back there and it just was. It was a hodgepodge of illogicalness.
Right.
Illogicalness. Is that a word?
No, but we'll go with it. The next night on Raw, Vince says that Austin would become a prelim wrestler and part of the ring crew. But Austin claims he, as CEO, had signed himself a WWF title match, which would take place later in the show, and also a big contract. So later in the show, of course, Austin pins The Undertaker to regain the world title, which is kind of interesting because the year prior at King of the Ring, he beat Kane the night after the pay-per-view to win the title. So a year later, he beats The Undertaker to win the title. So that's kind of fun.
Totally fair.
On July 12th, the show opens with Austin doing an interview, and McMahon comes out in a wheelchair, and they bleep out Austin calling him an asshole, and they argue about a contract signing. Undertaker comes out, hits Austin with the belt. He's juicing here. Then he takes the pin and fills it with Austin's blood.
So McMahon signed the contract for the pay-per-view in Austin's own blood. It's pretty big time shit right there, my man.
Well, a lot of times people would always make that reference of you're signing that with your own blood, and that was Vince's idea. I'm gonna stick it in his head and get the blood from his head, and it makes sense.
Sure. Steve Austin is going to retain the world title in a first blood match as a result. That, of course, took place at Fully Loaded in Buffalo on July 25th of 1999. They go 15 and a half minutes. Pretty good brawl here. Austin's working his ass off. Vince is doing some commentary. And the match in the Observer got 3 3/4 stars. Undertaker at one point hit Shane McMahon. And there's a real wild finish with Austin and Undertaker, both soaked in blood, brawling to the back. And Austin came back, went to shake Vince's hand, and gave him another stunner as the show goes off the air. Pretty crazy here. What do you think of this? In storyline, Austin's win is going to make Vince have to leave the WWF. This first blood match I enjoyed a lot more than I did their SummerSlam match, but because it's just a sort of a throwaway pay-per-view, it doesn't feel as special.
Well, you also had Taker as a heel.
Yeah.
So that in and of itself makes it a lot easier to work. And again, even looking at the stipulations, I just think that I'm old school, that if a stipulation doesn't mean anything, it's hard to get people back. And at the same time, the audience wasn't going anywhere. They didn't want McMahon to go away, because if McMahon went away, then Steve didn't have anybody to beat up and foil. So it was another case of, okay, McMahon goes away, then what? And I don't think anybody thought that was going to happen. And it's you need matches and you need outcomes in matches that you cannot pick. And you can't predict them, you can't pick them. And no matter which way it goes, you're going to be at least excited about it. And I just felt some of these stipulations were, it's not going to happen.
Meltzer would report that Austin signed on to become a regular for 5 consecutive episodes for Nash Bridges. And around the same time, it makes the Observer that Austin was supposed to wrestle a non-title match against Billy Gunn on the July 26th Raw in Cleveland. And that was the night after this First Blood pay-per-view that we just talked about. And he comes to TV and says there's no storyline reason why he would wrestle Billy Gunn in a cold match, and nobody could give him a good enough storyline reason to change his mind, especially the night after his big match with The Undertaker, when Billy Gunn was being prepared for Rock and not himself. Meltzer would also write, quote, Jarrett is another story. Austin did nix a planned program with Jarrett, with Austin believing Jarrett isn't over enough to where it would make any sense for a guy in his position to work with him. The feeling within the company is that if Jarrett were to get over to the level the company wants him to be, that Austin might consider working with him at that point, although there are other mitigating factors. There's apparently personal animosity regarding Jarrett cutting a promo criticizing Austin 316 and saying that was taken seriously. And he apparently has told people he doesn't want to be the person who picks Jarrett up to a level he has not been able to yet obtain. Even more, Austin, who is together in his real life with Deborah, complained that he didn't want a wrestling angle to interfere with his real life and didn't want to be in a position of not being able to hang around in places with Deborah because the two would be feuding on television. So I had heard the thing about him nixing a program with Jarrett, but it wasn't until my research here that I saw another wrinkle, the rationalization of him not wanting to be photographed with Deborah and sort of ruining kayfabe. Let's break these down one at a time. What do you remember about Austin refusing to do a match with Billy Gunn, saying there was no storyline reason to do so?
Well, just that. Steve didn't want to work with Billy. Didn't feel that coming off of what he had just come off of, there wasn't. And again, this is where you get into the trap. If every week you've got to top yourself and every week has to be better than the last and bigger than the last week, you go from this big, huge angle to, okay, we just want you to wrestle a cold match against Billy. What's the story? Well, we don't have one. then don't put me on TV unless I've got a story and unless I'm involved in something. And they worked themselves into a situation where, well, fuck, how do we top it? What's next? I think that Steve was almost at a point. I don't think he was overexposed, but possibly it was close to it, because he got to that point to where, what are we going to do next? And at first, those ideas come at you, but after a couple of months, it's not what do we do next? It's fuck, what are we going to do now? And that's where they were. So and Vince had drilled that in everyone's mind, Vince McMahon, to the point of Steve is special, and we're not going to just put him in a match. That's not going to happen. Steve, whatever he does, has got to be involved in something special. And if we're going to put him on TV, then it needs to be with the top guy, and it just can't be so that he's going on for TV's sake. That was the deal with Bill. There was no story and no reason to do it.
Let's talk about Jarrett. He nixed a program allegedly over heat about the Austin 316 thing, some personal animosity, not feeling like the guy was over enough, whatever the case may be. And then there's the whole Deborah wrinkle. What do you remember about this?
There was heat with Jarrett going back to when Steve worked in Tennessee, and there was professional heat there. Jeff being Jarrett's son, payoffs and what have you. I don't think that there was any love lost there at that time.
Go ahead and tell everybody the story about Steve Austin opening his check from Jerry Jarrett when he was working in Memphis.
And Jeff came by and said, you can stare at it all you want. It ain't going to make it any bigger. So I think that kind of set in Steve's craw. So he wasn't, but also it's the same argument with Billy Gunn as far as working with Jeff at that time. Jeff, it was ice cold. There was no reason to do it. No one could give him a storyline reason to do it. Add into that the whole Deborah situation where it's like, I don't want to be working against my wife on TV. Wasn't his wife. I think they were dating at the time, but I don't want to be working against her on TV when he was the most recognizable star that we had to be out in public. Everybody's going to see him. They're taking pictures everywhere. And his little private life and his little that he had to himself, he didn't want to jeopardize that. So he didn't want to do it for a variety of reasons. And it was, I think a lot of it, was old, long-standing heat. The fact that Jeff wasn't in a position, there wasn't an issue. It was going to be ice cold. And it was the same argument as Billy Gunn. And you want to keep going, then go to the Deborah deal. Didn't make sense.
Let's get to SummerSlam 99. Goes down August 22nd. It's in Minneapolis. Mankind's going to win the world title in a three-way over Steve Austin and Hunter Hearst Helmsley. But there's another wrinkle in here because of a little politician action you got involved here. The match is what it is, I guess. It only gets 2 3/4 stars. But there's two funny things that happened in this. Well, maybe I have the wrong match. Is this the one where Steve got caught in the ropes and Hunter had to unhook him?
I believe so. Because it was like, I believe that was it.
Even if it's not, tell everybody the funny. I mean, because it's a funny story. Whether it's this match or it's another one, it's still funny.
Well, no, sometimes you get caught in the damn ropes, and you hook yourself in the ropes, and sometimes it's just as easy as it is to hook yourself in the ropes to lean back and unhook yourself in the ropes. Well, Steven hooked himself in the ropes, and it just slipped down just enough that he couldn't get out. He's sitting there flailing, like, what the fuck do I do now? And Hunter had to come over and work the ropes to get him out so we can continue on with the match. It's one of them kind of fucked up deals that happens sometimes. Andre actually used to sometimes would get one arm hooked in the ropes and couldn't fucking get out. He would sit. This back in the ropes.
This may not be. Now that I'm thinking about it, this may not be the match I'm thinking about. But the one I'm thinking about is where
Austin is hung upside down. It's like his knee brace is caught, and he's just dangling upside down, and they're trying to fucking shoot around it because they realize he's stuck. But now in storyline, his own opponent, who should be pummeling him and taking advantage of the fact that he's stuck, has to do him a solid and unhook.
No, goddamn, Conrad. His opponent wanted to get him unstuck from the rope so that he could win the match.
Sure.
Not buying it.
Okay.
Work with me here.
All right, I'll go with it.
It's a symbol, for fuck's sake.
Talk to me about Jesse the Body Ventura. It's funny that we're talking about him now because Jesse, after not doing anything wrestling related for what feels like decades, popped up last weekend at WrestleCon in New York City, and he was rocking the old Ventura jacket that we all grew up on from back in the day with the fringe and all that. So that was kind of a cool thing to see. Talk to me a little bit about the importance of having Jesse involved here and why it was such a cool thing from the mainstream perspective.
Well, Jesus, man, Jesse, you look at Steve Austin, as big as Steve Austin was in the WWE and mainstream. Jesse Ventura, wrestler turned politician. And now everyone looking at here, a quote, professional wrestler has won the governorship of Minnesota. And Jesse the Body Ventura was now the sitting governor in Minnesota. And I think that people were looking at the popularity of wrestling that had transcended pop culture and transcended politics and everything, that how could this happen? And Jesse, very controversial. Jesse had been the mayor of Brooklyn Park, Minnesota prior to that, and had political aspirations. It was also the first time that we had worked with Jesse in a long time, since the lawsuit, and Jesse had gone his own way, gone to WCW. So it was a coup to get a sitting governor to come in and be a part of, this major event. And the other thing that happened on that night was it was the first time that Brock Lesnar came to a professional wrestling match. And Jerry Briscoe, Brock's coach, and Jerry Briscoe were best friends and brought Brock down. And the rest, as they say, is history. So a lot of things happened on that night.
Well, one of the things, the rumor and innuendo behind the scenes is that Austin wanted this to become a three-way because, they want to get the belts off of him. But allegedly, he didn't want to drop it to Hunter, but he had no problem dropping it to Foley. Do you remember hearing that?
I don't think that Steve and or a lot of the agents at that time felt that Hunter was ready for the championship yet. And that wasn't a Steve call. That was a Vince call. That was a lot of the agents, when they heard that, just felt that he'll be ready someday, but he's not ready right now. Not with Steve.
Did he become ready when he started dating Stephanie?
No, he was ready before that.
All right, just being a dickhead, because it is funny.
Yeah, I know you are.
When you say that.
It's not funny.
A lot of the agents.
Not funny, Conrad.
Yeah.
Connie, you're not being funny. Ha ha. It ain't ha.
By the way, how uncomfortable did it get when we were doing our live show with JR, and I wanted to see you hold up the JR head and do your JR impression to the real JR. And he said, "Oh, I'm glad you guys were having fun. It's real cute. Are y'all making fun of my face?" And it was like, no. Why? Can we take a question from the crowd? Like, it never crossed my mind that we were making fun of we're just making fun of his, cadence, or, we're having fun, but we're not picking on an affliction. What the fuck?
Well, here's the thing. I've been making fun of the way JR talks long before his affliction. What?
Well,
It is itself. I do caricatures, Conrad.
no, I'm aware. You don't do them on the show anymore. You decided to give up and not be funny on here anymore, but you used to do them a lot, and they were funny.
Goddamn, Connie. You like doing your little ha-ha. Everything just can't be ha-ha, Connie.
My favorite thing about the JR show.
Snagglepuss. Furnace snake. That's the say. How the fuck did he get that?
I don't know, but what was funny to me is he immediately doubled down and was like, "And what is sassafras? I don't even know what that is, and I've never said it." And then we were like, "Well, that's kind of the idea. That's why it's funny."
Huh.
Well, Mike Hayes either said, dude, and JR was sitting up there, making it, had his own bar making Moscow mules. And I mean, hey, look, everybody, okay, kind of like me, okay, you like an alcoholic beverage or two to unwind after work or celebrate with friends.
What was that promo that Austin used to do when he would just run through all the different alcoholic drinks? What did that sound like?
Goddamn, you don't have a fucking clue. You drink all the goddamn shit you want.
All right, let's keep it moving here. Austin was out of action for a little over a month after the SummerSlam. He's got a torn TCL. He referees a six-pack challenge at Unforgiven, which sees Triple H win the world title. So magically, when he wasn't ready in August, he was by September. So that's good. And then Austin stunners him after the match. On the October 11th Raw, Vince comes out to start the show and seems really happy over drawing such a large crowd in Atlanta. He introduces Austin saying asshole left and right, not being bleeped. And then he tells Triple H to come out and challenge him. And Triple H comes to the ring, shoves down Jim Ross, who gets up and hits him. And then Austin and Triple H brawl. And Austin told Ross to get in the ring and held Triple H for Ross to slug him. Chyna runs down and spears Ross. And later in the show, this is real, Austin and JR wrestle Triple H and Chyna. And Chyna beats up JR the whole time and Austin and Triple H, of course, fight. And it ends when Austin throws Triple H in a room with a snake. I mean...
A rattlesnake.
Talk to me, though. We've got JR being involved with some physicality, and we're throwing dudes in rooms with a snake. What the fuck is this? Are we out of idea?
Brad.
Is this Russo?
JR kind of put out, put himself in that situation by the way that he would look. Jim let you know that Stone Cold Steve Austin was his guy in the way that he announced everything. And he would let you know, Stone Cold. She pooted. People felt it. And there was favoritism there when Jim did that. So it was a natural extension to put Jim into that physicality. People loved JR. He was a sympathetic character. He didn't belong in the ring. So when people would pick on him and Steve would have to come to his defense, it was natural. It was a way to get sympathy on Steve without having to beat Steve up. The snake shit was, oh boy, that was a pain in the ass to shoot, because the snake was trained to strike. And the idea was when Steve got put in there, obviously we had protective glass and everything in between him and the snake. If you look closely, you can sure as fuck see it. But it was the best, that we could do at that point, and hopefully people didn't notice it as much. But the snake was supposed to strike as soon as Steve got into position where he was supposed to be. And that fucking snake didn't feel like working that day. And it was a working snake, but it just didn't feel like working that day. He just like, yeah, fuck him. You got glass there. Take the glass down and I'll strike. But that was the drizzling shits, because you had a non-working snake, didn't want to cooperate or fuck with us, and it just absolutely sucked. That's because we went to snakes be us versus snakes are us.
Well, let me say this. If your snake ain't working right, you need Ageless Male Max. They got a patent pending formula with an ingredient that helps boost your total testosterone, promoting greater increases in muscle size, twice the reduction in body fat percentage, and an amazing 64% increase in nitric oxide, which can be handy at the gym and in the bedroom. This is so fun. You got to do this. Try your first 30-day bottle for free. Just pay your shipping and handling when you text the word RAM. That's RAM, RAM. That's right. Like you think I mean. RAM. To 797979. That's RAM to 797979. Message and data rates may apply. Let's start wrapping it up here, man. We've got a No Mercy pay-per-view on October 17th in Cleveland. Hunter Hearst Helmsley is going to retain the WWF title, pinning Steve Austin in nearly 22 minutes of a no-holds-barred match. Helmsley comes out with a sledgehammer And, well, you kind of have an idea of what's going to happen here. It's a pretty good match. It's 4 stars. There's tons of interference. Everybody and their brother is involved. Meltzer would call an excellent main event. Triple H.
God, we agree on something.
Triple H delivers a pedigree to Rock and then pins Austin to win the title. Chat me up. What did you think about, this match in particular? Because just a couple months prior, there was rumor and innuendo that Austin wouldn't lose to, wouldn't drop the belt to him. Now he's losing on pay-per-view here. Do you remember any pushback or any problems with him putting over Triple H at all?
No, there wasn't. And again, even going back to the SummerSlam match, there hadn't been enough with Steve and Triple H to get to that point. And that was Steve's concern. You got to have a story, you got to have a reason, and you got to get me there first for it to make sense. And also at that time, there were people, and there were still people that didn't feel that Triple H was ready at that point. Vince's argument was, God damn, when we put him there, he'll be ready. So Vince was like, nobody's going to be ready until they're in that position and you see if it works or not. And that's, we got to this point. So that's where we got to. And he had done it. Now the story meant more because Triple H had been involved with Steve. It wasn't cold. It had time to build up. So it was a lot more palatable at this point.
Let's get to Survivor Series 99. Austin is scheduled here to be in a triple threat match with The Rock challenging Triple H for the world title, but the match would never take place because they hit that motherfucker with a car. Meltzer would write, over the last few days, there's been far more talk about how the WWF handled the situation, trying to milk one less buy rate out of its name, and a parody that WCW did the next night on Jim Ross, whether it was hilarious or tasteless, and obviously it was both, than on the potential of the career being in jeopardy of Austin. In fact, whatever discussion there is of Austin's injury is limited to the idea that the WWF is vulnerable for the ratings gap closing if Austin's career is in jeopardy. As far as Austin's future, if he can't wrestle, the belief is that the producers of Nash Bridges are still interested in doing a spin-off television series starring Steve Williams in the role of Jake Cage. The strong rumor spread that day that Austin wouldn't appear, but as many people felt it was some sort of a dispute with Vince McMahon or a refusal to do a job, rather than what it really was. From when the WWF received word about Austin, knowing full well that he wasn't going to be able to wrestle on Survivor Series, they had several opportunities to shoot angles to explain this fact. Granted, false advertising is an accepted part of this business, but that doesn't make it any more right than any other form of fraudulent advertising. Just goes on with such regularity, it has become accepted. So let's address that before we keep moving. When did you guys know, hey, Austin's hurt and he can't work?
Well, as far as actually, it was really last minute. And you had Steve. Steve kept thinking, no, I'll get through this. I'll be able to make it work. And then by that time, your Monday night had passed. You're getting into it. There really wasn't time, okay, to change anything, to shoot anything, to make it work. Whatever you were going to do, you had to do that day at the pay-per-view. So it was just a shitty, tough situation that everybody was put in, and it didn't have Steve. So you had to do something that day, make it work, and move on, bite the bullet and go. Not an ideal situation, but it was a last minute deal. And it was something that when you're getting into it, you're hoping, okay, this is going to work out. We'll get where we need to be. It didn't. And 9 times out of 10, it can work out. Everybody's good. But unfortunately, sometimes shit just doesn't work out, and that's where we were.
Well, let's recap what Meltzer wrote of this show. He says, at this point, Austin was hit by a car. Actually, the stuntman was hit by a car. We were all emphatically told that Austin hadn't lost consciousness. They didn't want anyone to think for a second they were teasing Austin was dead. Only maimed, bad enough that he'd have a storyline excuse for him not to wrestle. Talk to me a little bit about why this was done this way, who thought of the idea, I believe that a friend of yours out in California actually came up with this idea, and there were other ideas that were suggested that, believe it or not, involved Taz. Talk to me a little bit about what ideas were suggested here.
God, now you've completely lost me. What friend in California? Enlighten. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
He was on stage with us with Will Sasso and told the whole story in L.A.
Oh, Tommy Blancha. Oh, see, I'm thinking something else. God damn. I'm thinking what friends I have. Tommy's no friend of mine.
Oh, okay. Well, Tommy's a listener, so Tommy, fuck you. You're not a friend of Bruce's anymore. He's back with WWE, and he's big dogging you.
Yeah. God damn it. No, there was a lot of shit that was recommended, but I think that at the end of the day, Vince didn't know. Nobody knew. It was so touch and go during this time with Steve's injury. You did not know. Nobody knew for sure. He could be out for his career today, and tomorrow 3 other doctors will say, no, you're fine to go. So much of the shit was day by day that at that last minute, fuck, hit him with a car. and we don't know the extent of the injury. That was the other thing. I always leave everything open. So you don't know the extent of the injuries, and you just move on and you go forward. That's the reality, not fucking and hoping. You're always trying to be optimistic, and you're always hoping that the other side is going to be the rainbow and the pot of gold.
Is it true?
Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't.
Is it true that one of the ideas was after the car hit him, you would see the car stop and it would pop the trunk and a bunch of orange balloons would come out?
Brother. Oh, God.
Just the idea. Listen, I was a huge Taz fan in ECW, as you know, and I would have loved the idea if there was going to be an Austin Taz feud. That would be great. But the idea that the badass that I grew up on in ECW is now letting people know it was me that hit him with the car, brother, with fucking orange balloons. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I don't think that is a serious suggestion.
Well, somebody pitched it and it was hilarious. And we,
it's silly. To use a Conrad Thompson term, it's fucking silly.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, I do wish it would have happened just because it would give us something else to talk about today. But we've covered it all for Stone Cold Steve Austin today from 1998, 1999. One day in the future, we'll get to knock down 2000, 2001, keep it rolling for 02 and 03. We're not done with Stone Cold Steve Austin. Still 4 years of that story, not getting all the stuff he did outside of the ring. A career like nobody else, man, especially in the WWF. He didn't have the longest run, but he certainly had the biggest run. What do you think history will remember Austin the most for when it comes to 98, 99?
Holy shit. I mean, obviously beating Shawn Michaels for the championship. That's the biggest thing in the Mr. McMahon, the Austin Mr. McMahon rivalry that started there. And for this day is probably the number one rivalry in the history of the WWE that people still go back to.
If you haven't already, go check it out. StarCastOnFight.com. He is at Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey it's Conrad, and we are out of time.
Shuck.
Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you? And why are you serving soft dimes?
Mumbai soft dimes. I am fucking miserable.
So let's catch everybody up in case you haven't been paying attention to the show here. Bruce went to India. And before he went, of course, we had a little bit of fun. We just freestyled one day. What would it be like if they had made Great Khali the Punjabi boss man? What would that theme music sound like? So Bruce just freestyled it. We had some fun. Great friend of the show, Matt Coon, made it happen. And we joked that when you go to India, might not be the best thing to drink the water. Bruce went to India, and now he's dying. Do I have that story about right?
Pretty close, yeah.
So thanks to everybody who came out and saw us in Baltimore. What you didn't see is that Bruce was going at both ends before the show, right after the show, and until now. He is in bad shape, but we are going to soldier through, man.
And I'll be in Monroe, New Jersey tomorrow, Saturday at Legends of the Ring. There.
So if you too would like diarrhea, go to Legends of the Ring, shake hands with Bruce Prichard, give him a hug, tell him that just because you like him doesn't mean you love diarrhea, and visit with Mr. Prichard himself. Bruce, I had a great time in Baltimore, man. We need to show some love to Jimmy's Famous Seafood. John and the staff over there, man, they rolled out the red carpet. We couldn't have done it without MCW, Maryland Championship Wrestling, Dan and his crew, or first class. That was my experience. What do you remember between your drug haze and your doo-doo?
The whole weekend was a complete blur for me. I got home from India. We did the show, beforehand, but my kids graduated from high school on Saturday night. So I got up at 3:00 in the morning to catch a flight to Baltimore on Sunday. I'm pretty sure I had a great time while I was there. It was great. It was absolutely just awe-inspiring and extremely humbling to see everybody there that showed up to come out and visit us, man. I thought that was just cool as shit.
Well, we hope you had a good time, and we would love to see you this coming weekend in St. Louis. It's the South Broadway Athletic Club, 2:00, right before the Money in the Bank pay-per-view. All of our shows are different. We had a phenomenal time this past week talking about Baltimore and all the wrestling history there. We even got a little highlight from Nikolai Volkov. We talked about him on our most recent Hulk Hogan 1988 episode. And then, of course, he made his return to Baltimore. And not only did the Russian national anthem for us, but he sang the song we sing here on Something to Wrestle. Give him a flavor, Bruce. What's that sound like?
Spend my days working hard on the go, but the hands on the clock keep spinning too slow. I can't wait to be alone with my baby tonight.
That's Not a Rib, and you can get your tickets to see us in St. Louis at notarib.com. I'm telling you, you don't want to miss this. We've got our craziest stunt yet planned for this. It's St. Louis Father's Day next Sunday, South Broadway Athletic Club, 2:00, right before Money in the Bank. Hook it up, notarib.com. Bruce, anything we need to cover before we pay the bills?
Man, let's go ahead and pay some.
So, Bruce, I was thinking there as I threw it to rgtforlaw.com, I said, if you're getting sued or you're suing somebody, and it made me think about, hey, we should probably mention the fact that Hulk Hogan blocked me on Twitter, brother. What did you think when you saw this? Have you reached out to Hulk Hogan? What are the odds? What's the over-under on when I'm unblocked? What say you, brother love?
I thought you already got unblocked.
Well, he blocked me again. I feel like it's a bad Hulk Hogan match because I thought he was coming back on me. He wagged the finger. He did the 3 punches. I mean, I thought we were ready. But then he dropped the leg again. But I managed to kick out the first time and get unblocked. Can I do it again?
Hell, I don't know. What the hell did you do to get blocked?
Man, I thought I was a babyface on this show. Maybe not. Well, let's talk about one of the biggest baby faces of all, Stone Cold Steve Austin, arguably the biggest star in the history of wrestling. We've had lots of requests to cover. Why don't you do a Stone Cold show? Man, we can't fit his entire run in one show. We're going to give him the Hulk Hogan treatment here. We're going to break him down year by year and bit by bit. We covered King of the Ring 1996 as kind of his launching off point. So if you haven't already, go check it out in the archives. It's where he coined the phrase Austin 316. We also covered the Royal Rumble 1997, another really big show in the career of Steve Austin. He won that Royal Rumble. Man, he was off to the races after that. We even covered Wrestlemania 13, where he had arguably the greatest WrestleMania match of all time, certainly in the discussion, he and Bret Hart at Wrestlemania 13. And we've had other shows along the way, but those are kind of the milestones into the making of Steve Austin, and they're all available now. You can get more details about his early days in the ECW show or Brian Pillman. And we've got lots more for Steve Austin to come. I'm addressing this here because I know we're going to get tweets. Why did you talk about 1997? We're going to do it year by year, guys. We're not done with Steve Austin. We're covering this now, though, because we're right here at the 15-year anniversary And there's been a lot talked about this, over the course of that time. Austin wrote about it in his book. It's been covered in WWE DVDs. Austin's talked about it on his podcast and other people's podcasts. He even talked with Vince McMahon about it on the WWE Network for the Stone Cold Steve Austin podcast, which if you haven't already, you should certainly go check out. He has one of the best wrestling podcasts around. So let's talk about how we got there. Austin would cite several reasons in his book as to why he walked out, but one of the biggest and one of the most vocal was about his unhappiness with the creative. And I think you could go back to WrestleMania 17, and we're going to cover that in long form at some point in the future. But the decision was made at WrestleMania to turn Steve Austin heel. Do you think that in hindsight was a mistake, Bruce, and is maybe something that led to some of the frustration that Steve Austin would experience a year later?
I don't think Steve turning heel was a mistake. I think Hunter not turning babyface was a mistake. And had that happened the way that it was originally intended to months before, I think that would have made a big difference in the way things went. But, obviously they didn't go that way. And Hunter was not comfortable. He was comfortable, then he wasn't comfortable. Turning babyface, I think that they just had this idea that both of them as heels was the only way to go. I disagree with that.
Well, there's going to be a lot for us to discuss here. And of course, this is topical, as we said, because we're on the 15-year anniversary of the walkout, and we'll break down WrestleMania 17 and the decision for Triple H not to turn heel on another show. But the next major thing that happens for Austin is the invasion angle, and he eventually becomes the leader of the alliance. And in hindsight, that kind of seems silly, but you guys had certain limitations based on contracts as far as who was able to come to the company and join the party and who wasn't. What's the rationale in having Austin be the leader of the alliance? A, that you needed a heel. B, that you needed more star power and there just wasn't enough that was able to come over. C, you knew that you could head into a different direction with him after. Kind of talk us through the thinking of putting him in that spot.
Simply star power. We didn't have enough star power on that side, and we needed someone, a big name, to make the switch and to be the vocal point for that group. And Steve was it. He was the biggest star in the company. So for him to make that switch automatically gave the alliance credibility and made them worthy, if you will. So it was that simple. If you were going to make an impact, if you were going to be able to take, and if you had your choice of the biggest star in the company, you'd pick Steve Austin.
Right.
So that was the reason. That was the rationale behind that decision.
On the January 17th SmackDown, Austin and Rock would run into each other backstage. This is all on camera, of course. And Austin says he's got some great news for The Rock. The news is he's winning the Royal Rumble. And Austin says if Rock beats Jericho at the pay-per-view, he'd resign himself to the fact that they were going to square off again at WrestleMania. And he made sure to note that he'd beaten The Rock twice at WrestleMania and Rock hadn't beaten him yet. So now they're kind of wishing each other luck on Sunday. And you guys are teasing here in mid-January that we might get Austin Rock 3 at WrestleMania 18. Was there ever any serious consideration for that?
There was, and I wish we would have. I wish we could have gotten to that point, but it just didn't. This was just a tease.
Right.
There wasn't any real consideration to actually do it here, but it was simply a tease. But yeah, there was consideration over the years to definitely do Rock Austin 3.
Well, I mean, it happened at WrestleMania 19,
Yeah.
but here a year earlier, it made me wonder, hypothetically, what was possible in doing it at 18. It felt like, and I know normally you guys didn't like to do back-to-back main events with the exact same headline. It's only happened a couple times, I guess, but WrestleMania 18 was coming off the heels of WrestleMania 17 being the biggest WrestleMania ever, right? So at least has to be in the conversation. At this point in mid-January, what were you thinking was going to be the headline at WrestleMania? Did you know at that point it would be Triple H, who's returning, and that makes sense, but against Chris Jericho? Or did that not reveal itself until a little later?
That was the idea, was the returning, by God, triumphant Triple H. And that's probably one of the reasons that led us to that Jericho heel and being that undisputed champion, that it was better for Triple H to come back, because we felt, God, he's coming back, that they're anticipating him. They want him. He's going to be a huge baby face. So he's got to have a heel. And to try and fight that with Rocker Austin in that role, going back to putting the title on him, just didn't work. So the idea was, obviously where we went with the NWO, but it was, it's kind of the foregone conclusion.
Talk to me a little bit about the Royal Rumble 2002. This is the one, of course, as we mentioned, where Triple H wins. He makes his big return, and we see a couple of surprises. Goldust comes back unannounced as a surprise. Mr. Perfect comes back as a surprise. We've got Maven, who eliminates The Undertaker, obviously a surprise. A really hilarious spot with the Hurricane teasing that he's going to do a double choke slam on Austin and Rock. And this is, of course, the time where they got Ric Flair to come out of retirement and do a hardcore match with Mr. McMahon. So it is one of the more forgotten, but in my case, one of the more memorable Royal Rumbles. What do you remember about how that show came together as far as plans for Austin? I ask because Austin had won the 1997 Royal Rumble. He had won, I believe, the 98. And now, he even won the 2001. So he had won 3 Royal Rumbles here. And it felt like during this time, there's a Royal Rumble. Well, Austin wins that. Kind of carry us through the thinking here and how you were going to involve Austin, but not hurt him, because it feels like a kind of a unique time for Austin in that he doesn't really have a hot issue with anybody at this point.
Right. And that's kind of part of the problem too, because you're trying to build a new heel in Jericho. You've got a returning babyface in Triple H. You've got, this other stuff going on. It just, there wasn't anything there yet. And it was cold. We weren't at the place that we were a year ago, where everything was red hot and everybody was at a peak. So we didn't have anything, quite frankly. And I think in the back of Vince's mind, he had the NWO coming in and he knew where he wanted to go. And of course, you're going to bring the NWO in. They're going to go with your top guys, that being Austin and Rock.
On January 21st, Mr. Perfect, who debuted in the Rumble, or re-debuted rather, runs into Deborah and says, "Hey, I'm Mr. Perfect." And he bitches about Austin clonking him with a chair in the Royal Rumble. And she says, "You need to talk to Steve." And Kurt says, "Your husband's great, but he's not perfect," and spits his gum out. Later in the show, Perfect is wrestling Val Venus when Austin hits the ring and hits Perfect again with a chair shot. And as Val's leaving, he gets a stunner for his trouble. And this kind of shows the fun side of Steve Austin, which we saw a lot in 2001. Austin recites the entire Beverly Hillbillies theme, and the entire crowd chants and sings along with him. And then he tells a story about being eliminated at the Royal Rumble, and that the bad news is he wasn't going to be at WrestleMania to face the undisputed champion. But the good news is he's officially entering the Royal Rumble in 2003. Is there any sort of heat for this chair shot with Perfect and Austin?
No, not that I can recall.
Okay. We got random questions about that, and I don't remember that even being a thing, but multiple people thought that maybe there was some sort of issue there because of that.
No, that's the first I've ever heard of anything like that.
In late January, they start a #1 contenders tournament on SmackDown, and Austin faces Booker T in the first round. Austin gets the win with a stunner. It's worth mentioning that the supermarket brawl that we've been asked about a lot actually happened in December of 2001, and we will cover it on another show. I know a lot of people have questions about that. Later in that same SmackDown, though, we see Coachman interview Austin, and he starts talking about how he's going to beat Kurt Angle's ass on Raw. And then suddenly he's attacked, and Angle has him in an angle lock. We continue this number one contender tournament with Austin and Angle on Raw, and Austin earns an undisputed title shot at Jericho at the No Way Out pay-per-view. Was there ever any consideration at this point, if you're already putting him here against Jericho, that maybe it might be worth a consideration to have him drop the belt to Austin and then go into WrestleMania with Austin Triple H as the main event?
There's always consideration to do things, but no, that wasn't ever considered, because then you got a babyface match, and Vince hates those. So yeah, no, that probably wouldn't have been something that would have been seriously considered.
On the way to this No Way Out pay-per-view, there's no campaigning from Austin that you remember to put the belt back on him and put him in that main event spot at WrestleMania?
Not that I remember, no.
At any point when we're talking about this, are you ever going to say that Austin complained about creative?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to go ahead and let everybody know it's not time to turn it off yet. He is eventually going to tell some news and not just say, no, not that I recall, like it's the goddamn Tony Schiavone show. I'll tell you what.
God, this will never be that.
Well, I mean, at this rate, who knows? All right. So on the last SmackDown in January, this is where we finally get to see the angle take place with Vince and Flair in the middle of the ring, and the NWO is coming back. Austin's music plays, and Austin takes the mic from Vince and tells Flair to tear up the contract and tell Vince and the NWO to go to hell. McMahon tries to punch Flair, but he gets a stunner for his trouble. Austin and Flair drink beer as the show goes off the air. If you want to hear more about the NWO and the WWE, it's in our archives. But let's talk about the Steve Austin aspect of this. When the NWO are coming in, and Austin had kind of, as far as I know, been friendly with Kevin Nash up until this point. Would you agree with that? I know they're friendly these days.
Yeah.
Would he have requested to work with anyone? Obviously he wasn't close with Hogan. I don't think that he had, I think he was friendly, but I don't think he had a super relationship with Scott Hall. I feel like he's probably on better terms with Kevin Nash. Would he have made a request with who he'd like to be paired with?
You know, at this point, I think that there was so much, I don't want to say, animosity about the NWO coming back in, that it was starting, to take hold, where people were like, what the fuck are they bringing these guys back for?
Right.
And that was the general feeling in a lot of ways. And it almost got to the point where you almost felt sorry for Hogan, Nash, and Hall coming in, because there were so many people that didn't want them there. So I don't know that anybody jumped up and said, hey, I want to work with so-and-so. So I don't know that Steve necessarily, said, I want to work with anybody at that point. I think now he was kind of going, what's up with me? It's WrestleMania time. Where the hell are we going?
Let's talk about the first Raw of February. Austin's in the main event teaming with The Rock, and they're going to take on Jericho and Undertaker in a tag match. And there's a spot here where a fan jumps in the ring and attacks Jericho. And they cut away and they show a huge smile on The Rock's face. Austin disappears for a minute. And at home, we're kind of led to believe that Austin is helping take care of this fan. And it feels like a few months later on Raw, I think there was an RVD Eddie Guerrero ladder match for the Intercontinental title, and there was another fan there. What was it about fans jumping in the ring here that seemed so common? And do you remember this particular one from February of 2002 with the tag match here?
I remember the one with Eddie much more so than I do here. I remember it, because you bring it up, but it was uncommon. It wasn't something that happened a lot. And security, unfortunately, in our business, a lot of times thinks that they are so used to guys hitting the ring that they think it's part of the show. So if a fan hits the ring, they think, oh, hey, well, this must be part of the show. So they aren't quick to react. So you're, as a talent, you're in a quagmire because you don't want to beat the shit out of the fan because you don't want a lawsuit. And on the other side of it, from the security aspect, they don't want to jump in because it may be part of the show and they don't want to screw up the match. So it just, it's an unfortunate deal, but it wasn't all that common. And Jericho being a heel and being a feisty Canadian that likes to fight, I do remember Chris wanting to go after and get his licks in. On the Eddie one, I remember Eddie was on the damn ladder when the guy came in and shoved Eddie off the ladder. Eddie wanted to kill the guy. Thank God he didn't.
On the next Raw, February 11th, Austin is supposed to wrestle The Undertaker. And as he's coming to the ring, Jericho attacks him from behind, and then Austin is double teamed by both Undertaker and Jericho. And then Jericho starts drinking beers and spitting it on the fallen Stone Cold. This feels a little thrown together or rushed. I know that Austin had to win a little mini tournament to be here and win the number one contendership, but it feels like, it's a tag match, and then we're going to spit beer on him. All right, let's go to the pay-per-view. Is this kind of at a point where the creative is so focused on the NWO and what's happening with Triple H that maybe it's just like, hey, we got to give them a title match. These guys aren't working. Let's just put them together.
Unfortunately, a lot of times that happens. And a lot of times you'll get to a point where you're telling a story and you know where you want to go and here's my end. This is what I have to get to. And I know what I have to do to start it. I know what I have in the middle, but that last piece before the end is what's missing. And shit like this happens. So yeah, this was just kind of put together to get everybody involved. Let's get to No Way Out. Let's get to WrestleMania. So it's just kind of building a bridge.
Let's talk about the actual match at No Way Out. They go 21 and a half minutes before the NWO, Hulk Hogan, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, who had debuted earlier in the show, all hit the ring and attack Austin. Alvarez wrote, they beat the hell out of each other early, exchanging what seriously had to be about 50 chops. Austin also hit him with 3 consecutive superplexes. They were very clearly sending a message to Hall, Nash, and Hogan about how hard the current main event style is. Austin made a big comeback at the finish, but the crowd heat was disappointing. They were clearly waiting for the NWO to return. Jericho hit 2 scary lion salts, but Austin kicked out on both. Not one fan in the entire building bought this as a finish. Jericho put on the lion tamer, but Austin got the ropes. The ref took a bump. That was the 7th of the night. And Austin hit the spine buster onto one of the belts, but Jericho kicked out and he hit Austin with a full Nelson buster on the belt before Austin kicked out. The ref took another bump. That's number 8 on the show. And Austin put on the lion tamer and Jericho tapped. But of course, there's no referee. So Austin hits the stunner. And this, of course, was the NWO's cue to hit the ring and do a number on Austin. Hall gave him the stunner. Jericho crawled over and made the cover. And the ref counted 3 when he woke up, 3 1/4 stars. After the match, they continued to beat on Austin and even spray painted NWO on his back. So, couple questions here. Number 1, I guess, why does no one come to help Austin during this? In kayfabe, if he's protecting the company and the NWO is here to inject poison into the company, why is Austin just left laying here?
Fuck Austin. That you're trying to apply logic to an illogical situation. And this is a situation where Vince would simply quote, creative liberty.
Sure.
So that's what it was. It was simply creative liberty. And the logic sometimes would just baffle you, or you'll fucking want to pound your goddamn head. Because as you say, these guys are coming in to fuck up the company.
Right.
Your leader's out there getting his ass kicked.
Yeah.
Where are you? So yeah, huge holes. Huge holes. Just these are the things that we used to do that, are not the greatest. They still do them. They still do it.
So let's kind of, run through the end of 2001. No Mercy 2001 happened in October in St. Louis, and Austin would get a win on top there when he would take on Kurt Angle and Rob Van Dam in a triple threat match. The next month, they were in Manchester for Rebellion, and Austin would get a win over The Rock there. But back stateside in Survivor Series is when they did the big blow off with the Alliance and Team WWF. Austin loses there. We covered Vengeance 2001. He loses to Jericho. Royal Rumble, he does not win that in January. And now here on February, he's left laying, spray painted on his back. So there's a little bit of a pattern for the tide turning here. November forward, it feels like November, December, January, now February. Austin is not maybe where he wants to be.
And he's feeling it.
Yeah. So the dirt sheets in late February are saying that the most vocal folks are kind of anti this whole NWO angle were Steve Austin, Kurt Angle, and Justin Hawk Bradshaw, JBL. They do not want the NWO to come in. This is per the dirt sheets. What say you? Do you remember any sort of pushback from any three of these guys?
Yeah, not just those three. It was quite a few people. And, it's funny with Kurt, because Kurt didn't know any of them. But for the most part, I would say that with the exception of Triple H, overwhelmingly, the majority of the locker room was not pleased with the NWO coming in at all.
So how did Austin feel about being these guys coming in and being left laying?
I don't think he was happy about it at all. I think that, he felt that them coming in, okay, great. Obviously, they're, you got to put them with top guys, but I don't think that Steve wanted to. He just didn't want to work with them. But if he didn't work with them, there wasn't really anybody else of consequence for him to work with.
Was there a feeling amongst Steve Austin or any of the other players that they were not working at a WWE main event level and that they had worked too hard to bring the level of those matches up, and now these guys come in and kind of bring it down?
Overwhelming. Yes. The feeling was that the whole, and you look at you go back to the war, if you will, and you go back to the product in the ring and what was happening underneath, and people focus on the television wars and what have you. And I think that our locker room took pride in house shows, and they took pride in going out and delivering the best in-ring product at that time that there was out there, my opinion, and the locker room's opinion, frankly. But they busted their ass every single night in house shows to satisfy those paying customers that came out every night. So they felt that, yeah, these guys coming in, they weren't, not one of them were known, with the exception Scott Hall was a worker. Scott was badass in the ring, but Hulk and Hall, Nash weren't known for their great in-ring work at the time.
Well, let's talk a little bit about, and thank you for offering that a minute ago when I just said he got left laying and you just sat there like a fucking lump on a log. I know you're sick, but goddamn it, kick out. We're trying to do a show, fucker.
Fucking sick.
What do you want me to do?
on me.
Let's just cancel the show then. If you're not going to be able to bring it to a decent level, you fuck.
Well, I'm bringing it.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So let's talk a little bit about, Austin not wanting to work with Scott Hall. Now, of course, I'm sure everybody, knows that these guys get along just fine, but at this point, and we covered this on the NWO and WWE episode in our archives, Hall was having some substance issues, and supposedly the dirt sheets reported that Austin was approached the week prior to the pay-per-view and told the idea would be he's going to be programmed with Scott Hall, and he nixed it, saying everyone knows Hall's not going to last until Wrestlemania, so it's pointless to build anything up with him. But obviously changed his mind, since at the pay-per-view, he took a stunner from Scott Hall. How do you remember this whole Scott Hall conversation going down?
Well, I didn't have the conversation with him, so I can't tell you what that conversation was, but I know that Steve wasn't happy. He didn't want to work with Hogan. Felt that there definitely wasn't enough time to build up if you were going to do that match. He didn't feel that Hogan and his style would mesh. So the idea was put, well, how about Scott Hall? Because Scott Hall, man, Scott could go. And he didn't want to work with Hall. So it's kind of like, okay, Steve, well, who do you want to work with? What do you want? Where do you want to go? And that's becomes the problem a lot of times from a creative point of view when you're trying to create something and you're coming up with ideas and you present this shit to people and the only feedback that you get back is, well, that's the shits. I don't want to do it. Okay. What do you have that you'd like to do? I don't know. Come up with something better. How about this? I don't want to do that. Okay. Come up with something better. It's great to shit on an idea, but have another idea to bring to the table.
One of the ideas that Austin campaigned for on a DVD, and I forget exactly which DVD. I think it's something like The Bottom Line on the Most Popular Superstar of All Time or some such shit. Austin says something like Hogan was the guy that he should have been working with and not Scott Hall. Do you remember Austin pushing for a match with Hulk Hogan? And this seems kind of a no-brainer. And I know in hindsight, we say, oh, well, then we wouldn't have got the magic that was The Rock and Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 18, which is one of the most iconic moments in the history of WrestleMania. But I think everybody agrees, even at that point, the two biggest stars in the history of the business are Steve Austin and Hulk Hogan. And now for the first time since they've both been made men, they're on the same show around WrestleMania. Why wasn't an Austin Hogan match the right call? And do you remember Austin pushing for it?
I remember Austin not wanting to work with Hulk right away and not wanting to work with Hulk. So, for him to say that, then maybe, he had changed his mind or maybe he did. But from my point of view, from my vantage point, he didn't want to. And again, it's a 50-50 toss up. Austin or Rock. So if we had done Austin, then everybody would have said, well, goddamn, you guys sure shit the bed by not doing the fucking Rock. What a bunch of idiots. That's easy to make the call after the fact. And it's easy to sit back when you've got to look at what do we do next year? What do we do beyond this? So we were looking to build something beyond it. We wanted to get to Austin and Hulk. We wanted to get there. But we felt that at that time, you pick them. You got to make a choice. So you make a choice. That's what it is. That's how the creative process works. It's you don't have a crystal ball, unfortunately, to look into and see the future and go, oh, well, this is going to all this shit's going to happen. You make a choice and you hope you make the right one.
Well, the choice was made the night after No Way Out to continue this Scott Hall angle. They have Austin come out and he calls out the NWO. When they come out, he starts throwing beers at them. Kurt Angle's there and he is saying that he's got an announcement to make on behalf of Vince McMahon and it's time for him to get out of the ring. And if he doesn't get out of the ring or stop throwing beers, he'll be arrested. Eventually, of course, you know what happens. Kurt Angle announces that he's going to WrestleMania. Austin jumps him, and winds up punching a cop in the progress and becomes arrested. Angle has some fun line here. I'm going to WrestleMania and you're going to jail. After commercial, we see Austin being loaded into a cop car as the NWO looks on and Scott Hall standing there mocking him. A week later, or on the next SmackDown rather, the NWO comes out and cuts an in-ring promo. This is where they're apologizing for attacking The Rock and running him down in that ambulance with a semi-truck. And this is when we see Austin drive to ringside in his truck and begin assaulting the NWO with a tire iron. We've talked about this before, but this is the time where we see Austin kind of kidnaps Scott Hall and holds him hostage, ties him to a chair, gets him in a walk-in freezer, and is drinking beer. We should probably tell the story again, kind of set the stage for what was going on that you guys didn't know, but you discovered through the process of this segment.
Well, creatively, Austin had Hall basically kidnapped and, like I said, taped up to an office chair. And he also had his mouth taped, he being Scott Hall. And Steve is in the back and he's running Hall into different things and drinking beer and pouring beer on Scott Hall. Obviously, we knew Scott Hall had issues, but what we didn't know was that Scott was taking a drug called Antabuse. And Antabuse is a drug that if you drink alcohol when you take it, it makes you violently ill. And that's obviously to curtail you and discourage you from drinking any alcohol. So Scott's got his mouth taped and he's having beer poured on him, and Scott starts to get sick and the medication starts to have the reaction to the alcohol being poured on him. And it was just it was a bad scene. But the worst part about it for me was being in that building till 3-4 o'clock in the morning, however the hell long it was, reshooting all of that shit all night long because we were running long and Vince wanted to come back and produce all of that stuff. And it just became a nightmare. It was a nightmare all the way around. It became a Vince McMahon production all night long.
Can we just say what a fucked up business professional wrestling is, where you've got a guy who's had some substance issues in his life and is working very hard to steer clear of all that. And in a company where you can literally create anything you want, we create a scenario where that guy has to drink alcohol, but he is so job scared, and it's such a culture where he doesn't feel like he can speak up because it will be viewed as weakness, or he may lose his spot, that he knowingly ingests something that is going to make him sick. But he would rather do that than lose his. What a fucking weird business. I mean,
well, I don't know that he knew beer was going to be poured on him. And I don't know that he knew he was going to have that kind of reaction. So
which makes it even worse.
I don't know that's true.
It makes it even worse. You guys know that he's struggling.
We didn't know he was on that. How would we know?
You didn't know that he had substance issues and that he was an alcoholic.
We knew he had substance issues.
So let's pour beer on him.
But if you can't get, that's not fair either.
How is it not fair?
Then get out of the business if you can't handle it.
Listen to you. See what a fucked up business this is.
Right?
I can't believe
what it is.
I can't believe that was your attitude. This is a guy who has an addiction problem, and is working hard to get clean. And just to be a dick, you guys want to pour beer on him. And then your attitude is, well, if you can't handle it, get out.
No, I'm saying based on your argument, I'm saying that if you come into the business and he knows what he's getting into, and if that's a problem, speak up.
Whoa. You just said 2 sentences ago, Jack Dick, that he didn't know he was getting beer poured on him. You guys knew he was an alcoholic and you poured beer on him as a surprise out of your own mouth right there.
No, it wasn't a surprise. No,
you just said he didn't know.
Completely taking it out of context.
How should I take it?
You're in the moment. Steve pours beer on him. Shit happens sometimes. Okay. But we didn't know he was on Antabuse, didn't know he was going to have that kind of a reaction, didn't know he was taking medication,
knew he was
working with Austin, who had that gimmick. If he had a problem with it, he could have spoken up.
You are, Jim Cornette has you pegged when he calls you the Artful Dodger, because I just said a minute ago, never mind. You're a turd for saying that, by the way.
No, I'm not. It's simple fact. If you have a problem with it, speak up.
You just said a minute ago.
You know what? I don't want to do this. Okay, we won't do it. We'll do something different. But based on your argument, what you said is, oh, woe is me. Woe is me. I'm so sad. I'm so pathetic. Everyone should feel sorry for me. Because I'm sorry, we put you through rehab how many times?
Wait.
We're helping you with all this.
Scott Hall never threw a pity party and said, I can't do this.
No, you did.
No, I said, what a fucked up business it is that you guys know he's struggling with that and you still pour beer on him. That's what I said. You can't act like that you didn't know that he had that problem if your next sentence is, Look how many times we put him in rehab. Now look at him. Let's just cover him in beer. That's a dick move, Bruce.
No, it's not.
Oh, if you can't handle it, get out of the business, pussy.
Can't handle that, then do something different.
What does that mean?
Just what I said. If you can't handle it, you don't want to do it, you don't want to be put in that position, then don't put yourself in that position.
How does he know he's in that position if y'all don't tell him? You just said
When he shows up to work.
So when you show up to work, on this
Move
show,
on.
okay.
We've already covered this in the NWO show.
Yeah, and you're still as big of a dickhead now as you were then.
Thank you.
Golly. What else you want to talk about?
Go on.
I'm done. I got nothing else.
Okay. Well, thanks everybody.
Hear more of this dumb shit about the NWO and WWE in our archives. Of course, we all know more nonsensical horse shit happened. It was all awful. Nothing was good about it. And Austin was as frustrated as we are right now with Bruce. And then they go to WrestleMania 18. Instead of having a match with the two biggest stars in the history of the business, they decide, fuck Steve Austin. We're going to put him in a throwaway match with an alcoholic that we've made fun of and had fun exploiting on TV. In case he fell off the wagon because we dumped alcohol down his throat, we left his big buddy in the corner as backup. Do I have all that right so far?
No.
Which part was I off base on?
Well, we didn't take, I think people could argue that Rock was one of the biggest stars in the business working with Hulk Hogan in their match, and Steve wasn't in a throwaway match. He was in a featured match with Scott Hall.
Okay. And I'm sure he loved it, right? So tell us what Steve thought about working.
No, he wasn't happy about it. He wasn't happy about working with the NWA, wasn't happy about working with Scott Hall at all. And he felt that it was inconsequential. You're asking me from my creative standpoint.
Nobody gives a shit about your opinion. We're trying to talk about what Stone Cold felt.
Okay, then what the fuck? I thought you were asking me about my fucking opinion and what happened from my vantage point.
No,
I can't tell you what other people thought and what other people thought about the shit, or what Dave Meltzer or anybody else.
I'm not
reported.
asking
I'm
about-
giving
I haven't
you
even
what
said
I
Dave.
experienced and what I did.
I haven't even said Dave Meltzer's name. I'm asking what Stone Cold Steve Austin expressed to you or people like you, motherfucker, about working with Scott Hall at WrestleMania 18.
He wasn't happy about it and felt that it wasn't a featured match and felt that he wasn't in the spot that he felt he should have been in. He felt that he should have been in the main event.
Just a few days before WrestleMania, he is on WWF.com doing an interview, and he says he thought the match at No Way Out with Jericho sucked. And he says it's because creative couldn't think of anything to do. When did you guys know that this is not unique to the NWO interview, but Austin is just unhappy with everything? And did you feel like at this point it was just burnout and he needed time off?
Well, it's the first time that he's kind of expressing about everything, because if you go back and you look at the match at No Way Out, I thought the match at No Way Out was excellent with him and Jericho. It was a great match and it was what it was. So for him to come back, later on and say unhappy, I think that it was a culmination of a lot of things. It was his neck was bothering him, his back was bothering him, and he was unhappy with the creative direction. He didn't like anything that we presented to him. He felt it was all shit and wasn't in a good place. So it all of a sudden came to a head, and he started letting everybody know that would listen.
Well, let's talk about Alvarez and his newsletter on the 25th says the biggest backstage story of the weekend involves Steve Austin, who, unhappy with the direction of his character, flew home from TV Monday and did not appear on Raw or the SmackDown tapings Tuesday night. The belief is he seriously changed the planned booking strategy for his match with Scott Hall, perhaps even changing the finish of the match. The idea was to have Vince McMahon interfere in some way, causing Austin to lose and also necessitating the board of directors' decision to split the company in two. Austin, apparently not wanting to continue his feud with Hall in any way, refused to go along with the plans and scripted an entirely new match, which saw him pin Hall clean after 2 stunners and end the feud. As a result, Vince didn't even make a single appearance on the show. Austin, like pretty much every other top star who has ever worked in this business, appears to be having a hard time accepting the fact that other guys are being promoted as top stars while he is being relegated to the mid card. His match with Hall aired 7th on an 11 match card. Do you remember how that went down at WrestleMania?
Well, as far as the match at WrestleMania, no, it was decided before WrestleMania that Steve was going over, and it was a combination of a lot of things. The main one being that Scott was not in a position to trust. I mean, he just simply wasn't. He had been going out, and from day one, from the first day that they arrived on, there have been reports of Scott being out partying and doing all the things that he said that he wasn't going to do. So there just wasn't the feeling that we could invest in Scott Hall going forward, and to try and do anything with him beyond WrestleMania wasn't going to happen. So the decision was made before WrestleMania to put Steve over. And, whether or not, and I know Steve definitely didn't want to put him over, but it was pretty much that simple. It was the culmination of Scott's out of ring antics that took its toll.
Austin said in his book, The Stone Cold Truth, at WrestleMania 18, I was in the 3rd or 4th match. It was actually 7th. And it wasn't even the main event. It was just some match on the card, the way I looked at it, and I wasn't happy with that at all. You can tell me this business goes in cycles, and sometimes you're not as hot as you want to be, but where I was on that card didn't make sense to me. The match wasn't promoted properly. It wasn't built properly. Nothing. He also wrote, after Mania, I was fried. I was burnt out and frustrated. Deborah and I did not attend the traditional post-WrestleMania party. One day later, before the Montreal Raw in March 2002, I left and was gone for 2 weeks. How's that communicated to you and backstage? It feels like a guy just walking out, and this doesn't get nearly the attention that it does months later, but just leaving like this feels like it
After WrestleMania?
Yeah.
After WrestleMania, there were a lot of extenuating circumstances after WrestleMania, and mainly was having to do with Steve's health and his neck and his back, and Vince not wanting to risk anything with Steve and wanting him to go home and take some time off.
So
that was not Steve walking out at that point.
So in 2002, the thinking is if you have a jacked up neck, just go home for 2 weeks and you'll be fine.
No, it was, again, just take some time off and go get checked out and see what's bothering you, see what's going on, because there was just a lot of shit. I think Steve had been running so damn hard that, we often would forget that the people that we're dealing with are human beings, and that you can't run them as hard as you like to.
So let's break down what was reported in the dirt sheets at the time. It comes out the next week. The situation with Steve Austin might be serious and a lot more complicated than we discussed last week. Here's what appears to have happened. The Tuesday before Mania, the writing crew went to Vince and unanimously requested to change the finish of Austin Hall at WrestleMania. The original plan was for Hall to win thanks to outside interference from Kevin Nash and the debuting X-Pac. However, after watching Hall's performance in the handicap match on the 11th, the crew decided that it would be an absolute disgrace for Hall to win at the company's biggest show of the year, and that Hall probably wouldn't be around much longer. So it was felt it would be a mistake to put him over Austin on such a huge stage, and if there was no guarantee he'd be in the company a month from now. So Vince agreed to change the finish. Do you remember that being the case, that originally Austin was supposed to lose at WrestleMania too?
Well, no, it was always debated back and forth as to what the hell we were going to do. And it wasn't always that Hogan was going to be switched babyface either. So there were a lot of different finishes. And as we got into it, Vince wanted to see what the hell he had in those guys. There was concern over Kevin holding up. There was concern over Scott behaving himself. And there was concern over Hulk being able to go again. So everything was played pretty damn close to the vest. And there were a lot of options back and forth every way. But once we got into it and you started to see Scott crumbling, that one was an easy decision to make at that point.
So here's the dirt sheet version. Alvarez wrote, here's where it gets weird. Nobody, not Vince or anybody on the writing crew, told anyone else about this decision to change the finish from Hall going over to Austin. Even Austin was not informed that the finish had been changed. So allegedly, on Saturday night, the night before WrestleMania, Hall went out drinking with a bunch of European fans and showed up hungover at WrestleMania. Austin blows his stack backstage because apparently he had said if Hall screwed up one more time, he was done. So there's some debate as to whether or not Hall was drinking the day before and how he appeared that day, but it's enough for Austin, allegedly, to go to Vince and say he thought it was unprofessional for him to show up in less than perfect condition to WrestleMania, and he demanded that the finish be changed. Vince had already decided to change it days earlier, so he just pretended like this was him giving in to Austin's demand, and now Austin's happy. According to the dirt sheets, this news really pisses off Hall, Nash, and X-Pac, who didn't know now blame Austin. And their main gripe is the NWO is essentially killed if they come in hot and then do two jobs, one to Rock and one to Austin on the first pay-per-view. The writing crew was allegedly, according to the dirt sheets, not wanting to take any heat from Kevin Nash, so they just kept quiet and let Austin take all the heat. Do you remember any sort of spin or any sort of conversation like that at the time?
No, I don't. And that, again, this sounds like one of those deals where maybe Kevin Nash or Scott Hall or X-Pac, talked to somebody and they said, hey, what if we did this? What if we did that? And they had in their mind that this is the finish that we're going to do. And no one had officially come in and said, hey, this is what we're going to do. Shit changes, and it changes hourly a lot of times. I'm sure, you probably hear horror stories from Raw right now that they're changing shit throughout. Got 3 hours of Raw. They're probably changing shit in the first hour for the third hour. So to have to make that into more of a story than just simply something changing is making it more into a story than it actually was.
Do you remember there being discussion about a finish being changed the next night where they wanted Hall to lose the second time and Hall said no way? So they did a lame count out finish instead.
I don't know personally if Hall said no way. I have no idea, because that sounds like something where Vince would want to just goddamn make everybody good. They lost last night. And if the guys came back and said, I happen to agree with that, by the way, that for Hall to lose on the second night after WrestleMania, there's two schools of thought there. Beat him and be done with him. Vince didn't want to give up on him. So if you're not going to give up on him and you're going to continue, then don't beat him. But you also can't beat Hulk and Rock either. So you got to do a schmoz finish. That's just the nature of the beast.
The dirt sheets are already kind of guessing here that there's trouble in paradise, because they're freestyling, Alvarez is, that Austin is supposed to be a big part of this whole brand split Raw, and they kind of say in kayfabe that he has a clause in his contract where he could not be drafted and he will instead become a free agent to sign anywhere he wants. And they say the original plan was to be on Ric Flair's Raw team, which would put him in the same brand as Hall, Nash, and X-Pac. And then he's advertised at that Raw, and he's not there, of course. And he's advertised at the upcoming house shows, and he's not there, of course. And somewhere he does an interview where he says more than enough money to last him the rest of his life, which doesn't sound like the type of thing you say if you're going to go take a week off and see how your neck feels.
We didn't know.
Huh?
We didn't know.
You thought maybe that was it?
We had no idea. We didn't know if he was going to take 2 weeks off and be recharged and come back, or if he was going to go off and find out, you know what? I'm not going to do this anymore. My body's beat up and it's time to hang it up. We didn't know. I don't think Steve knew.
Alvarez wrote, of this show, Rock and Hogan cut a long promo on Raw about how the fans helped create them. Well, that's all well and good, but the simple fact is the WWF exists in its present form because of one man, and that man is Steve Austin. The WWF was losing money until Austin caught fire, and once he did, it was only a few short years until Vince McMahon was a billionaire, and the WWF had gobbled up every remaining full-time touring wrestling organization in the country. That is an undisputed fact. Scott Hall was a mid-carder in this company who became a superstar for a few years in WCW and then self-destructed. He was brought into the WWF and told very specifically that his old behavior would not be tolerated. He screwed up on his very first night in and was told he wasn't getting another chance. He allegedly screwed up the night before what could potentially be the single biggest money show in the history of the business. It appears Austin basically gave Vince an ultimatum. It's him or me, and McMahon chose not to fire Hall. End of story. Most likely, Vince didn't want to fire Hall and figured he could always patch things up with Austin at a later date. Perhaps he still can, but this is just the latest in a string of irrational decisions that McMahon has made over the last year. What say you?
You know, in a lot of ways, that's pretty damn accurate, because Vince didn't want to give up on Scott Hall. He simply didn't want to give up on him. And Vince can be weird about certain talent. So he just felt that he'll get through this. You know, guys always joke about the line outside of Vince's office, and a guy can be outside of Vince's office for an hour, pacing, pissed off at the world. And by God, when he gets in there, he's going to give Vince a piece of his mind. And he walks out working twice as many dates as he was before, that he wanted to get out of, and he's happy about it. You know, it's Vince will sprinkle the Vince dust on him, and we'll talk you into it, make it sound like it's your own idea. So I think that Vince just kind of had that confidence he'd make it all right. He'd make it work. Somehow, some way, he'd make it work.
And that's
just who he is.
There's no heat on Austin for missing shows in Gainesville or the SmackDown or any of that.
No, we knew he was going to miss him. We knew.
He comes back on the April 1st Raw, and this is a situation where now everyone is trying to get Austin to sign a contract. So Austin's meeting with Flair, and he's meeting with Vince, who's running SmackDown. Eventually, all three wind up in the ring, and Austin makes his decision. He shakes Flair's hand and says, "Business is business." He turns back to Vince, and he says, "I've got one more thing to tell you about this contract, and tonight, April Fools," and gives him the stunner. Flair has a celebration and drinks beer with Austin, of course, afterwards, and it looks like Stone Cold is headed to Raw. Do you remember there being a meeting at that show about how things are going to be moving forward? Were there ever any sort of promises or concessions or discussions made about how the character and the creative may evolve from here?
It was basically, are you with us? Are you going to be able to go? And Steve was like, "Yeah, you know, I feel like I'm going to be able to go," but he wanted more focus. He wanted to be the guy.
Let me ask this. Was there, because you keep intermingling these two conversations here, was there anyone in the company, not you, because I know you'll never take the heat, but was there anyone in the company who thought, "Hey, you know what? Maybe Austin's bullshitting on this injury deal. He's just using it as an excuse because he doesn't like the creative. But if he was in a featured spot he'd really like, he'd soldier through. But since he's not, my neck hurts. I'm out of here. I'm not sure I can go." Now, I'm not saying that happened, but whenever this happens with Shawn Michaels, people say, "Oh, he just didn't want to do the job for Bret Hart. He's faking a knee injury." We don't necessarily hear that label applied to Steve Austin. Did anybody think like that? And if not, why is there kind of a double standard for Shawn Michaels and Steve Austin?
Well, no, there wasn't any thought like that, because we knew of the situation with Steve, and it was basically Vince encouraging Steve to rest and take the time off. I think if it was left up to Steve, he probably would have done more, but you couple that with his grumblings and with his unhappiness with creative, and it's easy to come to that assumption, but I don't think that was a feeling at all. It wasn't on my end, and I had to deal with Steve on a pretty damn near daily basis during that time.
It's worth mentioning too that Austin is still struggling with that neck injury that you could probably trace all the way back to SummerSlam 1997, which I have no doubt we'll cover sometime in August for the 20-year anniversary. But the pile driver from Owen forever changed his life. He talks about it openly on his podcast now that he's still got some issues from that. So I'm not insinuating he's bullshitting the injury here. He's still dealing with it 15 years later. Let's talk about the plans for Backlash. They say the original plan was supposed to be Austin, Hogan, and Rock in a 6-man against Hall, Nash, and X-Pac. But The Rock is off to do Scorpion King, and Nash is injured. So they have to kind of reshuffle. And the new main event is Triple H and The Undertaker. Do you remember this 6-man being a conversation?
It was definitely a conversation, but then it was snake bit. It was absolutely snake bit. So from all of a sudden, hey Rock, we got this role for you that was good for him and good for the company. And then Kevin got hurt. So it just was, damn, it's one thing after another. So yeah, it just shit happens.
Kind of a funny note from Alvarez covering the April 15th Raw. He talked about how there was a situation where Flair had to fine Steve Austin, and he fined him $5,000. I found that hilarious because I think Austin at this point is probably making something like $1,200 an hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. Austin's at the pinnacle of the business. And I don't know, it just seems kind of funny that there's a fine handed down here for $5,000.
Well, in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, they had a ladder match that had a check for $1,000 and hanging from the middle of the ring. And they actually had a ladder match, but the guys were touching the check with their heads when they were crisscrossing. And it's $1,000, Beckley, West Virginia. That's a lot of money, motherfucker.
So let's talk about what we've got coming up next. We've got Austin and Bradshaw taking on the NWO and the Undertaker. It breaks down into a Pier 6 brawl, and Bradshaw ends up getting the win, pinning X-Pac of all people after a clothesline from hell. And Taker kills Austin with a chair shot to the head as the NWO destroys Bradshaw in the middle of the ring. This to me feels a little crazy when you know you've got a guy who's got some sort of, neck issue, and you're just laying into him with a chair shot. Was anybody even thinking about stuff like that at that point?
That it's crazy. You look at it again, you look at it in hindsight and you just shake your head. And I cringe when I watch some of the chair shots that were leveled on guys and just think of the injuries that they had, what they were taking when they had injuries. It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. But God, I wish that a little bit more consideration had been taken then. There's no way to protect yourself.
So after having this conversation about Austin wanting to be in a more featured spot on his return, he's wrestling The Undertaker in a #1 contender match at the next pay-per-view, which is Backlash on April 21st at Kemper Arena. And the special guest referee is the Raw GM, Ric Flair. And even though Austin has his foot on the rope, Flair counts the pin anyway. This comes after 27 minutes. Alvarez gave it 1.5 stars, so he didn't love it. And Austin lost. You've got 3 of the biggest stars in the history of the business here, Austin, Undertaker, and Ric Flair, but he's losing again. Is there any sort of, hey, this is more same old shit from Austin? Or at this point, has that not turned sour?
No, I don't think so, because he's going into the program, with Ric Flair, and he knew that he was still going to be featured. So, plus it's Undertaker, but it was an angle. It wasn't, losing a match. I think people put way too much stock in, the W's and L's in the record book. It was to further an angle.
Well, the next line on Raw, Flair apologizes and says he wouldn't do anything in this world to hurt Steve Austin. And from the bottom of my heart, Stone Cold, I apologize. And he tries to make it up by giving Austin the match he wants, which is Austin Bradshaw versus the NWO in the main event. But later we see Bradshaw unconscious backstage, and Flair has decided that the Big Show will be Austin's substitute partner. And of course, we know where this goes. The match ends when Big Show turns on Austin and gives him a choke slam and joins the NWO on the spot. This came out of nowhere because Big Show was a face. And as we know, he's turned a lot over his career. Why was the decision made here, if Austin is allegedly not wanting to do business with the NWO, to just double down on it, have him leave him laying again?
Again, you get stuck. You book yourself into a corner, and it's what we had. And then you got the NWO is quickly dwindling. You got, Kevin Nash is hurt, Hogan's left, and Hall's well, what the hell you got here? Still not sure. So I know what we do. Put another guy in there. It just, brutal. And it's kind of like Scotch tape booking a lot of times.
What do you mean?
You're just trying to patch up holes. You're trying to fix things. And instead of scrapping something and trying to go something new, you're trying to save something that you had because you so desperately wanted this so fucking bad that okay, hey, what if we lost one big 7-foot motherfucker? Let's put another big 7-foot motherfucker in there. And you replace one with another. And people won't notice. And you're just trying to save something. And you're trying to complete that vision. And sometimes it just doesn't work.
Well, eventually Austin and Flair have an in-ring confrontation about what Big Show did the previous week, and Flair tries to make it good with Austin and Bradshaw again teaming up to take on the NWO, but this time Flair will be the ref, and it ends kind of similar to the way Backlash did, except this time Austin hits a stunner on X-Pac and Pac gets his foot on the ropes, but Flair still counts anyway, just like it happened to Austin at Backlash. Later in the show, Flair goes into Austin's locker room to see if he's proved himself, and Austin says no. So he says, I'll prove it again next week. And he signs Show in the NWO versus Bradshaw, Austin, and Flair. So now we've got Flair teaming with the two. This kind of seems like the first maybe real major push we're seeing with Bradshaw in a main event spot, and almost like you guys are trying to give him a little the Steve Austin dust, the Stone Cold dust. Would you agree?
Yeah, we had the brand split and we were looking to create new stars. So here was a big, young, strapping Texan, by God, that maybe we can build something around and try him out as a single. He'd been doing the tag stuff. He'd come in as a single. So let's give him another opportunity here to kind of get out on his own. And sprinkle a little Austin dust on him. Never hurt anybody.
On the May 4th Insurrection pay-per-view from London, which we'll cover at some time in the future, I'm sure, Austin wrestles Big Show and Flair is the outside ref. Eventually, Austin gets the win after a couple of stunners, and then Flair tries to drink beer with him after the match, but he gets a stunner for his trouble instead. On the May 6th edition of Raw, we finally see what was a little more obvious in the previous weeks. The dirtiest player in the game is turning on Steve Austin. The finish comes when the ref takes a bump and Austin tries to get up. Flair gets a chair and hits Austin with it. And then he gets on the mic and says it's just going to be Austin against himself and Big Show in a handicap match at Judgment Day. And then he puts Austin in the figure 4. Obviously anybody who's been watching Ric Flair do, wrestling tag team matches for an extended period of time knows he's going to turn on you eventually. And it happens here. On the May 13th edition of Raw, Hogan defends the undisputed title against Ric Flair, and Austin does a run-in and hits Flair with a stunner, and then Hogan drops the leg on Flair for the pin. I know for sure that one of Steve Austin's favorite wrestlers and one of the guys he has the most respect for as far as an in-ring performer is Ric Flair. Is booking him in a series of matches and segments here with Flair a request of his? Because it feels like something he would have said, put me with Flair.
I don't think he was against it, but it was the big, we're trying to make Rick an equivalent to Mr. McMahon.
Right.
So trying to recreate some of that McMahon Austin magic. And it felt like a natural at the time.
Well, we get all the fixins here because now we've got Booker T joining the NWO. And of course, Booker T had an issue towards the end of 01 and the very beginning of this year with Austin. And now Arn Anderson is even getting involved to defend his friend Ric Flair. Judgment Day 02, which we covered in a show on our archives, took place at the Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee on May 19th. As we covered on that show, Austin wrestled Big Show and Flair in a handicap match, and he won after about 15 and a half minutes and pinning Flair with a stunner. He also hit Big Show and X-Pac with stunners, and Alvarez gave this 2 3/4 stars. This kind of feels like the end of this whole NWO Steve Austin angle. And I'm curious, at this point, was it just from Austin a blessing to have it behind him? And what did you know at the time to be the next big thing for him? What was the next big thing you were working towards for Stone Cold?
There weren't any, because again, everything was, it was just so fucked up between talent injuries and everything going on at the time. It just was a crazy time. And it was one of those periods where Vince was in flux. And I don't think that Vince completely had a hold on everything where he could say, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. He had this damn vision of the NWO coming in and a whole nother deal with Hogan, and by God, we'll get the magic back with Steve and we'll get this going. And shit was falling apart around it. So like I said, that's where the whole Scotch tape booking comes into play, where we're just trying to patch holes and we're trying to keep going. And it was a period where we were writing television week to week, and what you would write on Friday and what would happen on Monday would normally be two different things.
Right.
So it was just a period of influx that we didn't even know. We had ideas.
Who's on
a shitload of ideas.
Who's on the booking committee at this time? So you've got, obviously Russo's not there, but you're there. Stephanie's there. Vince is there. Who else is there?
Well, no, it's the different writing teams. We had Raw, we had Brian Gewirtz, we had Michael Hayes, Heyman's here at this point, Ed Koski, Dave Lagana. Those were the main ones. I don't even know if Dave was there yet, but those were the main people on the team.
Who in that crew did Austin get along with the most and like for his stuff to be written by?
Probably me. But Brian was writing a lot of, when I say probably me, and you make your face, I was the one that was responsible for Steve. And I was the one that was responsible for communicating a lot of the stuff to Steve during that time, which is an easy job because Vince communicated most of the stuff to Steve.
Right.
So you see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I was the liaison, but Steve was a talent that communicated directly with Vince. Plus Steve also had JR in the mix that he could communicate with and get a lot of his grievances. So I think a lot of Steve's sounding board was JR. Steve was comfortable with Jim, and Steve could vent to Jim. And Jim was that filter kind of, so that Steve didn't go off too much on Vince, even though Steve would. Steve certainly would go off on me. But Jim was a good sounding board and helped out a lot in the management of Steve because they were good friends.
On the May 20th edition of Raw, Flair and Arn come out, and he says he was not the legal man, which means that Austin didn't win the match, and he's going to take it upon himself to change the finish in the record book. And he calls Austin out and says, as of tonight, you're benched. And later in the show, of course, they both get beat up and get stunners. But later in the show, we see Deborah and Austin walking into a bar, and Austin is drunk at the bar and says, what the hell was that? Jesus. And someone brought a beer for Deborah. Austin is jealous and looks back to see who's sending beers to Deborah. It's Eddie Guerrero. Later in the show, Deborah tells Steve to sing some karaoke, and he's so drunk that he agrees. Eddie cuts him off. They exchange words, and Deborah convinces Steve to sit down and relax. Eddie starts to sing a song, and JR says, this is horrible, and they cut to commercial. Later in the show, we see Austin sing Margaritaville and then a George Strait song, and then Eddie attacked him and smashes a beer bottle over Austin's head. Eddie is obviously one of the greatest in-ring performers of all time. Do you remember who positioned this for these two guys to be in an angle here? It feels kind of out of nowhere.
I believe it was Steve, because he wanted to work with Eddie. We were looking for something for Eddie to do at the time, looking for something for Steve to do at the time. Both great workers. They liked each other, respected each other. I want to say it was Steve, and this was Vince's way of kind of feeling that out. Let's start this, and let's see what we've got here. Let's see what the chemistry is.
So on the May 27th edition of Raw, we see this Eddie Guerrero, Rob Van Dam ladder match we referenced earlier for the Intercontinental title. Eventually, RVD wins, and Eddie attacks him after the match. So Austin does a run in and then attacks Guerrero. This brings Flair and Arn out, so Austin beats them up. And then Benoit, who'd been sent home, jumps into the ring, seemingly to help Austin, but then attacks him. And Eddie hits Austin with a frog splash to end the show. So it feels as if now that the NWO's gone, Flair is kind of forming a new stable to battle with Austin. Was that kind of the strategy, is if we're going to have them with guys who aren't historically main event superstars, we need to have them in pairs against Stone Cold?
No, we just wanted to have them basically with Flair, and we wanted Flair to be that figurehead, but Flair not to be the one in the ring working. And it was so that Flair could send guys after him. And I think the initial idea there was to pair Steve off with Eddie.
Well, let's talk about real life for a minute, because somewhere in here, I guess in the month of May, you guys decide, hey man, let's turn the volume up and let's start kind of shooting a little bit. And you start promoting the Confidential format. It's going to be a new WWE show coming to the USA Network, and they're going to take a look at the real side of the business. So less wink and a nod, and more shoot stuff. And they're promoting that Mean Gene Okerlund will be coming back, and he's going to be the new host of the show, so you get a little nostalgia. And they say that Shawn Michaels is going to be on the first episode, and he's going to be discussing Montreal, even admitting for the first time publicly that he knew about the Montreal screw job before it happened, which he had always previously denied. Whose idea was Confidential?
I think it was Kevin Dunn and Shane McMahon that kind of came up with that idea. And it was also kind of a spinoff of the WWE.com.
Right.
To try and plug both.
What'd you think of this? It feels like something that it's kind of a great departure from the WWF.
Hated it. Absolutely hated it. And the reason being is, when you're presenting storylines, you're presenting written storylines in a context, and then you move over here and those same guys are now, as you say, shooting, or this is real, folks, and this isn't real. I just always had a problem with that on the two sides. It's like I hate watching Raw and seeing two guys involved in an angle and then seeing them in a commercial break the very next moment hugging and and kissing backstage and like saying, okay, folks, this all bullshit. We know it's bullshit. Let me get lost in it for 2 hours or 3 hours, whatever the hell it is. And to me, again, I'm just old school like that. I didn't like it. I didn't think that was a forum that we needed to explore. And the feeling was that, you know, the dirt sheets of the world and other people were out there and they were doing it. They were trying to tell the dirt and do all this other bullshit. Then we should get our story out there first.
Right. Kind of get in front of the spin, so to speak.
Yeah. But again, that didn't make it any easier for me.
So let's talk about Bite This, which is the WWF's webcast at the time that they were trying to get over. And they kind of wanted to go the confidential route and do kind of what we're doing here now, where we're talking a little more real and a little less storyline. And Austin appears on the May 31st edition, and he is not happy. He says, "The bottom line is everything sucks. I'm not happy with the way Stone Cold Steve Austin is going. I'm not happy with the way the whole company is going. The writing has been pretty substandard. I'll go one better than that. It's been piss poor. I guess if that pisses some people off, then that's just the way it is. I think it could have been a whole hell of a lot better creatively than what it's been. It's been pretty shitty. I wasn't happy at WrestleMania 18, and I wasn't happy after WrestleMania 18 as we speak presently." Regarding the roster split, he said it was a horrible idea. He said if they wanted to give guys more ring time, they could have just featured more guys on each show, or they could have split the two groups up like they have, but not make it so official. That way, if a guy needed to work both shows, it wouldn't be a huge deal. He said he didn't understand why there had to be an actual physical split with the different guys on different shows. As far as you recall, do you remember there being a lot of talk backstage about wrestlers being unhappy with the brand split, or was everybody kind of on board with it because it meant more TV time?
It was both. There were guys that were happy because they were getting opportunities that they felt that they weren't getting before when you had the same roster on both shows and you had to tell the same stories across both platforms. So there were guys that were happy that were getting an opportunity, and then there were guys that were unhappy because they were split up with their friends or their girlfriends or what have you. But overall, I think that most people looked at it as positive because they would have more opportunity.
Well, when he does this appearance on Bite This, well, let me keep going. He would go on to say that the bottom line was that the brand extension sucked so far, and the only good thing was that it allowed him more time to spend with Deborah. Talking about Brock Lesnar, he said the kid was a blue chipper, but the next big thing gimmick was, quote, pretty damn lame. They talked about his new What video, and he said they actually put a match between him and Steamboat on there, but it was hardly the best match they ever had. In fact, he thought it was one of their worst matches ever. They asked him about the plane ride from hell, and he said what happened up there was ridiculous. Quote, "I think it's a bunch of bullshit. You got guys up in the air acting like a bunch of jackasses. It was a private plane. It cost a lot of money. You don't act like that on a regular plane, so you should definitely not be doing that on a chartered private plane. There ain't no excuse for it, and the guys got to be embarrassed for themselves." He said it was ridiculous that he and his wife were up there 40,000 feet above the ocean, and there were some idiots horsing around in the back of the plane. Austin said that if he hadn't been up front sleeping, he would have kicked someone's ass. He also would go on to say in his book, "I said that I still love my job, but by then feathers had been ruffled once too often. Vince had to respond with his own Bite This appearance where he said I was the most demanding superstar he had ever worked with. And Vince also said that Austin was producing gold records instead of platinum ones." Wow. Austin would go on to say, "Quite frankly, that's why our relationship worked and we drew money together. I demanded great creative and Vince demanded that I carry the ball and get results." So there's a lot to cover here on this appearance on Bite This. What did you think about hearing that one of the boys has gone on a company show and essentially buried the office with the creative and saying it's been piss poor, it's been shitty, it doesn't make any sense? Brock Lesnar's gimmick is lame. The guys were jackasses on the plane ride from hell, etc., etc.
Well, I know this is going to be hard for you to believe, but I had no idea about this interview until probably, I don't know, probably took a few hours. And all of a sudden my phone starts blowing up, and it's folks. I think Brian Gewirtz was the first one to call me and say, "Have you seen this?" I'm like, "What? What the fuck is, Bite This?" I knew what Bite This was, but I didn't know that Steve was going to be on, and didn't know that he had done this scathing interview. So he's like, God, he buries all of us. He buries the creative team. He buries everybody. He buries Vince. He buries basically the whole company. And of course, so everybody's got to go and listen to it and see what it said. I think that the general consensus from everybody's pretty pissed off, thinking, and frankly, I was more pissed off at the .com people for letting it go.
But I mean, at the same time, I could argue the other way. Hey, this was great because now everybody's going to find Bite This. Everybody's talking about Bite This. It's a new company initiative, and you guys are undoubtedly going to push it now, and you pushed it in a much bigger way than you might normally be able to.
And I get all that. I understand that, and that's 100% correct. And it did that. It did just what you said. But again, that old school in me, I felt that you didn't need to do that. That didn't need to be done. And I felt that there could have been a better way to do it. But Steve was obviously venting, and Steve was obviously upset, but it forced Vince, to, I don't know if Vince knew that he was going to do that or not. I don't know if Vince heard it beforehand and approved it, which wouldn't surprise me if he did. Say, goddamn, yeah, do it. Goddamn, it's controversial. It'll be great. But who knows? I know that he wasn't happy about the comments. And I know that people in the office, people on the creative team weren't happy about it. So, it was like, okay, what the fuck? When you're busting your ass from a creative point of view, and you're trying to come up with shit day after day, week after week, and it's, other than talent relations, the most unappreciated role in the company.
Oh gosh. Talk about the heat position. I mean, it's a no-win situation, but let's talk about Austin's decision to go back, or not Austin's decision, but McMahon's decision to go back on Bite This, and this time have a response. Is this something you think that they would have given Stone Cold a heads up about, since he had allegedly positioned himself as being, quote unquote, the most demanding superstar Vince had ever worked with?
I don't know if he did or not, but I think that Vince did it because he had to respond to it.
Why?
For the same reason that they had to air Austin's deal. Controversy.
Okay.
People are talking about it, so now they're going to talk about my response.
So obviously Vince didn't hate it completely, or even if he did hate it, he decided to just go with it and make money.
Probably, yeah. I think that anything that's going to make them money, I think they're going to find out a way to make more with it.
So I want you to say something. So far, you've given us not shit on this entire episode. Give me something here. Do you agree with Vince's statement that the most demanding superstar that you guys had ever worked with was Steve Austin?
Absolutely.
Describe exactly what you mean there, and I won't put words in your mouth. I'll just lay out.
I think that Steve was, you have to put him over when you're talking about this, because the son of a bitch drew more money, made more money for the company. So he was demanding in the point that you had him going out on every appearance. You had him doing every Make-A-Wish. You had him making every event, every television, every radio. So with that, he came back to you and he wanted the best of the best from everybody at all times. Steve went as hard as anybody else. Steve went harder than anybody else at that time. And he was run hard and put up wet. And with all of that, he wanted the best out of everybody. Like he said, he wanted the best creative. He wanted to be catered to. He didn't want to have to worry about anything else. He wanted his shit done. And he was demanding, but he wasn't that hard to deal with. Steve Austin was again, for me, he was straightforward, no bullshit. You knew where you stood with him, and that was it. Sometimes you didn't like it, but you didn't wonder where the hell you stood with him. So again, that's demanding, but at the same time, I would rather have that than trying to read the tea leaves with somebody wondering what they want.
What did you think of Vince's statement that Austin had been producing gold records instead of platinum ones? Fair?
I think that not really, because I don't know that Steve was given platinum material to work with.
I mean, he's kind of forced to do the creative that you guys asked, and
right.
You know,
that's what I mean by that. Yeah. You know, you're only going to produce a platinum album that has, you know, great creative behind it and a great song. And he wasn't presented with the greatest creative in the world. And that comes back to me. And that comes back to the writing team and the creative team. And it goes back to Vince.
Isn't there something to be said? And obviously we'll get there in a minute, but isn't there something to be said about, you know, there's the old cliche, you know, when you guys cut somebody, you would say the booking committee doesn't have anything for you. Creative doesn't have anything for you. Sometimes it's not bad to just fucking go away, because a little time away makes the absence, or, you know, the absence makes the heart grow fonder. And it feels like, you know, Chris Jericho has kind of become pretty masterful at this in recent years. He'll come in, everybody's excited to see him. He'll involve himself in a hot feud, and it'll get hotter, hotter, hotter. He brings it to a boil, and then there's a payoff, and he's gone for a while. And then when he comes back, you know you're going to be in for something meaningful again. You don't really have the throwaway weeks. Is that fair to say?
As Jim Ross would say, sometimes you just got to go away, learn the new hole. And when you come back, you're fresh and you're new all over again. But yes, it is good to get away, and it is good to give talent a rest. The old system of booking, especially in the WWF, was guys had a start date and they had an end date.
Right.
So when they got their end date, they had another start date
somewhere else.
May not be for 9 months. Well, they had a start date somewhere else, but they always had another start date back in New York too, if they were any good and the old man liked them. So they always knew that, okay, I'm going to go here for 9 months or a year, but I know that I'm welcome back here in New York. I know I've got another date here in New York to come back and work another round. So yeah, it is good to get off TV and go away for a while.
So this is happening, this Vince response on Bite This on May 31st. So we're not far from the walkout here. Was there ever any concern after the appearance on Bite This and then Vince's response? Hey man, maybe we ought to sit down with Austin and just make sure that, you know, we may be frustrated, but we're all still good.
I think that was an attempt. It probably was done each week at TV with Vince and Steve, trying to just, you know, go through everything and make sure everybody's good. And when you're at TV, not always the best place to do it because you got so many different things to do. But I'm sure that Vince tried, and JR was constantly
trying to put it
communicating
together
with Steve. Yeah. And I was too. I mean, I was constantly just trying to talk to him and trying to keep him up to date and abreast with everything. And I was being met with, you know, a lot of, well, I don't like it, or what else you got? And that becomes frustrating on a creative point of view, because you keep throwing things out there and everybody hates it, but you got nothing coming back. And that just becomes frustrating.
On the June 3rd Raw, we see Eddie Guerrero, Ric Flair, and Chris Benoit come to the ring, cut a promo, and then Austin shows up on the big screen showing that he's just beaten up Arn. And he demands a match with either Benoit or Guerrero. Flair says Guerrero already has a match and Benoit's not medically cleared, so Austin challenges Flair. They agree that if he wins, he's off the bench, but if he loses, he's not off the bench. And if Austin actually gets pinned or submitted, he'll be benched forever. And Austin agrees. Flair says under one condition, it has to be an old-time wrestling match. And Austin responds by peeing on Arn, allegedly. Later in the show, of course, we see Austin pin Flair in the wrestling match. This thing had everything in it. There's no punches allowed or you'd be disqualified. He hits the stunner. Benoit comes out on the ramp, distracts the referee. Guerrero sneaks in through the crowd, gives Austin a low blow and hits the frog splash. Eventually, after they trade chops and figure fours, Austin comes out victorious with a stunner for the clean pin. This might be kind of unusual that there's no punches allowed in a WWE match, but it's kind of an interesting bit of creative, I guess. Austin would write in his book, "We were about to do a show in Columbus, Georgia, and we were driving up I-85 in Atlanta for Raw the next night. Deborah, with whom I'd had a big damn argument, was already in Atlanta waiting on me." Now we should talk about Deborah here for a minute. Wade Keller famously wrote in his newsletter, The Pro Wrestling Torch, "Deborah goes where Austin goes, and she certainly has no role if Austin isn't around. She was on TV merely because she wanted to be, and she was married to Austin. That's it." Do you remember there being any sort of resentment towards Deborah being on the shows or a part of the program at this time? Or is this all just Wade Keller making shit up?
I think to that extent, Wade Keller just making shit up and just trying to create something in there.
Obviously we're not going to get into other stuff, but do you remember there being some sort of, dissension in the ranks amongst Austin and Deborah? This feels like a recipe for, what not to do with wrestling. It feels like every time we talk about a relationship that's involved in the wrestling business, it goes south. It's very rare that one survives the business, and you've kind of joked that's why you never bring your wife around. And Tony Schiavone has said that he never brought his wife around, and now you guys have been married for a long, long time as a result. But it's one of those deals where if you're traveling with somebody all the time, you have to eventually that just wears on you, does it not?
I would imagine it would. I just I couldn't fathom doing that myself. Jerry Briscoe and I traveled all the time together, and it was kind of like we were married on the road, and we wanted to just the very first moment that we got to get away from each other would run. A little bit different, but at the same time, it takes its toll being on the road all the time with anybody.
Do you remember how Austin and Deborah got together?
I don't have any clue. I just think it was being on the road.
All right. So to kind of catch you up again, we're talking about, Austin on June 9th, headed to do a house show in Columbus, Georgia. On the show, we would see Austin defeat Flair in a steel cage match. And on that DVD we referenced earlier, Austin said he was laying in his hotel room and Jim Ross called him and gave him the creative for the next night on Raw and told him that Vince would like to see Brock go over Steve in a King of the Ring qualifying match. Austin said something along the lines of, "Really? You guys want to beat me in a qualifier match unannounced? You're not going to do a 1 or 2 or a 3-week build for this match to get a number out of it?" Austin would write, "I don't have a big head, but guys like me are pretty hard to find." He would also say that he'll do business with anyone, but getting beat doesn't mean a thing to him when it's right and if it's right. And he said, "I told Jim, if that's going to be creative, then I won't be at Monday Night Raw." Ross then called Vince and let him know what Austin had said. And then Vince called Austin and Austin didn't answer. So Vince leaves a message that says, give him a call no matter what time it is. He wants to talk about Monday Night Raw. Austin wrote, "I checked out in Columbus and drove to Atlanta and made a point of not calling Vince until I got all checked in my hotel room in Atlanta. My cell phone went off a few times in the car, but I didn't answer it. When I got to Atlanta, I checked into my hotel room and I called Vince. It was around 2 a.m. On his interview in that DVD set, Austin said that Vince answered on the first or second ring, and Vince told Austin what they want to do the same way that JR had explained it before. And Austin says, "Really? That's what we're going to do?" And Vince says, "Yep." And Austin would write that he said, "Okay." He would write, "When I said okay, I mean, that's what we're going to do, because if we are, I ain't fucking coming. That's what I meant." Now, of course, he would say that Vince thought okay meant, "I agree, I understand, I'll be there." Austin, on the other hand, says not so much. It's not what I meant. I'm leaving. And he wrote in his book that this decision was not strictly on creative. It was based on the fact that he was burnt out, he had problems at home, and he was hurting. So he wasn't getting along with Deborah, and his neck's hurting, and his physical health isn't good, but he doesn't want to say that. And at the same time, he doesn't like this creative. How common was it for Vince to say, call me back no matter the time? It feels like a lot of guys, and even today, I'm not sure that that's the case. Do you think even now in 2017, Vince has guys call him at 2 a.m. in order to smooth something out? Or does now it go through a slightly different, more political channel than maybe it once did?
With certain guys, probably so, yes.
Certain guys meaning?
Well, I don't know who that would be, but John Cena, I'm sure as hell would probably be able to call him at any time. And maybe, I don't know who Vince has that relationship with now, but Cena would definitely be, Rock, obviously Triple H and Steve back in the day. All those guys called Vince all hours and didn't matter. I don't know who he has those relationships with now.
Did you know when he told JR no? Does this kind of rumor mill, does this get out in the grapevine that he told JR he was no showing and that Vince was going to call him, and then Vince tries a few times and they're not getting him? Is this going through the whole telephone, telegram, tell a wrestler, or are they playing this really close to the vest at that point?
No, they played that really close to the vest. That just went between JR, Steve, and Vince.
Austin says in his book that about this phone call with Vince, something similar had happened not too long before this. When we were over in England, they wanted me to do a job for the Big Show and another no build-up, no story match. They wanted me to do a job for Brock with zero build-up. I started seeing the writing on the wall. That's when I decided to walk, right or wrong. It had nothing to do with the fact that it was Brock. It could have been any of a dozen other guys. I love Brock to death. He's a great kid, and he's going to be a big superstar in this business. But here's the bottom line. I'm Stone Cold Steve Austin. I've drawn more money than anybody in the business. I've reportedly sold more merchandise than anybody in the business, and I've sold more pay-per-views than anybody in the business. So Stone Cold Steve Austin is not first in line to do a job for Brock Lesnar. I'm happy to do a job for anybody when it's time to do business. If you know the business and you know what is business, then I'm the last one to do a job for Brock. That's the money match, the one the fans are supposed to be dying to see. His catch a quick win over me in TV tournament style situation with no build up, no advertisement, no storyline. That was just wrong. It wasted a situation where money could be made. If there was a build up and a reason to beat me, it would have been different. If it had meant something, I would have been willing to listen. I had no problem with putting him over, but I should have been last in line, not the first. It made no sense to me. I thought this was poor planning. So this is what Austin wrote in his book. Have you had conversations with Steve about this at the time or since?
I had a conversation with him when we went down and did the Bandera, Texas stuff with Bischoff. It was the very first time that I talked to Steve about it. And I got to tell you, I agree with everything as far as Steve's philosophy and his philosophical point of view on all this, because it was a decision. It was a pitch that was made on a Friday night, and it was like, okay, then what? And it was, well, we'll get there. So it was like, that was a match. I mean, that was a money match that you could build to, and that we probably, should have built to. So to throw it on TV without any promotion. And again, what would have been wrong with promoting that on Monday? Get a week promotion out of it, get something out of it. If you want to get the television rating, I get that. Hey, cool, man. But you're not going to get the rating by doing it out of the clear blue without any promotion. And Vince felt that by doing it without any promotion and by announcing it on the show and making it happen that night, that it made us much must-watch TV. That by God, If you don't watch, you're going to miss something big. And this was essentially that. Oh my God, Steve Austin and Brock Lesnar hooked up, and Brock caught one on him. That was the creative philosophy behind it, which I also see. But the promoter in me was like, there's money there, and I would save that. That's just an attraction I would have saved. I see both sides of it. But I'll tell you on my perspective of everything that happened here, unfortunately, my wife went into the hospital and was in the emergency room. So I don't make it to TV. And while all of this shit's happening, I'm going through things with my wife and rushing her to an emergency room here in Houston. So I call and I say, hey, I'm not going to make TV. Okay. Take care of your stuff at home. While I'm in the hospital, I get a call probably 1, 2 o'clock, maybe in the afternoon. Hey, Steve's not coming to TV, and we got to come up with something else. Got any ideas? Give us a call. And that's how I found out about it. So I was in Houston at the time, not even realizing everything that's going on.
Take your pills.
Thank you. And we're, just trying to come up with ideas and all that shit. I'm trying to come up with them long distance. So I had no idea that the whole JR Vince and call back and forth had gone on the night before until after the fact. And then that Steve no-showed on Monday until after the fact. So it was just a scramble at TV, like, okay, what are we going to do, and come up with something. And that became the whole schmoz it became.
When you finally hear the story, what's the feeling like? What are the boys saying? What's the office saying? Are people kind of taking sides, or is this kind of a good thing for some guys? And I don't mean that in an ugly way, but a lot of times when one guy goes down or goes out, it means opportunity for those who are still there.
I think it was disbelief. There was a consensus of everybody. The last person that you would think that would leave was Steve. You kind of felt, hey, he's a lifer. He's here. He's our guy. And no matter what, good times and bad, he's going to be there. And it was shock. It was just pure shock, not believing that this was really happening. And then, the shock went to anger. How could he do that? What the hell? We're trying to do all this stuff. So it was a whole range of emotions, and Steve wasn't taking anybody's calls. I reached out to him. He didn't take my call. He didn't want to talk to anybody. And I think that there was a point that was the last straw with Vince in his mind at that time, that if he's going to walk out, that I won't tolerate that. And
Austin wrote in his book at the time, my health had been failing for the last 6 to 8 months. My serious neck and back problems were getting worse, and so was the problems I had with reflexes in my legs. Of course, I wouldn't admit any of this was happening. I kayfabed it. I didn't say anything about it. But these were ongoing problems, and I could tell my body had had enough. I couldn't perform the way I wanted to. I was frustrated and I was scared. In my mind, I was feeling like less of a man than what I wanted to be, less of a man than I had been. And while I was going through all the frustrations of my health issues, I was also dealing with the problem of my marriage to Deborah and the problem of my kids moving to England. I was completely stressed out with so many things going on. The BS just kept piling up on me. Finally, I'd had enough. As far as I was concerned, it was a done deal. I was gone. He didn't tell anybody about his health problems at the time, but you kind of said earlier that when he missed those 2 weeks at the beginning of, or right after WrestleMania at the end of March, right before the start of April, that you guys knew. Now he's kind of saying, that had a bigger hand in it than the creative. This just feels like a recipe for frustration and problems.
All the above. And it it just compounded, and it compounded and kept getting worse and worse, I think, until he just exploded and got away. Didn't want to deal with it anymore. So it's, you think you can only deal with what you know. And when you say, hey man, are you good? And you give me 2 thumbs up, I'm going to assume you're good. If I don't know that, hey, I'm not really feeling all that great right now, I've got this, and maybe we need to work towards a vacation, or we need to work towards something, or goddamn, man, I don't need to make all these towns. That kind of stuff can be worked out. A lot of times guys just don't want to accept that. And they don't want to admit it. And they don't want to bring it up. So it's a catch-22. But I think it just finally took its toll, and he was done. From the company point of view, it was, what the fuck do we do now? And, Vince did what he thought that he needed to do at the time.
Austin would write in his book, as soon as I hung up the phone with Vince, I looked at Deborah and said, we're going home tomorrow. She said, no. I told her what they wanted me to do, and then I called the WWE Travel and changed my flights. That was the wrong thing to do, because they called their bosses to see if it was okay that you're making the changes. I should have just made them on my own. That's how JR knew I was on the airplane when he called me. Also, I learned that Deborah called someone at the office from the plane, freaking out that we were on our way home and saying that's why she wouldn't be at Raw, basically covering her ass. And that's how it ended with me and Vince and the WWE. On June 10th, 2002, I walked out on the greatest job I ever had. Have you talked to JR about what he said or what he was trying to say on that phone call when Austin was already on the plane?
Yeah, he tried to convince Steve to get off the plane. He tried to convince him to get off the plane and come to the arena. And Steve was short, concise, and wasn't going to do it. And it was that simple. He had made up his mind and he was gone. So, Jim knowing Steve for all those years and them being friends and being through all the things they've been through together, he knew that time for talking was over and that Steve was gone.
Give me something from Vince's side. How's Vince reacting to all of this when you have a conversation with him?
Livid, pissed. He felt betrayed. He felt that
there has to be some form of, after all I've done for that motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly.
Give me something.
Yeah, well, that's basically what it was, man. He was just pissed off because here we've taken this guy and, WCW had fired him and nobody had anything for him. I turned him into a global star and he walks out without even talking to me. And he was hurt. Vince was hurt and pissed off. It was that simple. And that was his overall feeling, that it was more hurt probably than anything, because he had a friendship with Steve and felt that, everything that they had been through, Steve made him a billionaire. And there was a bond there, and they had been through an awful lot together, and Steve helped build that company to what it is today. So yeah, Vince was pissed off and hurt. Livid.
What's the reaction from all the boys? Flair has kind of joked about the fact that he didn't even have his gear that night, because he wasn't planning on wrestling. And when Austin no-showed, instead of Lesnar working with Austin, it became Flair versus Lesnar. And that's the last place he wanted to be. Now, of course, he says all that tongue in cheek. And Flair has said before that Austin told him at the show in Columbus that he wasn't coming, and to tell the office when he got to Raw that he wasn't coming. And of course, Flair didn't do that. What do the rest of the boys think of this?
I'm just getting stuff long distance at this point because I wasn't there. And I remember Eddie Guerrero was concerned because he's thinking, shit, dude, what's happening? What are we going to do with me? And and I'm dealing with the shit I'm dealing with in Houston. I believe that Layfield may have called me, but it was disbelief overall. And the feeling was that he walked out on all of them at the time. So it just was a lot of resentment, but guys were friends with Steve. And I think that Steve had kind of positioned himself on an island over the last several months and was frustrated, pissed off, let everybody know that he was frustrated and pissed off. So I think to some people, it may not have been a surprise. It still was a surprise to me. It still was a shock to me because I just didn't think that Steve would ever do something like that. At the same time, I wasn't surprised because I knew that he was frustrated and I knew that he wasn't happy. So you just deal with it and you move on. And you become, unfortunately, you become numb to shit. And you just go, what's next? You just kind of move on, man. You don't sit there and dwell on it and go, woe is me. Oh my God, what are we going to do? It's like, okay, fuck, he's gone. Next.
So
got to move on.
Vince goes on TV the same night and says, unlike Austin, who didn't have the balls to show up, he was a man with a huge ego. So when he's calling out Austin here and saying didn't have the balls to show up, these are obviously comments made out of anger that he's hoping to get back to Steve. Would you agree?
Oh, he knows it's going to get back to Steve.
Well,
that's probably what he's planning on. He's probably hoping that he's going to go out there and say this shit, and Steve's going to give him that opportunity to say, hey, what the fuck? And he can talk him into coming back. I think at that point, I think Vince was still probably hoping that Steve would come back, but he was still hurt, not knowing, you don't know. So he's going to roll the dice. I don't know what the fuck was going through Vince's mind at that. That's me surmising, trying to get into the mind of Vince McMahon and say, goddamn, I'll go out and call him out. Or maybe I'll at least get dialogue with him at that point.
So the next day, I guess it's not the next day, Thursday. So a few days later, it's the 13th. The WWE posts this statement on their website. On Monday, June 10th, 2002, Stone Cold Steve Austin again failed to appear for the scheduled Raw event in Atlanta, instead choosing to return home to San Antonio without notice and without company approval. Although Steve was unhappy with his character's creative direction, Steve made the personal and unprofessional decision to not report to work to address his concerns. Therefore, Stone Cold Steve Austin is no longer an active member of the WWE's talent roster. What's the thinking in posting something like this?
I think it was Vince's way of saying that we're done. And I think Vince was, like I said, hurt, pissed off at this point, and Steve wasn't responding and was done and made it clear that he wasn't going to come back. So I don't know at that point if Steve had subsequent conversations with JR and just said, hey, I'm not returning. I'm not doing this and I quit, or what all had happened. But Vincent made up his mind at this point that he was going to make it public and he was going to put it out there that Steve was gone so that there wouldn't be any question and move on.
On this, this same day they post this statement, they tape the WWE Confidential episode that would cover the walkout. And in the piece, McMahon made it very clear that Austin was not welcome back, saying it would be ridiculous to build storylines around a person who had the tendency to just walk out unannounced like he'd done twice previously. He did make a point to say never in this business, but with that said, didn't know how he could ever work with Austin again. Ross was clearly devastated by what happened, having been longtime friends with Austin, and said what happened at Raw was completely unacceptable. And JR would write in the book that he didn't want to do this, and he did this piece under protest. And when he first sat down and the cameras were on, that's the first thing he said, that I don't want to do this. I don't want to be here. I'm here against my will. and he still recorded it, of course. But he said when he was done, he drove home through teary eyes because he was just didn't think this was the right call. Is this just the ugly, irrational, vindictive, spiteful part of Vince McMahon to make the decision to do this just 3 days after Austin walked out?
Yeah, it's that hurt animal that's just fighting back any way that he can. And, had cooler heads prevailed, I don't know, man. It's business. It's business. And I think that Vince was at that point putting his business hat on and saying, fuck this. Let me get my story out there. We're going to take our stance, and he's walked out on all you fans and spin that story that way. Jim definitely did not. Yeah, that's a shoot. Jim hated it. Jim did not want to have anything to do with it. But Vince felt having JR there kind of softened it. That makes any sense to you? Because of the relationship with Steve and the fact that JR is saying, goddamn, Stone Cold's walked out. But yeah, it's that hurt animal syndrome. He was just fighting back.
Things got worse that weekend in Austin's real life as well. And when Jim Ross was reached for comment about that, he wrote, "He took himself out of the game. Vince McMahon didn't. JR didn't. Steve Williams took Stone Cold and flew him to San Antonio." Vince would comment, "This is not a publicity stunt. This is something that unfortunately is sad." And this all comes out the same weekend of Confidential. So you've got turmoil at home and now turmoil, in the wrestling business as well. It feels like everything is kind of just piled on Stone Cold here. And it feels like it went from bad to worse pretty quickly here. And everybody has kind of armchair quarterbacked how they could come back and do this differently. So let's talk about the Confidential piece a little bit more, because that's what we hear a lot about. As we said earlier, it aired Saturday, June 15th, and Okerlund opens the show saying it's no secret that Austin had issues with the executives over the recent weeks. And the title is kind of, "Are Stone Cold Steve Austin's days in WWE over?" Later in the show, because it wasn't the first thing they led with, they built to it the whole show. Gene gives an overview saying that Austin went on Bite This and vented his frustration last week and then just walked out this past week, and assures everyone this is not part of the show. And they air a clip from Bite This with Austin running down creative and then Vince trying to explain it. And then they show the interview with Vince, and he says, "I'm pissed off." Ross then said that Austin did not fulfill his obligations, and that's wrong. And in the phone conversation the night before Raw, Austin told him he wasn't happy, and if things didn't change, he wasn't coming to work. Ross said that wasn't how things were handled in WWE, and said there was just a lot of aversion there. JR would say Austin didn't even want to talk to Vince. He called him on his cell phone, and Austin told him to call him whenever he got the message. He called at 2 a.m. Vince explained everything, and Austin said he was okay with it. He gets to the building, and Austin had already left and booked a flight home. He had no business going home, Ross said. Vince said Austin had done this once before, and it was an unpardonable sin to just walk off the job like that. Vince said the first time he assumed Austin was just burnt out. And JR said, "This is not the Stone Cold I know, and it hurts." He told him to get off the plane and get his ass back to work. Quote, "He made the biggest mistake of his professional career." He said that being the head of talent relations and being Austin's friend was probably a conflict of interest, but he said there were no problems on his end looking in the mirror because he didn't take Austin off TV. Austin took himself out of the game. JR says he was going to take a lot of responsibility for what happened. He says that the fans made Austin a very wealthy man, and he screwed him over. And Vince said 10 years from now, Austin would still have been an asset to the company and to himself as Stone Cold Steve Austin, but now he's flushed all of that down the toilet. And JR says he has no idea why Austin would start behaving the way he did, and that he's always been a man's man and a good friend, but he was damn sure more than disappointed with this behavior. Quote, I wouldn't. I don't care how bad things are. We've all done things there that we're uncomfortable doing. I've had pig shit poured all over me in a pig pen. I've kissed Vince McMahon's ass. I've been beaten up by a woman. I've had a lot of things happen here because we're trying to entertain people, end quote. And JR says you win some and you lose some, but you don't just go home. Vince said Austin going home was the behavior of a child, and he felt that he always went the extra mile for Austin, and maybe more so than anyone else. And it hurt him that Austin did what he did. This is sad, Vince said. How quickly did this turn from, because this still feels very spiteful and angry for the company to do this just 5 days after it happens. I mean, the walkout happens on a Monday. On Saturday, this shit makes air. When did this, as far as your perspective, adjust and switch from anger to Vince legitimately being sad, or is he just working an angle here?
I think it was legitimately sad from the get go. And then he's got to put his business hat on to get through TV. And then he's got to deal with the realization of, okay, what's next? And that, the pissed off sets in. And you're hurt, you're pissed. So it was, what do you do when somebody hurts you? You try to hurt them. And I think that was a little bit of that. This was a little bit of that. It's like, okay, he's going to walk out on us. Well, then, you know what? Fuck him. We don't, it's like, it's not, I quit. It's you're fired.
Right.
And I think that's what this was. It was just that feeling of I'm hurt and I'm pissed off and now I'm going to get you back.
Vince would continue to say that Austin spit in the face of everyone who ever supported him and everyone in the company who ever helped him become a star. He said, now there's an opportunity for other stars to go to the top. It's time now for the players to play, Ross said. I think WWE is going to be just fine. I hope Steve Williams is going to be just fine. And then Vince said what we covered a minute ago, the door is not open for him to return. Vince said he had a responsibility to his shareholders and his fans, and as a businessman, how could he trust that person to come back, build him up again, just so he could walk out for the third time? I never say never in this business, but I don't know how I could do business with him again. And JR says Austin's departure has made him physically ill because he'd always seen Austin as John Wayne, the guy who never gave up. Quote, he broke his goddamn neck and fought back. JR said Austin had gone through horrendous divorces, injuries, personal problems, and more, but still came back and kept pulling the wagon. It would be like John Wayne becoming a coward in a big fight. This is just fucking burial with a capital B, man. The door's not open for him to return, becoming a coward in a big fight. He spit in the face of everyone who made him a superstar and helped make him a superstar. I mean, this is pretty up there. Would you agree?
I would. It's kind of funny listening to it now and reading all that now, considering where we are today. And,
I mean,
where we were a year after that.
Fuck, 6 months. We go from never to, hey man, I'm going to work the Rock at the next WrestleMania. What the fuck?
Yeah. It's crazy.
This to me shows the, we often hear that Vince McMahon can kind of change his mind on a whim. And so, what's never going to happen and can never happen and is stupid, is immediately like the new hot thing. And why isn't everybody seeing what I'm seeing? And this is what we should have been doing all along 6 weeks later, because that's kind of what this feels like. He's speaking with such finality, but it's just in response to emotions. And it doesn't feel like this calculated businessman that most of us kind of position Vince to be. And he is.
He is. He's both. He's a passionate businessman.
I just think, I guess what I'm trying to say is this shows the real human side of Vince McMahon. Now, it's an ugly side for sure. Maybe the smarter, more level-headed, voice of reason way of thinking is to not handle this situation this way. And normally Vince is able to kind of separate the two, but here he's so personally involved that he's not able to separate it. And he's not able to say, just let him sit out a month or two. He'll be back. We'll figure it out. Instead, it fuck out of him and get his best friend up here to do it too.
I think it's the magnitude of the star power of Steve Austin too, that I think that he kind of felt that he had to do something. And like I say, that here was a guy that emotionally and just, hurt his, and it hurt him, and he's pissed off at him. And so he felt he had to do something, I guess.
How much of Vince McMahon, the businessman, kicks in here and says, hey, I've got this new show and they want to shoot. Let's do a number. Let's do what's best for business. Let's put this shit out there.
I was just, you almost took the words out of my mouth, because I was just going to say, I said, and as you talk about the emotional side and the passionate side of him, look at what he's doing. He's driving business to the website. He's driving business to the new show, and he's taking the hottest topic in creating what the dirt sheets and what's happening out there on the internet, and he's creating it, and he's directing the narrative on his own show, and he's controlling that. So yeah, definitely, man, that the business side kicked in, but that, that personal side of him also kind of said, okay, I'm going to get my true feelings out there. But the business side is, let's get ratings, let's get downloads, let's get people eyeballs here on this shit.
Let me freestyle for a minute. If Confidential wouldn't have been a new show and wouldn't have existed at the time, do you think this would have been as difficult for Austin to come back? I mean, would the hiatus have lasted as long as it did, or did this burial help create further distance?
The burial probably would have taken place on Raw, frankly. I think Vince was that.
He's going to do it either way.
He was going to do it either way.
Well, there you go. At least that's an honest answer. Austin wrote in his book about that episode. Back on that Confidential episode that aired the week after I left, the one where Vince and JR explained why I had screwed myself and walked out, they speculated on why I wouldn't meet face to face with Vince in Atlanta that day at Raw, and why I instead took my ball and went home. JR told the audience that someday the real truth might come out. When, he didn't know. The attack on me was typical of the type of smear campaigns a company carries out when a valued employee leaves on bad terms, or maybe that's just the wrestling business. But I've seen it many times before, so it wasn't a surprise. I expected it. But some of the comments made by some of the talent surprised me. Others I knew were just doing what they were told to say. But as I said, I understood the game that was being played. Everybody thought, oh, he left because he was mad. No, I left because my health was failing miserably. No one else really knows what was going on with me. I was feeling all these crazy things going on with my reflexes. I didn't know how to handle it. I couldn't talk to anyone about it. It's not like I could just go in there and sit and call Vince and say, hey, Vince, my health's gone south. What do you think of this? This feels like, and obviously Stone Cold's a great friend of the show, but this feels like when he quits over creative and says he's quitting over creative. If that's the plan, I ain't coming. And then later in his book says, no, that's not why I quit. I quit because of my health. What say you?
I believe him, and I'll tell you why, because I think that the health issues that he was going through and
which we said was very legitimate. I'm not denying that.
But you got to understand, when he talks about the leg quivering and stuff, there were times that Steve would sit there and his legs would literally shake. And I just think that the toll of his health issues that was taking place, I think that did affect him. And I think that he didn't want to accept that, you know what, it may be time to hang him up, and it may be time, or maybe there is no more time left for me here on top due to all of this. And you don't want to admit that. You don't ever want to get out of the spotlight. You don't want to step down. You don't want to move over for the next guy. And that fucks with your head. It fucks with your head on level. And until you've been there and you've experienced the pain and the neurological issues that he was going through and all the bullshit, it's hard for anybody to judge until you walked in his shoes in that regard. So I do believe him because I know he was going through a lot of that stuff. So I just think that had a lot to do with how he was mentally and looking at the creative side of shit, not liking it.
On the next Raw, Vince comes out and says he's sad to report that Steve Austin was done for good. He said he hoped that Austin might be back someday. Let's run through this. This is the 17th. 2 days before, fuck him, he's never welcome back. 2 days later, I hope someday he might be back. He also says this is the second time Austin had gone home without permission. He says Austin owed an apology to everyone in the locker room, the company he helped build, and all the fans. He then says we have to move on tonight as a company without Austin, and he announced out of nowhere that the King of the Ring winner would get a title shot at SummerSlam. Vince said on behalf of everyone in the company and everyone watching at home, thank you. He then took a drink of beer and gave the mic to Lillian and put the can down in the middle of the ring. So, fuck you, coward. You can never come back, you bastard, on the 15th in the evening. 48 hours later, hey, this beer's for you. We're going to leave it in the middle of the ring. Hope you come back someday. What the fuck is going on in the mind of a madman here?
Who the hell knows? Going back to his never say never and probably thinking that somewhere down the line that they're going to be able to come back together and do business again, but that it wasn't going to happen right then. So to save face, that's his way of doing it.
And they try to make good with the fans here because in that same episode, The Rock makes a surprise return to Raw. He says he wasn't supposed to come back to SmackDown until next month, but after what happened last week, he had to come back and address the fans. He says 5 years ago when he got in wrestling, he got in with one goal, and that's to become the very best the business has ever seen. And he talks about how all the wrestlers have busted their asses for the fans, but if there's anyone in the back that didn't want to be with the company, then just like the slogan says, you can get the F out. Rock said Austin could take his ball and go home, but as far as he was concerned, WWE was home. So this is obviously the Vince trying to say, hey, if he's out, let's add some fire, some pizzazz. Let's give him something to talk about and let's not skip a beat. So let's bring The Rock back. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. Yeah. And bring him back and let him make his statement on it. His verification that Steve left, not being good. By God, that's going to turn the people and just get them off on something else and be happy that Rock's back.
And his quotes here about get the F out and WWE's home. Obviously, Rock and Austin have had an on again, off again competitive relationship. Does everybody see this as just business, or do you think Austin took some of this a little personal?
Steve probably took all of it personal, but at the same time, I think that after all said and done, when they all get together, it's business, and you have to be able to look at it and say, okay, I get it. That was business. It's both, actually. It's business and it's personal, man. It's the business is personal, but you get over shit and you move on.
How was JR in handling all this? You're good friends with JR, and this is obviously a trying time for him. How's he handling this?
Devastated, because not only did he lose the top performer in the company, he lost one of his best friends that he enjoyed being around. They did a lot of things socially, and he was just devastated because not only was the business relationship severed, but his personal relationship with him suffered as well. So he was like a kicked puppy. He was hurt.
As far as you know, was there ever any consideration, and since Deborah seemingly wanted to stay on TV, and Austin wrote in his book, she wanted to kind of cover her ass with the company. As far as you know, were there conversations going on between the company and Deborah during this time when Austin's kind of on the bench?
I don't know if there were. For us, it was, Steve and Deborah were gone. So it was a package deal, and we just moved on. So I don't know. It was all focused around Steve. So I really don't know if there was ever any other conversations for her separately at all. I doubt there were.
You guys suspended him without pay on August 19th after a warrant was issued for his arrest. Was he getting paid the whole time from June until August here? You know, we've never really talked about that before, but when he walks out on the company, obviously he's not getting paid for shows, but is he getting his like merch stuff? And then they didn't consider that a breach? I'm just curious how the business aspect of this works.
I don't know because it wasn't involved in his contract at the time, but I could tell you, but knowing Vince and how he felt about Steven, even though he hurt him, the Vince McMahon probably would have still paid him his royalties and paid him his pay-per-view money and everything else that he would have had coming into him. That's kind of just the way Vince operates. And then he reaches that point.
On DVD, Austin said, if I could go back and do it again, I'd change everything about it. But what I did then in my mind was the only way I could get out with my sanity. It's a rough business, and sometimes it's a rough life, and sometimes you make decisions you regret, and that was one of them. I own up to it. Did you ever have a conversation about how he wishes he could have handled that differently? I know you talked about when you guys did the stuff with Bischoff in Texas. Did he know at that point, hey, I should have handled that differently? Or was he still like, it was the right thing to do at the time?
No, absolutely. He felt completely different when we got together then. And I told him, how I felt. I told him that I felt that him walking out was the wrong thing to do. I said, I wish you'd reached out to me. He was like, you know what? He goes, it was just going to go back to Vince anyway. So once I talked to JR and JR talked to Vince, and that was it. That was the end. And he's right. It would have gone right back to Vince. However, I still wish that I could have had that conversation with him. Told him I just didn't agree with the way that he handled things, didn't like it, didn't agree with it. And he respected that. He was fine. He said that pretty much what you just said there, that he wished that he would have handled it differently. And if he could have done it all over again, wouldn't have walked out, wouldn't have gone home, and was glad that he was coming back. So he just wanted to start over and move forward.
He wrote, it's funny, when WWE did that damn anti-Austin campaign on me, they did a pretty good job on it. I didn't say anything. I just sort of sat back and took it. I mean, they owed it to me, and I deserved something like that for living like I did. But man, it wasn't fun. It was brutal. Do you remember having a conversation with him about the smear campaign that you guys ran?
No, not that in particular, but I guess overall we talked about how we handled it in general, and he kind of laughed about it. But this was, like I said, 6 months, however much longer after the fact. So at that point, he could kind of laugh at it because he was coming back. So he just saw it as business, and that that's what they did.
He mentions in his book that Vince tried to call him a couple of times and he never answered and never returned the call whenever Vince would leave a voicemail. But he would say, quote, I remember being at the house in San Antonio, went out and got my mail and saw this little card in there. It was from Jim Ross, just a small card. And it said, if you ever need to talk to someone, I'm here. And Austin on the DVD gets kind of emotional talking about that. And he says, I put that card down and I called Jim Ross up and we talked for 2 or 3 hours. It was so great. It meant everything to me. It meant a lot. And I remember him saying, he goes, hey man, do you think if I put you and the old man together in a room, you could get your differences aside and come back to work? And I said, yes, I would love that. When do you first hear of this conversation and this news that, oh my gosh, we may be, done with our impasse? We might actually be able to put the band back together.
I learned about it the day it happened. I believe it was in Houston. We were doing TV in Houston, and Vince left for a while in the middle of taping. And he was gone, and everybody's like, well, where's Vince? Where's Vince? And nobody's saying where he is. And then there started being whispers about, I heard that he's meeting Austin, or here he's doing this, here he's doing that. So when he got back, I just point blank asked him. I said, where you been? And he we were alone, and he told me he had a little meeting with Steve, and I said, how'd that go? He said, we cleared the air. I said, when's he start? He just laughed. He said, well, we'll talk about it. Don't know. And that was it. But that's how I learned about it. It was, I'm pretty sure, like I said, I'm pretty sure it was in Houston, and that, but nobody knew. Vince just disappeared.
Austin wrote in his book, it took place about a month later when Raw was in Houston. The WWE office was set up in the penthouse at the Westin Hotel at the Galleria in Houston. It was a big ass suite, and I got there early as usual, and I was just waiting around watching ESPN when Vince walked in. You can imagine it was a little uncomfortable for me, 7 or 8 months after doing a walkout job, but we hugged and shook hands, and he asked how I was doing. It was one of those weird deals where he was beating around the bush a little bit. And then we started talking about the current storylines and where I thought they might go. Finally, I was sitting on one couch, and he was sitting on another, and he says, what happened? That's when I opened up to him all my frustrations about what they wanted to do to my character and how it was bullshit. But I didn't clue him in on what I was going through with my health. He asked me if I would consider coming back, and I said I'd consider coming back, but not in an active role in the ring. And he said, that's how creative works. They get you back in a storyline, and then you're back in the ring. He didn't know where I was coming from, and I wasn't ready to tell him about my recent health diagnosis. Austin would go on to say, I told him I was sorry that I did what I did, and Vince and I have a relationship where I'd do anything for the guy. On a personal level, I love that guy to death. But when it comes to business, he has to understand that, and I don't like to brag, but I know what I've done in this business, and I've got a pretty big freaking ego like he does. You ever talk to Steve about that conversation and how that went?
Just briefly when we got together the first time there in Bandera, and he felt good about it, and he felt good with where he was with his relationship with Vince.
Chat me up about the fine. This has kind of been kayfabed over the years, but when Austin had McMahon on his podcast on the WWE Network, they talked about the fact that they agreed on the amount of money that he would have to pay in order to come back to work. Do you remember any of those conversations?
I was not involved in one of them. I have absolutely no idea.
Tune in Monday for What Happened When with Tony.
Well, I don't know. I wasn't a part of that. I was in creative at the time. I had no dealings with contracts or anything like that.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Does it surprise you?
No.
Do you remember when Austin came back that there may have been some pushback? I asked because he wrote, when I come back to Raw for the first time, I went up to each of the boys, even those who said unkind things about me in the magazines, on Confidential and on Raw, and I looked every one of them in the eye and shook their hands. Most of them welcomed me and were glad to see me back. Few guys didn't want to respond to me, and that was their prerogative. I don't want to name names because I don't want to put any heat on anybody. But when it came to those guys, I met with them privately and we talked about it. Who's he talking about here?
I have absolutely no idea.
Worst
but I know
fucking
Steve
show
came
we've
back
ever
in,
done.
and that was
Worst shit
What?
we've ever done. You don't know shit. God
I
damn
don't
it.
know.
We're
What
3
the
hours
fuck?
in the- Well, next time, don't let me put this shit on a poll if you don't fucking know anything.
Well, I gave you everything I know.
Nothing. Thank you.
Well, more than you knew. But no, I mean, for the most part, people were happy to see him back. And I think the people were glad that he was back and that the bullshit was behind him. Move on. Does he mention the names in the book? He doesn't. So, I mean, again, I don't know. I never talked to him about people or anybody coming back and saying they were displeased with Steve being back.
Austin,
It wasn't like people went by and said, hey, I'm unhappy Steve's back.
when Austin had McMahon on the podcast, they talked about all this, of course, and they eventually get down to Austin saying it's the worst decision of his professional life. And he says during the 8 months he was gone, Vince called him 3 times and left him 3 voicemails, but being hard-headed, he just wouldn't return the calls. And then when they finally did get together, Vince wanted to fine him $650,000. And eventually they agreed on a fine of $250,000. Hypothetically, when the company makes a fine like that, do they do anything specific with the money, or is it just go in Vince's Bentley fund?
It just doesn't come out of the company. So if he would have been paid that that money, instead of the money going out to him, it stays in the company.
So it's not he actually writes a check back. They just don't pay him what their normal rate for the next.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
He also shared on Lillian Garcia's podcast, that he was in negotiations to release his own beer, and he killed the beer deal at the time. Do you know anything about Austin trying to get into the beer game at that time? It feels like it would have been a natural fit. Obviously, he's doing the Broken Skull IPA these days, but this is 15 years ago, and he's thinking about getting into the beer business, which, considering the dude's most famous for drinking beer on TV, seems like a good idea.
Well, we had a deal with a beer company. I want to say it was in Syracuse, New York, upstate New York somewhere. And it was going to be, Stone Cold beer. And right in the middle of that deal, that's when he walked out, and that deal went right down the toilet. But it was a natural, and we were just right about there. And it had taken forever. Steve had done testings and taste testings and going back and forth. And we had gone from the Coors Light people to the Natural Light people, and had found somebody again. And I believe it was in New York, upstate, that were ready to go. And Stone Cold beer was going to be a reality.
Hypothetically, if he would have showed up to Atlanta that day and would have met with Vince, what do you think would have came of it? How would the business have been differently? What would the result have been?
We probably all would have gotten back to the exact same place, but I think that Brock Lesnar would have been elevated a whole hell of a lot sooner, and that you would have seen his stock rise a whole lot quicker. But I don't think that really all that much would have changed, simply because of Steve's health issues that I think would have limited him overall. And I think we would have ended up getting to the same place that we got to.
Let me ask you this. When we got to get one in here, when Jim Ross calls Vince McMahon and tells him that Austin has agreed to meet with him in person, what does that phone call sound like when when Jim Ross is talking to Vince McMahon?
Well, boss, talk Stone Cold, and I pitch that little idea of, one-on-one, Boss Man and Stone Cold, we're gonna be right down there in Houston. You can drive on down, and maybe y'all two can get together. God damn, pal. And the fuck do you want me to do that? You gotta fly in early? Well, goddamn, boss. We did, same day we're gonna be right there, and y'all can get together and I'll arrange the whole goddamn thing. I love it. Let's bring it back.
If you aren't already, go follow us. It's at Prichard Show. Let's scroll through some questions right fast. Johnny B wants to know, what was the Undertaker's reaction to Steve Austin walking out?
Pissed off. I think everybody there was just pissed off and upset because, they felt like he walked out on them.
JD wants to know, if Austin didn't take his ball and go home, would Shawn Michaels coming back at SummerSlam in 2002 have happened? And if so, would they have wrestled?
Would Shawn and Steve have wrestled?
Yes.
Probably not. And I don't necessarily know that Shawn would have come back at that point either, quite frankly. I think that Shawn was talked into coming back
because they needed
looking for the star power.
Joseph on Twitter wants to know, how much of Austin leaving had to do with Hogan's return and being in the main event?
I don't think that much. I think it was just a culmination of things. And like I said, his health and him just being hurt and pissed off.
Adam actually pitches a great idea here. If Paul Heyman was pitching to have Brock beat Austin, what might that sound like?
What if Brock Lesnar grabbed Stone Cold Steve Austin and F5'd him through the mat and just hooked him and pinned him 1, 2, 3 inside of 4 seconds? He would be the next big thing.
Heyman obviously was for it, so that's probably what Heyman would have pitched.
Justin Hanna wants to know, who produced the segment with Steve and Eddie at the bar in Memphis?
That would be me and Vince McMahon.
Vince was in the bar?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Danny wants to know, what was the plan for Austin for SummerSlam 02 had he stuck around?
Eddie.
Oh, okay. Ralph wants to know, did Brock really have heat when he said, just like the slogan says, get the F out? Or is this just him just doing what's scripted?
Doing what's scripted. That was definitely scripted for him.
CC wants to know, how did Brock react when he heard Austin wasn't at Raw? That's something we haven't talked about on this show. What was Brock's reaction to this whole situation?
Well, Brock had no idea. Brock had no idea of the proposed match or that he was supposed to go over Steve or anything. So I don't know that Brock had any reaction whatsoever because it never got to that point with him. They had pitched Steve, and Vince was still going back and forth with Steve at that point. I'm sure Paul probably let Brock know, what the proposed match was, but no, I don't think that Brock was anywhere at a point of, I don't want to say not caring one way or another, but it wasn't to that point for it to matter.
Troy Nelson on Twitter says, around this time, someone wrote a segment where Austin pees on Arn Anderson. Who wrote this shit?
That probably would have been Brian Gortz.
Don't you think that's a little ridiculous, peeing on Arn Anderson?
Vince loved peeing on people. He loved peeing on things.
That's our new t-shirt. You just saved the whole fucking show. Vince loved peeing on people. Thank you for that. Oh my gosh. Salvage us.
Defecation and urination.
It sounds like a tag team.
Sounds like my bathroom, but anyway, go ahead.
Johnny B wants to know, was there ever any consideration to bringing Deborah back for an angle with Stone Cold?
No.
Daniel wants to know, if the match had happened, would it have eventually led to a Lesnar-Austin feud?
That was the whole, that was the whole bitch behind the entire match. There were those of us that wanted to build to it and build to an eventual Austin Lesnar angle and getting the money out of that match. So we wanted to go there. Vince didn't want to go there yet. He just wanted to get that one match done and move forward. Let Steve go off with Eddie and continue to build Brock. So there were two camps. There were those that wanted that match and then Vince that didn't.
Justin on Twitter wants to know, stories of Austin balking at creative are not uncommon. Why not wait until he got to the building to tell him the creative for this? That's pretty hard to poke holes in. That seems like a good plan rather than give him the night to kind of fester about it. And I know Ross may have thought, well, let's just give him a heads up. Why wouldn't you just try to get everybody in the same room and hope that you could sell him on it, as opposed to hoping he'd sleep on it and it would be better?
Vince, out of respect for Steve, wanted to run the creative by Steve first and asked Jim to do it. So because also there were those of us on the creative team that weren't 100% behind it. And when he had JR do it, then it exploded. I don't think Vince anticipated that reaction.
What would you say to this? Andrew on Twitter says, given that the company was in a transition, do you think that Vince started to take certain talent for granted?
Yes, I think there always comes a point where everyone starts to take certain talents for granted. And without a doubt, Vince has a tendency to do that sometimes.
We didn't do it today, but hypothetically, what would Jim Cornette think about Steve Austin walking out?
Oh, goddamn. I could only hear some of the rants. Goddamn motherfucker. Take your fucking ball. Go the fuck home to goddamn Texas, motherfucker. He just would have ranted.
Do you think there's any, this is a great one here. Toey on Twitter says, rumor and innuendo have it that the loss to Lesnar was not only to get Brock over, but punishment for criticizing creative. That feels like that's exactly what this is. What say you?
No, it wasn't. It was simply to get Brock over, and it was Vince's idea. Maybe in the back of his mind, that's what he had. But to us, it was pitched simply to get Brock over and do something unexpected on TV and give you that you got to watch. And if you don't watch live on Raw, you're going to miss something. You also got to remember, back at that time, you didn't have the DVRs. So you couldn't tape shit. People had, now, hang on, let me explain something.
No, just
it's a different, you're talking about this shit in 2017 and different viewing habits. And you got to understand the mindset of how we're trying to write television and tell these stories, and how he looked at it is, by God, if you miss it, and you're fucked. And people taped it. I get all that. And now, I DVR everything. I don't watch live TV. But that was his thing. If they miss it, they're fucked. They missed it. You got to watch. And that was the philosophy behind it.
For the record, DVRs did exist then. Shannibal Lecter on Twitter wants to know, do you remember if any specific wrestlers saw Austin's absence as an opportunity for them to move up the card?
I think a lot of guys did. I think the people saw it as a big void, and that we're looking for new guys. So yeah, an opportunity to step up. I think there were a lot of people, and I look at, guys like Layfield in particular that saw that as an opportunity to fill that void and jump up and take the spot.
Michael on Twitter wants to know, was there ever any consideration of legal action against Austin for being in breach of contract? That's a pretty fair question.
Probably so. I think that Vince was so hurt at that point and, pissed off that, by God, I'll show him. And he probably discussed it. Yeah.
Jerry on Twitter wants to know, was this the reason why Vince hired Vince Russo back prior to the King of the Ring 02?
No, nobody knows why the hell he hired Vince Russo back during that time.
But we're going to find out next week, because it's one of the poll topics. Let's get into next week's poll topics. We want you to go vote right now. It's at Prichard Show on Twitter. If you haven't already, go ahead and throw us a follow. You can catch me at Hey, it's Conrad. He is at Bruce Prichard, and our show is at Prichard Show. Let's go ahead and give you poll topic number 1. It's Bad Blood 2003. This took place on June 15th, 2003, and the pay-per-view was headlined by Triple H and Kevin Nash in a Hell in a Cell for the world title, with Mick Foley as the guest referee. Also on the card, we've got Ric Flair versus Shawn Michaels, Steve Austin versus Eric Bischoff in a redneck triathlon, as well as Goldberg versus Chris Jericho. What do you remember most, Bruce, about Bad Blood 03?
Well, the fact that it was in my hometown of Houston, Texas, that played a wonderful part in it. What I remember most is I spent most of my evening working with Steve Austin and Eric Bischoff on the redneck triathlon. And that was some of the most fun. Jesus Christ, we had fun that night. But it was a crazy night. And I'll talk about, if that wins, what the plan was for the grand finale of that and how it fell through, but who was going to be involved in the grand finale of the redneck triathlon.
Poll topic number 2, Sherry Martel. Sherry passed away on June 15th, 2007. So this is a bit of a sad anniversary. 10 years now she's been gone. She's one of the greatest female performers in the history of the business, both as a wrestler and as a manager. What might we talk about if Sensational Sherry wins the poll?
Traveling up and down the roads with Sherry and Miss Sapphire was some of the most fun that I had the business as well. And Sherry just being the great performer, and what it was that brought her to the WWF and her very first match in the WWF, where it was and who it was against, and why it almost ended her career as soon as it started.
Poll topic number 3, Diamond Dallas Page in the WWE. He debuted on June 18th with the stalker gimmick. What might we talk about if Diamond Dallas Page wins the poll?
Well, we go all the way back to 1988. Dusty Rhodes pitching Diamond Dallas Page to come in as color commentator, and Dallas's whole trek in and out of the WWF audition booth. And Dallas finally coming in and realizing that dream as a wrestler and just why it went south.
Poll topic number 4, last but certainly not least, bro, it's Vince Russo in the WWE. Vince returned to the company 15 years ago on June 20th, 2002. But if Vince wins the poll here, we'll cover the rise of Vince Russo and how he came into power, how the exit happened, and how he was brought back for all of 3 weeks. What might we talk about if Vince Russo wins the poll?
Why I brought him in to a television writing meeting. Who was the first one to bring him into a television writing meeting? That wasn't me, but I did actually suggest Vince Russo and the ins and outs of Russo in the office, at TV, and so on and so forth. I think, good God, do we have to go any further than that?
Nope. Bruce is to blame. Send your hate tweets to @Bruce Prichard and go vote @Prichard Show. And tune in next week. Go vote right now. We'll see you next week right here on Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard, I get it. It's a wrestling podcast, but he's saving us money on our mortgage. Do you really trust this process? The reviews don't lie. 5-star review after 5-star review. We make it fast, we make it easy, and it's no cost or obligation. Give us a shot to earn your business. I'm telling you, you'll be glad you did, especially if you like keeping more of your own money. You don't need perfect credit or money out of your pocket, so what are you waiting for? Hurry to savewithconrad.com. So let's talk a little bit about, I guess, and this is something that we're going to have to talk about. Politics in the WWF has always been sort of Rob's chief issue. And he's working a lot of house show matches against Chris Jericho. And he says that Chris was very political and he felt like Jericho would sort of talk down to him and condescend and even change finishes. Talk to me a little bit about their interaction with, was this just two guys who felt like they were jockeying for position for the same spot? Or how would you characterize their relationship and Chris Jericho at this time?
I never knew that there was a strained relationship between Chris and Rob. And I think that, Chris Jericho is a pretty in your face kind of guy, and he's going to tell you what he thinks. And if he's going to go, he's going to fight for his spots, and he's going to fight for what he thinks is right. And that may rub some people the wrong way. Rob, kind of a laid back guy a lot of times, but at the same time, I think that Rob carries a lot of it inside and will let it boil inside before bringing it out. But at the same time, he'll tell you what he feels. And I think Rob was frustrated for a lot of his run just in general, because Rob kind of wants to go his own way and didn't like being told what to do.
And when Jericho tries to change one of these finishes, he goes to Fit Finley and has Fit sort of back him up on it. And then when Fit comes and tells Rob, he says, fuck it, I'm just going home. Around this time, did you start to feel like maybe the wheels were running off for Rob when he would start to say, I'm just going home? Obviously, it's a different time. Wins and losses don't matter like they used to. But when a guy gets under your skin, you sort of just don't want to do anything for that motherfucker anymore, right?
Well, if somebody's answer is, I want to go home, which, by the way, I don't know that Rob ever said that, to me like that, or to anybody else in a position really of power. He may have felt that way, and he may have said it to other people. And definitely there were times when I know Rob was frustrated with me in particular. I'm sure we're going to talk about that, in this episode, but, I don't remember him, ever threatening to go home, but if he did, that would be something. And if he made that known in the locker room and that got out, then people probably would say, okay, why are we wasting time with him if he wants to go home?
You guys really started to feature him though on the September 4th SmackDown. He gets a win over the world champion, Stone Cold Steve Austin, clean in the middle. In a lot of ways, it's almost like a dream match. It's the biggest star in ECW against the biggest star in WWE history, and Rob gets the win. What was the thinking here in putting Rob over Stone Cold in September?
A test to kind of see, what that reaction would be and see how people were going to buy it. The chemistry, also see what the chemistry was with Steve and RVD. Just see what we had there. So throw it out there and let's find out.
It almost felt like you guys were really running a test to see, could we sort of position him as maybe like a new leader for the Alliance and have Austin and Van Dam sort of feud? Was that maybe an idea of, let's see how this goes?
I'll tell you, the Alliance stuff with Steve and Rob, to me, was where I really fell in love with RVD, because I didn't really know him that well, just kind of superficially. However, when we were doing stuff with Steve and Steve was doing the stuff with his watch and doing the what and listening to his watch and everything, we're shooting. And I'm telling Rob, just act natural, just react and play with it. Because I wasn't a big one for scripts, as Brian Gewirtz would tell you. So I would let the guys freestyle a lot of times. If it worked, we went with it. So Steve's looking at his watch and putting his watch up to his ear, and RVD takes the watch and puts the watch up to his ear. And it's like, what are you listening to, man? But it was real, and it was something that I think everybody wanted to do, but they're looking for a script. And no, I wasn't told to do that. And I told Rob freestyle with it, and he did, and it was good. Steve and Rob had a chemistry in backstage in the vignettes. And that's what led us to go, there may be something here. And it was just a good chemistry.
In their match, Steve takes a Van Daminator and gets busted open in the process. Allegedly, Steve had no problem putting him over and knew that he was going to get cut open here. Any sort of blowback from that? Do you think you're cutting your biggest star?
No. I mean, again, Steve had no problem with it, and I don't know that he knew he was going to get busted open, but he knew that chair was coming. Shit happens, man. It ain't ballet.
On the September 10th Raw, Rob loses the hardcore title to Kurt Angle by tapping out to the ankle lock at the top of the ramp. And after the match, Austin throws them both off the stage. So then RVD pins Angle to regain the title, which is kind of fun. And he's really building momentum here. I mean, let's appreciate he's having matches with both Angle and Steve Austin. The WWE has a magazine at the time called Raw. It was the Raw magazine. So a second magazine, different from the WWE magazine. And they had a predictions column around this time. And it suggested Hulk Hogan versus Steve Austin was going to happen at WrestleMania. And it would predict that Austin would run rampant on Raw and drive Bischoff crazy. So he would bring in one of his old friends from WCW, that is a WWF legend, that would force Austin out of retirement. And the article says it would be the biggest matchup in wrestling history. Of course, we never see that. Was there ever even a discussion of a Hulk Hogan, Steve Austin match at WrestleMania 20?
Yeah, there was discussion, but it was, again, do you do Rock Hogan or do you do Austin Hogan? We were going to plan on doing Austin Hogan at some point. Rock got the nod first. And that's all it was timing.
No, but hang on now.
You couldn't have both of them.
But you had neither at 20. I asked about 20 and you gave me an answer for 18. So was it ever discussed for 20?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Sorry.
All good. Speaking of Hulk, he's on ABC's Jimmy Kimmel Live, and he's telling stories about wrestling Andre the Giant at WrestleMania 3. And he's joking about how Andre could shake a wooden bench with his farts. And Hogan didn't plug anything during the interview, but he did quickly backtrack after he took a shot at Vince McMahon. When it was mentioned a story that Vince once told him, Hogan said to move on because if Vince said it, it must not be true. And then he quickly interrupted and said, I'm just kidding. Vince is a good guy. What's the relationship like with Hogan and Vince here in 04?
God, it's the same as it always is. It's a love-hate relationship. It's been that way since I've known him in 1987. It's always been just kind of that love-hate relationship, and they do well together when they're on the same page, and then one will get disgruntled with the other, and it's a little back and forth, but that relationship hasn't changed in 30 years.
So the main event of SmackDown, and this is really what happened, is Austin and Triple H teaming up to beat Booker and Angle. Triple H's first match back is on a taped SmackDown Go Home show before the Rumble. The Observer would say, the fact he wrestled for free on SmackDown is nothing short of mind-boggling. Actually, if you look at the economics, they are becoming ratings marks. In 2000, when Austin returned after neck surgery for his first appearances, his first angle advertised in advance on pay-per-view
drew 630,000 buys. The company was doing about 420,000 on average for non-major pay-per-views without something major like an Austin return. So his return was worth $2.64 million in extra revenue. His first match was saved for the next month on pay-per-view, and it did 550,000 at another B show, or another 1.56 million. So the company added an extra 4.2 for Austin's return. Triple H's first appearance was put on TV, and in some ways, even way more hype. Let's say boosted the rating from 4.0 to 4.93, which I guess could be worth around $100,000 in additional advertising revenue. If we are nice and say his first match boasts SmackDown from 4.3 from its 3.9 average, it's worth about $57,000.
That is probably the most idiotic paragraph you've ever read in your life.
Let's hear you expand on it.
Well, it's idiotic. Again, you're in a television and entertainment business. You're not just in the pay-per-view business. You're in an overall business to build things, and that helps build to the pay-per-view. And you know what? I think it worked out all right in the end for rights fees. And we were still getting rights fees at that time. So again, this comes from a person that has never actually run a business or actually had to do something in business to be profitable or to think long-term and actually do it. Instead, he likes to critique afterwards with inconsequential bullshit that's in his head only.
Okay. Here's my question. Do you think he has at least some point to, hey, maybe we should have saved him for the pay-per-view? Triple H.
Or would you rather see him on television to make you want to see him win the Royal Rumble in a week's time?
I'm just asking because when we talked about Nitro once about giving away Hogan and Goldberg on TV as opposed to pay-per-view, you had an aneurysm.
Because they had no promotion. This had promotion.
Okay.
That didn't.
So as a reminder,
and I don't have aneurysms, damn it.
The Royal Rumble.
I'm not any of your other 42 casts of pod. I'm the calm one. I'm the funny one. I'm the talkative one.
You're screaming at me. I'm the calm one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm Mr. Calm, Cool, and Collected and shit.
Austin's going to come out and say thank you as the fans are cheering him. He doesn't say much else when Rock comes out and then challenges him to a match at WrestleMania. Bischoff comes out and announced that Rock and Booker T next week in Cleveland. And if Rock wins, he can choose between either Austin or Triple H and a title shot at Mania. And then he orders 3-minute warning to hit the ring, and they do, but they all get stunned. And then Austin and Rock have a stare down. Rock backs off, then attacks Austin, but Austin fires back, and Rock gets to escape the stunner. So he runs away there and dodges that one. The March 10th Raw, Rock said he's not going to wrestle Booker because all he wants to do is beat Austin at WrestleMania. And Bischoff said he'd let him pick his opponent that night. So later in the show, Rock is backstage playing the guitar. He's playing a song called Cleveland Sucks. Hurricane shows up. They do more comedy, and it sets up their match later in the show. This is good stuff because Hurricane winds up getting a pin on The Rock after Austin distracted The Rock. So of course he got that damn roll up, that schoolboy from behind.
Works every time.
Man,
almost.
What a moment for Hurricane. Great friend of the show, pinning The Rock on TV when he's at the tippy top of the heap. This is awesome.
Yes, it was. And it was highly entertaining and it got people to watch it. It made the show fun. And you had your serious issues and your serious angles going on, but yet Rock was able to be entertaining. He was able to still draw, and he was able to have fun with the Hurricane stuff on TV and make compelling television.
On the next week on Raw, Rock is going to tease doing a Rock concert, but he tells Bischoff he doesn't want to do it in St. Louis because all their pie smells bad. He's going to do it next week in Sacramento. Of course, we're going to have a bit of a situation where Austin is going to use a stunner. Rock's going to hit the ring, give Austin a stunner. Austin's going to kick out of the pin.
Rock sets up the people's elbow. Austin moves, hits a stunner. This is all happening on Morley, who I guess is the chief of police or whatever they're calling him for Eric Bischoff. He's Bischoff's right-hand man. And eventually we get Rock laying out Austin with a rock bottom, and he grabs a case of beer and goes to drink it, but really only takes a sip. And it's kind of fun. Also fun is the March 15th Miami house show. We would see Rock get a clean win over Brock Lesnar here with the rock bottom. But what's interesting is after the match, he's doing a promo and introduces his wife and his brother-in-law, his mother, his grandmother, as well as some players from the Dolphins. He thanks the crowd for cheering him and says, "I know you're supposed to boo." And he says to Lesnar, he was happy he didn't have to take an F5 because that really hurts. Fun stuff here. But the March 24th Raw is where we see Austin open the show, challenging The Rock to come out, and says he's not going to leave until he does. And of course, 12 police officers come out with Bischoff. Eventually they have a court order banning Austin from the Arco Arena. And as the officers are kicking him out, Rock is singing Jailhouse Rock. And, this is good stuff. Later in the show, Rock does his rock concert with the guitar in the ring. He's singing about the fat women in Sacramento and how Austin must be mixing pot with his beer if he thinks he can win. Are you out there selling bootleg t-shirts for $5? Rock does some Willie Nelson and then finishes with some acapella Sinatra. Hold your applause. Great stuff. Of course, at the end of the show, we know, Austin is going to drive the truck into the arena, but it turns out it's Hurricane, who's now hauled off by the cops. And then Austin appears from the back of the truck, hits the ring for his revenge. Great stuff. Fun way to build to WrestleMania 19. And of course, we know at WrestleMania 19, there's a whole backstory about what was going on with Steve. And you can hear all about that in a couple of different episodes in the archive, specifically WrestleMania 19. And we've covered Austin in this era as well. But this match is not nearly what, some of their other matches were, but still a hell of a match. 4 stars, 17 minutes, 53 seconds. Rock's going to do an interview in the show that is really, really good. It's a fun match, and it's Steve's really his last match. When did you guys know, hey, this is probably it for Steve Austin? I mean, what a way to do it and to go out and The Rock to beat him at WrestleMania. Of course, it's a trilogy of WrestleMania matches for them, 15, 17, and 19. Kevin Nash had an incident online with Roddy Piper. I guess Piper had a podcast and he told a story about a backstage incident at WCW, and Kevin Nash didn't exactly remember it going down like that. So they had a little social media war back and forth. Do you know what the relationship was like with Kevin Nash and Piper? It does feel sort of out of character for him to be getting into little fights like this, because he had a similar deal with Stone Cold Steve Austin, who had a podcast on Podcast One, which is where Piper's was. And I guess Austin was upset. Maybe that's the allegation that Piper has put out there about an impression that had been done on Piper's show. And there's back and forth, and Piper would say that Austin got him fired from Podcast One. Austin would deny that and say Piper was really just trying to create an angle. What do you make of these sort of weird situations with both Kevin Nash and Steve Austin just before Roddy passed away?
I don't know that Roddy really had a relationship with Kevin Nash. I remember the Twitter wars and all that, but then finally when they got on the phone and talked, amazing. Everything was settled. Everything was squashed. What happens a lot of times is people will remember things one way, their version, how they saw it. Same person, same scenario, they will remember it in a completely different way. Just like here, I'm giving you my version. I'm giving you how I remember things and my experiences during the time. Other people in the same situation may remember it differently. And I think that's all that happened. With the Podcast One situation with Steve Austin and all that, I heard both stories from Roddy. I heard, that Roddy had quit. I heard that Roddy was fired, or not fired, actually left. But I heard that Steve was involved. I heard Steve wasn't involved. So only those guys know the truth. But when I heard both stories from Roddy, I tend to believe that, the first one was that, hey, I'm leaving, I'm going to go do my own thing. And then he goes to do his own thing, and then it was, well, wait a minute, this other story came up. So I don't know if it was Roddy creating something.
Right.
To make bigger news, to make more of the splash when he debuted somewhere else. And I don't really know. I don't know what his motive was there.
But after such a emotional investment like that, and such high intensity, you need something to sort of break it up. And what better than a Piper's Pit? Roddy Piper is going to come out and ask who the baddest guy in the company ever was. And he's going to say bullshit when the crowd is chanting Austin. And of course, you know what that means. Here comes Austin. He's wearing a t-shirt that says Unleash Hell. He's saluting the fans with the double middle fingers. They're going back and forth about who the biggest rebel is. And suddenly Carlito's music interrupts him. Piper is not anxious, to meet with Carlito. You can tell he's revving high here, and even says, "You look like alfalfa." Cool little moment here. Obviously, there's going to be stunners all around here. What'd you think of, this is a great way to use Piper, a great way to use Steve Austin, but also a cool way to show a modern heel and sort of give him the rub a little bit from two all-time greats.
Yeah. And the fact that Roddy got to be Roddy, and I loved Roddy's line, said something along the lines of, "Hey, son, I was at WrestleMania before they had numbers." It all made sense, and it was a very nice homecoming for Hot Rod after the Hall of Fame the night before, and to share that stage with someone like Steve. And as crazy as it sounds, even for Steve, I think it was a great rub to be with Hot Rod. So two of the greatest of all times as far as heel and babyface go. And it helped Carlito a ton too. But it was fun, and it was one of those moments of holy shit that you didn't expect that blew you out of the water.
Let's talk about John Cena. He's gone filming The Marine. The rumor and innuendo is that Austin was actually offered that part first, but his agent told him not to accept it because it'd be bad for his career, which he still had high hopes for. What do you remember about that? Do you think the movie would, it's the biggest, most successful WWE movie, if not ever. It's got to be up there. And it was a great role for John. How do you think Steve would have done in that role?
Actually, I think Steve would have done great in that role. And it was during a time, sometimes when guys get away from it, it happened with Steve, it happened with Rock, it's happened with different guys throughout the years, where when you get to Hollywood and you get out to this bubble, that the first thing that those agents and the Hollywood people do, you got to distance yourself from that wrestling stuff. You can't be, they don't want that wrestling stuff. So the advice that Steve and a lot of these guys were given was, you don't want to be associated with a WWE production and, get away from that. You need to be doing big pictures over here. So it was a great opportunity for Cena to step in. As you say, it was the biggest movie I think the studio ever did. It's funny. And I thought John did excellent in it. I really do. And I thought the movie was, was what it was. It's a B movie,
but it was better.
But it was fun.
It was better than a lot of WWE movies though.
Yeah. But here's the funny thing about it. One of the movies that I enjoyed most was the one that Steve did on the island.
Yeah. The Condemned, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I loved the concept, and I thought I just enjoyed the hell out of it. I'm also a Vinnie Jones fan. So, having two guys that I knew and liked a lot and enjoyed watching, but I always thought that the Condemned should have done so much better. And you know why it didn't?
Why?
Because it was R-rated.
Mm.
And it just had we made that decision to tone down some of the language and violence a little bit, could have got that PG-13. And I think the Condemned would have been one at the top. I really do. And Marine definitely would have given it a run for its money. And the Marine, that franchise is still going. But Steve and the Condemned, that to me, that was my favorite. And then See No Evil, and then the Marine.
Well, let's talk about a negative rumor that would pop up. And of all places, it starts with the honkytonkman.com. So you know it's got to be legit.
Well, fuck yeah. Either that or that other goof in California.
It's written at the time, the top rumor of the week circulating amongst WWE front office staff, production staff, and wrestlers was that Kane had given his notice to the company. The first to report the rumors was the Honky Tonk Man of all people on his website on Sunday night. And one source within the company is denying that there is anything to the story at all. Meanwhile, multiple other sources within the company's front office and locker room tell the torch that they believe there may be something to the story. The word going around is that Glenn Jacobs began renegotiating his contract because he wasn't happy with the offer that had been made, and his current contract may have been signed when times were good and downsides were high. Jacobs, the story goes, was not happy with the offer and either gave his notice or threatened to give his notice. This is an interesting article because it's just felt like forever he was a lifer. Was there a time where, you know, the two sides just disagreed on a contract and it looked like, oh shit, this might be the end?
Do you really want me to answer that from the honkytonkman.com? Jesus Christ. No. Jesus Christ. I don't even know how to answer that. No.
Okay.
No, it's Jesus. It's just guys talking and bullshitting and creating shit that's just not there.
So there's a press conference between Steve Austin and Vince McMahon regarding a movie deal. Now, not trying to play a conspiracy theorist, but is the timing of this a coincidence with everything that was going on at The Rock at the time?
It was a coincidence in that we were doing the Steve Austin movie at the time.
Do you think?
No, it had nothing to do with The Rock at all.
But you know that they probably thought that, right?
Who's they?
Well, hypothetically, it's been said over the years that Steve and Dwayne were pretty competitive with each other. And I know at this point they're no longer in ring, but still, it does feel like there's a little bit of competitiveness between them, is there not?
I'm sure there always has been. This was more of a WWE studio thing than anything. This had it had absolutely zero. Oh my God, Rock's not going to join, so we'll get Steve to do a movie. Zero truth to that in any way, shape, or form.
You ain't got to get hot about it.
I am hot about it.
But why?
Because now you made me hot.
What's your favorite Steve Austin movie?
Condemned.
I think that's everybody's answer, isn't it?
Yes, I fucking loved it.
So I
seriously think if there was a way, and I really do believe this, if there was a way that a little bit of that violence could have been edited out of that movie and that been released PG, that it would have done much better, would have been much more better received. But it was pretty violent, pretty gory, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. I thought it was a great movie.
Let's talk about Steve Austin. He makes an appearance on ESPN radio to promote WrestleMania 22, and he talks about his favorite opponent being Ricky Steamboat in WCW and Bret Hart in the WWF. And they're talking about sort of a dream match scenario, and they bring up him versus Hulk Hogan. He says it would have been a clash of styles, but he says he would have loved to have wrestled Andre the Giant. And then he says he regrets not having a chance to wrestle Goldberg, but the timing just never worked out for them. And I do think those are probably two of the matches that fans talked about the most. You know, while both Goldberg and Austin were up and running hard in the late 90s, that was the dream match. But then later, you know, once the sun had sort of set on Austin's career, I think a lot of people started to talk about Hulk Hogan and Stone Cold as a perhaps dream match. If you had to book one of those, which one do you think would have made the most sense and created the most magic?
Hogan and Austin, and who else?
Hogan and Austin, or Austin Goldberg?
Wow, I would have said Austin Goldberg.
I had a feeling you would say that. And Austin has pretty consistently said the same thing, that he felt like the Hogan match wouldn't have worked. It just would have been a Styles Clash type thing. And, you know, some of us fans, we don't really follow what that means. Sort of verbalize why you would prefer Goldberg Austin over.
Because Austin and Goldberg both were the guys that came in their respective places to become the top guy. Hogan had been the top guy. You know what I mean? He was the man. He was a standard bearer for a long time. And Steve and Bill came in for their respective companies and became the top guy and became the hottest thing in the company. And I think that was just a more natural selection. Not that I wouldn't have wanted to see Steve and Hogan. I just think that at the time that the more intriguing match would have been Austin and Goldberg, because they were the hottest at the same time. They had been on the same kind of trajectory in the same time frame. I just think it would have been more interesting.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson. Thanks for checking out the podcast here on YouTube. Be sure to hit the subscribe button and the notifications bell so you get a notice anytime we upload some new content. And go save yourself some money right now. If you're in a 30-year loan or you have credit card debt, it's not a matter of if I can save you money. It's a matter of how much. Find out right now for free at SaveWithConrad.com.